Captain's Log, June 2nd, 2836. After 27 years of war between the Degen Coomers and the Sainthood Slayers, a new hope arises. As the battlefield lay weaponized, locked and loaded for destruction, negotiations for a peace treaty are in transition. The Moderator has arrived at Station 42. Can this war be ended? Will the Coomers and Slayers find a middle ground?
Abort mission. I repeat, abort mission. Negotiation failure. Abort mission.
Heavy boobies, 6+, low orbit, over grid 15-2.
No joy, Yashin-Man.
Then go to your window and look up their biggest fracking asteroid.
Copy, Yashin-Man. Still blind. Got some kind of system-wide crash in the defense grid.
Put on trackers up right goddamn now, because we got Boku inbound, and they're not carrying flour.
Wait one, Yashin-Man.
We don't have one.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Raging Tomato. I am Sarah, bringing to you live another Moderator Monday. This evening, I have David Cooley from No Fugazi podcast, Jake from Rattlesnake TV, The Soy Pill, and Wick TV here to bring us a debate on should traditional roles still have a place in modern society. Opening up this evening, David, would you like to give your opening statement?
Sure. So should traditional roles have a place in modern society? It's crazy that we even have to have this debate about something that's rooted in our biology and our reality. It's only in modernity, with all of these modern conveniences like technology that men created and rights that men grant, where someone can feel so comfortable and privileged to even question something that's common sense. Imagine the olden days. If you're with your wife and you play rock, paper, scissors, shoot on who has to go out, walk 50 miles, get some water, and fight the bear, she will be pissed, lose attraction for you, and break up with you immediately. Guess what? Nothing has changed today. Imagine you're at home with your wife and an intruder breaks through the door and you say, "Hey, honey, rock, paper, scissors, who's going to handle the bad guy?" She'll break up with you instantly and cheat on you with your best friend. Men and women have a natural propensity that's rooted in their biology to be attracted and repulsed by things in the opposite sex. Generally, men are attracted to feminine women, that's submissive and nurturing, and women are attracted to masculine men who can protect and provide. This is how society flourished since the beginning of time. In today's time, we see the negative results what happened in society when you move away from gender roles. Feminism plus media pushing propaganda, telling women they don't need a man, they're independent, and to prioritize their career over a family and children, which led to a major birth rate decrease, along with 1 million abortions per year, and women initiating 70 to 80% of the divorces. Men are weak and docile and don't have any emotional control because many of them don't have a masculine father in the household to block out the negative propaganda and instill and guide them in their natural masculine role. So I say this to say that gender roles is part of the human existence. There's no getting rid of it, and anyone that thinks and tries that they can get rid of it, they're an idiot. That's my
Fair enough. Thank you, David. Jake, to you.
Yes, good to see you all today. Happy to be here. I also am in a similar boat to Cooley, that when I saw the topic of the debate, I thought to myself, this is just a complete common sense no-brainer. Do we need traditional gender roles in society? Yes, we clearly do, because if women don't have children, and if men don't procure and refine resources, and if men don't build things, then our civilization will likely go extinct. So on that level, on the societal level, it's very obvious. But then you look at that as a microcosm of even relationships. We can get into that obviously during the course of the debate if you want. I think that you'd have to seriously touch some grass if you were to take the opposite approach here and say that there isn't room for traditional gender roles. I can't imagine how deep into a Reddit rabbit hole, or how terminally online you'd have to be to think that that women would be happy to do away with masculine men, because women are clearly repulsed in the most part by very feminine men, and men tend to love and appreciate feminine women. So gender roles are not only necessary for the survival of our civilization, but even on the relationship level, on the micro level, they're completely necessary. And with that, I think I'm very excited to hear what our opponents' arguments are.
Thank you. Soy Pill, to you.
Yeah, I believe that gender roles, insofar as they're defined by what is socially expected of men and women, should be done away with. But that's not to say that women shouldn't give birth or that men shouldn't utilize their natural strength. And to be clear, I don't think that gender roles are exclusively harmful, and I don't think they should disappear tomorrow. I think there's plenty of positives that come from the expectation that men should be hardworking and protective, or that women should care for others and nurture our youth. But what I think is the societal expectations, which we use to encourage good behavior, don't really need to be gendered, and that aspects of gendering them are harmful. For example, toxic masculinity gets a lot of pushback because people think it demonizes all of masculinity, when really it's pointing to the failures of gender roles, telling men that they need to be stoic and strong, but not allowing them to be emotional and deal with stress or failure in a healthy manner. On the flip side, women might downplay or discourage their own intelligence and ambition to fit into this role of a subservient homemaker. So I think we can learn from the good that gender roles encourage and really apply these as virtuous behaviors to all people, and that any biological dichotomies, which won't go away, don't need to prescribe behaviors. Ultimately, I believe that people should have the freedom to choose outside of some gendered expectation.
Thank you, Soy Pill. Wick, to you.
Okay. So tonight we're going to talk about gender roles, traditional gender roles specifically, and if they have a place in modern society. I think to answer this question, we gotta inquire a little further. What place in modern society should gender roles have? Neither me nor Soy Pill here are going to be arguing that we should abolish stay-at-home moms or prevent men from working or anything like that. The core question, I think, to tonight's debate is this: who should be allowed to decide what role a person performs in their life? The government, one's community, one's neighbors, or, as I would argue, should the individual be able to make the choice for themselves on who they want to be and what they want to do? Should society or the government restrict access to a woman who wants to enter the workforce, who wants to start a business or run a company? No. Should society or the government restrict access to a man who wants to stay at home to raise his sons and daughters while his wife goes out and earns money for their household? I don't think so. The question is, who gets to decide? The argument of men should fulfill this position in the family or this position in the workforce, while women should fulfill this other role in the family and this other role in the workforce, is a very anti-merit based argument. Me, I'm a merit guy. I believe that the best person for the job should do the job. If it happens to be a man, great. Happens to be a man. Happens to be a woman, then it is a woman. When we try and shoehorn individuals into these pre-programmed slots, we stymie innovation, creativity, and productivity. Let us cast off these chains of these DEI gender roles that my opponents here want to push, and really stick to what matters in the long run, which is merit. And that's my argument today. I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. As a kind reminder to everyone, we will go through the debate, do closing statements, read and respond to your super chats, and then, of course, your most favorite, we will open up for open panel dumpster fire. Gentlemen, the floor is open.
Yes, fellas, good to meet you both today. I'm interested to know about the perspective in regards to how we are meant to procure and refine resources and actually build things if we don't have traditional gender roles. And by traditional gender roles, I mean that men have their masculine duty, which is to build the infrastructure of society. If we don't actually have that, and if that's completely obfuscated, and if men don't fulfill that duty, then how do we actually build things in society, and how do we procure and refine resources?
Yeah, I can address this. So I think the mistaken statement here is that by saying we don't have gender roles, that somehow that means we'll do away with the concept of men being this predominantly military force, or men being predominantly this force of strength and building, or doing all these things that women can't embody based on merit, like Wick said, right? Like if there is some specific strength role that they can't fill because they're naturally not as strong as a man, somehow that means that it's a gender role for the man to do that. When really all we're saying is, yeah, of course, we need people to build society. We need people to give birth. We need people to defend our country. But these aren't things that should be for all men to do. These are things that some are exclusive to men because of what needs to be done there. But that doesn't mean that we're saying, hey, you're a man, you have to do this. And that's just kind of exemplified by the fact that most men don't do these things. Most men don't have manual labor jobs. Most men don't serve in the military. Yeah, I get that. But in like, if you look at it in this societal context, if men were to stop doing that tomorrow, if men were to stop performing that role, because it is a role, and we do have guys who get up and work with electrical lines every day, and guys who do roof tiling, and guys who do concreting and ice road trucking, that is a masculine role because women aren't actually physically capable of doing those jobs for the most part. There might be some Game of Thrones ladies out there that can do the job, but for the most part, they can't do that job. And what we see in society is that those duties do get fulfilled, and it's because it is a masculine imperative. And when I look at those duties being fulfilled, I think that men have to have an incentive to actually fulfill those duties. And the incentive, generally speaking, is that they can have a wife and they can have a family and they can provide for their family, and they can live a life that's not lonely and that's healthy and that has relationships and kids and all these sorts of things. And if you actually deprive them of that opportunity, and if they can't have a wife, and if women aren't fulfilling their feminine roles, which is to have children and be wives and mothers, etc., then there is no incentive for men to keep on doing that. So we're at a stage now in society where we have a much lower birth rate, where people aren't pair bonding as much when they're younger. And then men, I think, have less and less incentive to actually fulfill those masculine roles. And they're wanting to become TikTokers and YouTubers now instead of becoming plumbers and carpenters, etc. So there is a bit of an issue actually playing out before our eyes with this. Go ahead, Wick.
Sure. Well, when you say incentive to perform these roles, I mean, they do get paid a salary. The money is exchanged. You're offered a contract. Say, hey, if you do this job, we will give you X, Y, and Z. Here's the money you'll get per year. Here's the benefits you'll get per year. So when you say incentives, I think you, and correct me if I'm wrong, you seem to be implying that there's a lack of incentive for men to fulfill.
Well, do you think that incentive is purely materialistic?
If I may finish my question, right? There's a lack of
rambling. I understand what the question is.
Let him finish the thought, please, and then you can respond, Jake.
It's a simple question. I get it. Yeah.
I mean, you don't even know my question. You haven't even heard me answer a question.
You're saying that is the incentive purely materialistic? You're saying they have a materialistic
incentive. That's not what I'm asking you. And if you listen,
go ahead and finish the question, Wick.
My question is, my statement here is that you seem to be implying that this materialistic incentive is not enough. So I'm going to ask you directly, what incentives do you think that are lacking for men today that you think men should have access to? Should a company provide them a wife or something? Is that what you're trying to imply?
Should a company provide them a wife?
If
no, that's
not
what I'm saying.
If the material incentives that they are offered are not enough, which you seem to be implying, is that not correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if that's the case, what extra incentives that they do not yet get are you wanting the company to offer, or the society to offer?
I never said that it was incumbent upon the company to offer that. I said that men are incentivized by the idea that they can have a wife and that they can actually pair bond and they can mate with the opposite sex. This is what incentivizes men to build things. This is what incentivizes men to go out and create things. And also, men are very incentivized by the idea of legacy. Men want to pass on their genetics and they want to have a legacy over multiple generations. And if you don't think that men are incentivized by legacy and by the opposite sex, then that is just a completely delusional take. It's not incumbent upon the company to provide them with a wife, but societally, we should be in a stable society. A man can go out and work hard and make something of himself, and then he can have access to a wife and have access to being able to carry on his lineage, because that incentivizes men to go out and build things.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with any of your descriptions of that some people are absolutely incentivized this way. I'm curious what you're prescriptively suggesting, because I mean, if you look at any of the countries that are fighting, and this is happening all over the world, by the way, this kind of lack of replacement birth rate, whether it be in a more progressive place where you would say, oh, this is because of a lack of gender roles, or because it's in Hungary or Georgia where they're doing incredibly like pro-natalist policies that just aren't working. I'm curious as to why you would think that somehow returning to these gender roles would necessarily be the solution to what you deem as the collapse of society, especially when someone like South Korea is facing like the worst of this replacement rate, and they are one of the most traditionally conservative places in the world. It doesn't seem like it's a proper solution. And we can address, I guess, all the arguments about whether or not this has anything to do with whether or not we should prescribe these pro-family values in everyone, regardless of their gender. I don't think this is exclusive to men or women, and I don't think you can point to a country that is embodying this and somehow doing it because of the gender roles is succeeding.
So you said you can't point to a country that's succeeding in what? Sorry.
You can't point to a country that's succeeding because of like they're strictly adhering to like all men need to do this, all women need to do this, and therefore now we have prosperous high birth rates and our economy is flourishing.
Yeah,
I just don't see that happening.
We can point to a country, Israel. You look at Israel and they've got a birth rate above 3. And one of the reasons why is because they have an Orthodox Jewish community that has a massive birth rate. They have a big IVF program, which is a bit, that's a different conversation. But they've also got the sort of family structures where the grandparents will come in and look after the children, etc. And they also have a lot of shame around having children outside of wedlock. So there's a lower rate of single motherhood, etc. But also they've got another thing, which is nationalism. They've got a lot of countries around them that want to take them out. So obviously they need to reproduce. And one of the Palestinian leaders, Yasser Arafat, is on record saying that his greatest weapon is the woman's womb. So that's how the Arabic countries around them think, that they want to outbreed them and, eventually whatever. So sure. Israel is a really good example of that.
Though, because that is a good example. I'm happy you brought that up because that wouldn't be one that I would think of. But then I guess that would kind of contradict the whole idea of gender roles when I think of the fact that we put, I'm paid by them, by the way. They put women and men into the, IDF to serve in the military. And like, it seems like they're, if anything, kind of moving away from traditionally masculine, traditionally feminine things. Now, if you want to argue, we need to encourage some degree of like, birth pro-natalism to make a country survive, especially when it gets this dire, I wouldn't even argue with that necessarily. I just don't think that's the same thing as what society expects from people and saying that you need to do this or you're not a real woman and you need to do this and you're not a real man, which is kind of
a few points to touch here. So first of all, in terms of the Israelis and their the IDF, the women are all in support roles. The women are not out there on the front lines. If you look at the death toll of the IDF men to women, it's substantially more men. The women aren't going and fighting. The women are making TikToks and they're probably making the sandwiches for the guys and stuff. They're maybe standing at the traffic stops and pretending to do something. It's a little bit for show, but it is a part of this sort of nationalistic push that they have where they're like, everybody has the duty to serve the country, etc. You also brought up Japan and South Korea. These are really good examples. Now, what this actually does play slightly into the favor of what you guys are saying in the fact that there are other explanations for collapsing birth rates. One of them is urbanization. One of them is as a country becomes more wealthy and people live in smaller places and the population grows and people get more urbanized, they want to have less kids because, it becomes less affordable. But also these countries are atheist countries. They're not religious countries. They have some sort of cultural traditions, etc. But I think that the birth rate problem is a deeply religious problem. And it's a similar problem that we're having in the West at the moment, that as we go away from religion and as we go away from God, people have much less incentive to actually procreate.
But why would you say then it's happening in Georgia, which is like a kind of Orthodox country, or why would it be happening in these like sub-Saharan communities, which have religious ties and people like to fearmonger about how they're going to birth all these crazy migrants with these high rates, and yet they're also seeing the same decline. I think if you look into this at all, you'll see that there's actually no consensus as to why the birth rates are falling in all of these countries with completely different environments. It seems to be, I think there's a quote from someone that said, hey, if you could solve and show why this is happening, you'd win a Nobel Prize, because it's kind of baffling people as to why it's literally happening across the board, across all of these countries. Like, how can that all be from religious or lack of religion?
Well,
if I may piggyback,
the thing is,
that, just real
go
quick,
ahead, Wick. Yeah, you could piggyback off.
Idea that the women who serve in the IDF are just kind of standing around pretending to do things is just not borne out by the facts. A lot of them do serve in security roles and other types of places. While yes, they're not all on the front lines fighting, I think logistics serves a valuable and logistics wins wars, frankly. And those are the people who are putting their lives on the line And I just think that like to point out Israel as a place that has moved away from gender, that has moved away from gender roles in a large society, and using that to kind of promote your point that we need to stick with gender roles just doesn't connect.
The
there's
Orthodox
I've
Jews
heard
have a
that
birth rate
Ethan
of like
Klein's
8.
wife is a
Um,
terrorist, and I don't think
I-
that could happen if she just was making sandwiches, but I'm not sure.
I wanted to give Cooley the opportunity to jump back
Go
in.
for it,
Yeah,
Cooley.
no, I see where you guys are going with this. So the big thing, it's influence. Influence is the big thing. Like Jake is saying, he's saying like, religious is an influence, and then traditions is an influence as well. So question to you, Soy. You said that in your opening, you said that you believe that people should have freedom to choose. So
Yes.
let me just ask you a question. My question is, should people should we promote and push gender roles to like move society that way? Should we influence people to adhere to gender roles, or should we not?
Right. So I think what's kind of been happening up until now, and we've kind of deviated this in the recent years, is that we have been pushing gender roles. We say, hey, men, you go work, provide for your family, you'll be happy. Hey, woman, stay at home, like make the home, raise the children, you'll be happy. And as we've kind of moved away from this, you see that like the stickiness of kind of pushing these roles is, I think, causing more harm than good in certain places. I don't think these are completely useless, by the way. Like, I agree, we should be promoting men to be hard workers. I just don't think we shouldn't be promoting women to also be hard workers. I think any of the good things you can take from these roles could be applied across the board. And unfortunately, what's happened now is because we told men for so long, hey, if you're a hardworking go-getter guy and you go get a job, that's all you need to do. What that has done is created this kind of male loneliness epidemic where they realize, hey, I've done everything the gender role told me to do. I'm stoic, I'm progressive, I'm strong, I'm going out and I'm working, and it's just not enough anymore. And it's because we've limited what a man should be to this very narrow pigeonholed sort of definition. And I think that it is just more harmful to society than just saying, hey, like everyone needs to go out and do all of these virtuous things that we've been promoting with gender roles, just not exclusively to gender.
Yeah, got you. So you really haven't answered my question. So remember, in your opening, you said that people should have the freedom to choose, freedom of choice.
Yes.
Right. So my question to you is, if people have the freedom of choice, right?
Mhm.
Choice, what should we influence them? Like if you influence
Yeah, so
someone,
I know it's vague when I say
virtuous.
virtuous.
Let me finish it up.
Let him finish it, and then
If you influence someone, they still have the ability to adhere to whatever you're influencing them on, or to neglect it. It's still choice. So my question is, should we influence society about feminism? Be an independent woman, I don't need a man? Or should we influence people to say, hey, you know what? These gender roles, these traditional roles, these are things that's good, even though they can still choose something else. We do see today with the influence of feminism, it actually led people to make a choice to not prioritize family and children and stuff like that. So my question to you again, should we influence people to adhere to gender roles? Yes or no?
Right. So sorry if this is vague. I promise I did answer your question, but I'll try to elaborate a different way. So when I say,
It's just
hey, we
yes
should
or
promote
no.
virtuous, well, okay, no is my answer, and I'll explain why.
Okay,
So
got
I
you.
do
So
think
you
we
want
should be
boys
promoting
to be
virtuous
girls.
behaviors.
Hold on,
and girls
Cooley.
to
Let
be
him
boys.
let
Great.
him let him
Yeah,
elaborate.
that's not what I
please.
said. So I think we should be promoting good behaviors that make society better. I think that gender roles as those behaviors are limited in the fact that if we tell everyone, hey, men can only do this and women can only do that, and if you're out of this spectrum of what I've defined a man and a woman should be, you're doing something wrong. I think that limits more than it helps at this point. And I think that all of the good things that do come from that, we can do agendered. That's what I'm saying. So no, I don't think gender roles should be promoted, because I think the good behaviors are independent of those and can be influenced independent of those.
Can I ask you a question, Cooley, if I may?
Sure. I was going to reply back to Al. Just go ahead,
reply. I
Wick.
can
No,
wait till
Wick.
you reply. It's
Wick.
fine.
No, Wick. You're fine. Ladies
Okay.
first.
Ladies first. Well, as I said, you can
Got him.
go to Soy. Go ahead.
No, I'm messing. Really, Wick? You can go ahead. Go ahead.
That was
Sure.
very cucked
Fair
of
enough.
you.
I try to be kind, and thank you for allowing me to go.
Yeah.
If a man wants to stay at home and raise his children, which is not a traditional role that a man has, and his wife wants to go out and work and earn a living, etc., do you think that society should look down on that man for doing that?
Do I think society should look down on that man for doing it?
Society, his
Okay.
community,
I'll
his
give you-
neighbors, etc., should disincentivize that man from doing that. Should look
I'll
down
give you
on
two
him,
answers.
etc.
Two answers. One, generally speaking, his wife will look down on him. So that would be the first thing. The wife will look down on him, even though the woman was influenced to prioritize a career. Like you said, hey, yeah, I want to go out there and get my bag. And he's in the home taking care of the kids. There's a very high probability. Women have a natural propensity to be repulsed by a man that's not operating in masculinity. You get what I'm saying? So yeah,
I don't
in some
actually, but go
situations,
ahead.
well, that's fine. And there's exceptions to every rule. In some situations, yeah, I'm sure it maybe works. You know, you get some masculine chick that she wants to be out there working, and you get some feminine male and he wants to be in a home with the children and he has low T. Yeah, I'm sure that relationship dynamic works. Kudos to them. Guess what? Exceptions don't make the rule. Right. So generally speaking, that wouldn't work. So what would be my general answer to your question? Yeah, I would. If I see that, I'll be like, you're a cuck. What are you doing in the house? You're a loser. You're a dork.
I don't think. I think the issue here is you're prescribing that this is the majority of things, and therefore we should encourage it. And all we're saying is we shouldn't necessarily adhere and say this is the only thing you can do. And you kind of gave that away in saying, yeah, there are exceptions, and that's kind of our point: is that there are exceptions to this. I don't think that makes them less of a man, and I don't think we should be shaming people for making a choice which you yourself agreed can work in certain places.
Generally, the wife would think that he's less of a man.
And if she does, then he's got a problem. But that doesn't mean we should discourage them
unless
from
you
trying
are
to
his
do things
wife.
in life.
In the locker
All
room,
right,
would think that he's
gentlemen,
less of a man. Oh, wait, you're at home cooking? I go home, food is already cooked for me, you dork. So generally, guess what? What's naturally going to happen is he's going to be made fun of. That's what's naturally going to happen, right? So
Okay,
promote this.
Is that a should or
no? It will happen.
okay?
It will happen. And
Yeah,
guess
well, so
and I
we're not
think
arguing.
it
Just to be
happen.
clear, we're not arguing that there's not good. Look, women give birth, right?
Yeah.
Apparently some men do now too, right? But that doesn't
No,
mean that a huge
that
vast majority of
never
women are the
happened.
ones giving birth, right? So we're not saying, well, we need to even this out. Men need to give more birth. We're saying that just because a vast majority of women are going to be giving birth to the next generation of people doesn't mean that prescriptively we should be telling them, hey, this means you have to be a homemaker. Hey, this means you have to do XYZ as a woman, right? We're not saying.
I get
Hold
what
on, let him
Okay,
finish.
sorry, go ahead.
Sorry,
Yeah, no, I think
sorry,
you guys
we're
let
done.
him respond, it's
Okay,
fine.
go ahead.
No, I get what you're saying. And the point that I'm making is that people, like you said, in your opening, I want you to think a little bit, right? And I'm not saying this to like saying that you're not thinking, but like think on a question that I'm asking. Like I was active listening to you. So in your opening, you said that you want people to have freedom of choice,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
I believe that too. Have freedom of choice. Choose what you want. But guess what? We know that influence is a very powerful force, right? So since influence is a very powerful source, then I think that we should influence people to adhere to gender roles because we know that leads to higher birth rates. We know that leads to a lot of good things in society. But even though there's always going to be exceptions to the rule, there's always going to be people that don't choose to adhere to gender roles. But guess what? Let's say if we promote some propaganda to not adhere to gender roles, then it's just going to increase the birth rates. It's going to increase the women not having children. It's going to increase women in the workforce and men being docile, like Wick's example of men being in the home, working and taking care of the children and women out there working. It's just going to increase that. That's what I'm saying. The probability will definitely increase if we push the opposite of gender roles.
We're not saying that we need to push the opposite of gender roles. We're saying we don't need to push gender roles.
Gender roles
the things
at
that
all.
you're, by the way, the things that you're prescribing that are like
Feminism
hey,
is
a woman,
the
Hold on,
opposite
hold
of
on.
gender
He
roles.
waited,
though.
he waited,
a
he
feminism
waited.
debate,
Go
right?
ahead,
We're
Scott.
talking about, hey, we want more women to have give birth, right? Like you can do that exclusively of saying, hey, woman, you need to do this or you're a bad person. It's just saying, hey, like we're going to incentivize this because we need replacement rates. And so if you want to do this, you can. This is about the choice. It's not saying, hey, the opposite of gender roles is better. It's saying, hey, there's good things from gender roles, but I think that the negatives that come from that don't need to happen. And we can promote good behaviors exclusive of gender roles. This doesn't mean we have to do the opposite.
One quick
Hold
question.
on, I wanted to give Cooley the opportunity to respond because he was
one
trying
quick
to
question
interject.
for you then, soy pill. Then do you want
No. You could. That's the point. That's the whole. Yeah.
No, I mean, I kind of misspoke, but all right. So do you think that we should stop the propaganda and the push towards feminism, or should we, because like you want to stop this gender role and this masculinity and femininity dynamic, right? That's what you want to stop. You said that we don't need to influence the masses towards that. So my question for you is then should we stop influence, should we stop feminism then?
It depends on what aspect you mean. It's a really wide topic, and there's probably a lot of stuff that you and I would agree is like not helpful to society. But ultimately, I think the point of feminism in its very most generic gray blobby form is to give women that choice, and I think that's a good thing, that people should be allowed to choose what they want to do. Now, if you're going to talk about like, hey, like should we promote women saying never have kids and go be girl boss? Like, yeah, again, that's promoting the opposite of the gender role. I'm not necessarily saying we do that, but I think feminism in its purest form is probably fine. I don't think that's terrible.
Okay, so should we promote women should be independent and sexual liberation and stuff like that?
I think that we should promote women should have the choice to be independent and have sexual liberation if they want to.
But we already know that they all have a choice. So the thing is, what I'm getting at here, and I want the audience to pay attention, is that he's totally against promoting gender roles and masculinity and femininity, the good things about it, right?
No.
But in regards to feminine, you are.
No, I said we should take the good things from it and promote it in a non-gendered way.
Oh, in a non-gendered way.
Oh, so I'm against exclusively gendering things. So like name me one thing.
So you're against it, man.
Hold on, I did want
well, I'm curious, because I could change they could change my mind here. Could you name me like a specific gender role, like a societal expectation of someone that would not be able to apply to both? Because when you say like, oh, give birth, you should have more babies, I don't really see that as a societal pressure insofar as like, yeah, we have to tell women to do this. Women have babies, they will do it. And yeah, if the replacement rate got to like a very, very low, like, hey, this is an existential crisis, I would probably promote some sort of government intervention. Like, look, guys, like in the same way conscription needs to happen to defend our country, woman, you got to have more babies, we're going to all go extinct. Like, I understand that. That's very different from, hey, like men do this, women do this. I think those can be extrapolated to both genders.
All right. First of all, Soy Pill, we need to get one thing straight, okay? I need you to say women.
I can't. I promise. I fuck this up all the time. Women. I fuck it up.
You've been watching too much TikTok, my friend, and
I don't watch any TikTok. I'm just stupid.
Not woman. Okay. All right. In terms of expectations, though, do you think that men can give birth?
If we're talking about woke trans ideology, yes. Otherwise, obviously, biologically, no.
So you think that men can give birth? That's fantastic. So
if they identify as a man and they're biologically female, yes, they can.
Okay, then let me refine the question for you, since this is not the topic of the debate. Yeah. Can biological men give birth?
No, not yet. I heard there's womb transplants on the way, though.
Oh Lord.
Okay.
Can a baby goat give birth if she identifies if he identifies as a male?
Got him? No.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, in terms of this one, I think you're trying to evade the whole question about birth rates. You just said that if there was an existential crisis with the birth rate, then you would promote gender roles, right? You would promote that biological
I would promote women to have more, I would incentivize them, yeah. But I don't think that's a gender role insofar as like the way we know them today. Well, it's funny because like I said, I brought up Georgia, I brought up Hungary, and they're trying to do things by saying, hey, have 5 kids, you'll pay no taxes, or like, I guess maybe the Israel example works. I think that has a lot more to do with they feel like if they don't have enough babies, they will literally not have a country anymore.
Exactly.
And they're that close to it. And I think, yeah, if we got that close to it, maybe we would have to promote that women should have more babies. But again, when I talk about gender roles, I'm not talking about, hey, what is the biological imperative? I kind of said this in my opening to avoid this because I don't think it's nearly as important as most of these other. It's not about avoiding it because I don't think it's like a thing I can defend. It's just, it doesn't matter insofar as, yeah, should we tell women that they need to have kids? I don't think we should, unless it was so existential that we had to, and I just don't think we're there yet. So it's more about the fact that, hey, should women be allowed, like, have the choice to go work? It's like, yeah, absolutely, we should say you can choose that if you want. Is it better if women are in the house? Well, if they want to do that, they should be able to. And I don't think we should say you're a bad woman or you're not a real woman if you don't do either of those things. But that's more of where I'm coming from.
Okay. And let me, Jake, for just a moment. I wanted to throw it back to Wick because he was waiting his turn for a while. I wanted to give him an opportunity, and then back to you, Jake.
A little bit. I will say
it's a lot to respond to, but yeah,
sure.
You absolutely can. Just let Wick go.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. I ditched out for a minute, so maybe I missed the answer to this question, right? Simply because my internet just had a hiccup. So if I do, just please repeat it for me. Forgive me for that. But did you ever answer Soy's question about what is a specifically like a masculine trait that only applies to men?
Yeah,
they said the give birth one, but I kind of
Yeah,
defending the country.
we're getting into
if I may respond to that.
Wick.
If I may,
if you're going to sit here and argue
not.
with me that women can exclusively defend the country and that men don't have the imperative to defend the country, then
Hold on.
we're just going to get into a territory of absurdity.
Have you ever served?
Okay, so that means that men can't defend the country. Well
have
done.
you ever
yes,
served?
Great argument. Great argument.
No, I'm just asking, just so I
great
know
argument.
how much I have to
Because
if I may, Jake,
he's
not saying that men
Yeah.
can't defend the country. He's saying that this is clearly not a gender role, that only men can do this.
Absolutely.
In fact, most men
know.
don't. I mean, like the percentage of people in the military that are men, or just people
Go
in the
ahead,
military
Wick,
period,
ask
is
your
like a very
question.
small percentage.
The reason I'm asking, right, is because I don't know how much I have to explain to you about how like our defense structure works, our defensive industrial base, or anything regarding war or anything like that works. So I need to know how much experience you have with it. Have you ever served in any capacity? No. Okay. So we have a wealth of people in the American military, right? And also in the Israeli military, which you mentioned to somehow support your point that, women can't defend the country and things like that. There's this thing called technology, and it works wonders. We have, and you can see this in the Ukraine and Russian war. A lot of the fighting now is done via drones. And sure, it's not exclusively to that, but to act as if women cannot support our defense and serve in the country, and that it is a strictly masculine trait to defend the country is just, forgive the French here, but it's bullshit.
Okay. Yeah. What's the death toll? If you look at the death toll of the Russia-Ukraine war, what is it meant to women, Wick?
Do you know?
Yeah, but do you?
What is it? Tell me.
Well, you don't. You seem like an expert about it.
I'm just asking.
You seem like an expert about warfare. So do you know what the death toll is? If you had to guess, what would it be?
And then name all the
sure
oblasts.
that more men have died than women because more men serve than women.
Well, what do you think? What do you think roughly? Like if you had to give me a percentage, how many percentage?
10 to 1, 5 to 1, something like that.
500.
Yeah, it's at least over 99% men who are dying in warfare. Do you think that's a coincidence, Wick? Do you think that's just because maybe the women are so good at combat that they're just dodging bullets, or do you think that it's because the men are the ones who are conscripted to the front line to defend the country because they're literally fighting with bayonets in some regards, and they're fighting in hand-to-hand combat? You're saying that the warfare is so different. No, it's not. This is like World War I, World War II type warfare that's happening over in Russia, Ukraine at the moment. And there's thousands and thousands of men dying every single day. So you can sit there from your little studio and say that, hypothetically, women could press a button and women could drop a bomb. But that's just not the reality of the way that things are working. And it's the exact same thing in the Israeli-Hamas war at the moment.
Maybe the women aren't dying because they're smart and they're hiding behind the drone controller, Like all the stupid
That's probably what it is. And they're probably just dodging bullets.
It's just silly, right? To think that.
Okay, tell me how it's silly.
Sure, there are women right now in the American military who help pilot drones and things like that, and these are very, very lethal weapon systems, lethal equipment. And while yes, there are places where it takes strength, who do you think would win in a fight? If I gave a woman a gun and you didn't have a gun, and I told you, you guys get to fight, and you had to put money on who's going to win that fight, who would it be?
Yeah, well, it's disanalogous. How about we say this? This is a
Answer
fair
my
analogy.
Question, please.
This is a fair analogy.
Can
if you give a man a gun and a woman a gun, who do you think is more likely to win?
The question.
Because it's a stupid question. If you give a woman a gun and she's pointing at the man and the man has no gun, obviously the woman is going to be able to kill him. But it's disanalogous, Wick, because if you have a Russian man with a gun and a Ukrainian woman with a gun, or let's say we have 20 on each side, 20 men, 20 women, the women are getting smoked every single time.
Wait, why? Women they have better training than the Russian military?
There's a whole host of factors that would allow women to just entirely smoke that regiment of men. Mostly it would come on to intelligence. Who was able to see the other people?
It's really funny how this is just not happening in reality. This is just a complete figment of your imagination, Wick. This is just not happening in reality. So you can sit here and you can argue all day, we could give the women some special forces training.
You just said
why aren't they doing that?
99% of the casualties are men. So that might suggest that the women are dying at a less high rate because they are better at it.
No, because they are not in the military. They are not in the military.
Can I try to refocus?
Okay, I'll
refocus it a little bit, Wick, because I don't think he's understanding, or maybe he's just being disingenuous. But obviously, there's more men in the military for a reason.
Yes, it's women are in the role.
Women are in the military in some supportive roles and some of the roles that you stated as well, but it's on a macro level, would you want a lot of women to join? Like his example, 20 women versus 20 men. The men would destroy them. And it's not because like Soy Pills said, let me finish. It's not because like Soy Pills said, well, they can probably destroy the men if they have better training. No, it's from a biological thing, right?
What biological imperative makes them better at shooting?
Incorrect. Biologically, men are better at reflexes. Men are better at eye-hand coordination and a multitude of other things. So biologically, they're stronger to carry the equipment. They're stronger to carry the equipment, everything. Biologically, men are just better operators at guns and everything else, bro. Women will get destroyed.
I mean, this is kind of a silly hypothetical, so I don't really jump in too much further, because I do have a question, and this kind of brings this back to this gender roles thing. So I would posit that you would both agree with this, but let me know if you don't. Do you think that men have a duty to defend the household?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
So would you say if the man's at work and someone comes in and the mom is there with the kids, does she have a duty to defend her kids?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yes.
Okay. So would you say that then we could both say, hey, parents should probably defend their children, and we can say that without gendering it, and that's totally a fine statement, and takes the positives from both of those gender roles and says, hey, why don't we promote good behavior that's going to make society flourish by saying, be a virtuous person and defend your children?
Hold on a second. Do you believe that a man has a duty to defend his household?
Yeah,
or would you put your wife in front? Okay, so then you
again,
what we believe.
See how you've like now implicated a situation where, hey, don't you think it's worse if you throw the weaker and less effective person into the fray when you have a dangerous situation? And I've completely not talked about that at all. Like, yeah, I agree.
And less effective?
I don't think you should. I also don't think that a child should be on the front line of that and say, hey, I'm going to throw my kid in front of the bullets so I can get a couple extra shots off. But I'm saying that both the man and the woman should be protecting their household to the extent of their abilities. And you don't have to say, hey, if you can't do this, you're a bad man or you're a bad woman.
Hold on a second. So just quickly, you do agree that you just said that women are weaker and less effective?
Yeah, in principle and in general. I don't think in every case, but yeah, in most cases, I would say.
So therefore, it would be yeah. Wick, do you agree?
Physically, yes.
Okay, cool. Well,
but
so
again,
then,
if my wife had a gun and I did not,
yeah.
then the one with the gun is going to be doing the work. You understand?
Okay,
right?
let's just give the women the guns. I'm sure they'll be
if
super
they happen
turned
to
on by
have
that
it,
statement.
again, you're positing this situation, right? Where like, oh,
listen, if
the
woman has the gun, she throws the gun to the man.
I guess I don't get to talk today. I guess
I just heard the collective vagina of every woman in this whole entire chat.
I want to just kind of reset the panel, and I want to just throw a funny little joke out there. I think I'm the only one here that actually has served in the military.
I served for 6 years.
Oh, I'm sorry,
yeah,
Rick, I didn't know.
Linguist. That's why I asked, right? That's why I'm bringing this up.
Yeah.
Unlike I guess you got your chatters who are like the Meal Team 6, the people like that, right? But no, I've served alongside many women in the armed services of the Air Force specifically.
I think we should carry on that line though. Just in terms, so you guys actually agree that women are weaker and less effective than men. That completely makes our point about the military thing. That you just made our point. You just completely destroyed your own argument
point
there.
That all men should serve in the military?
Is that you were saying that women can be as effective at military and that they're dying at lesser rates because they're just so damn good at it.
Well, I was joking about
I was meaning
what you guys were saying.
I was making fun of your point. You understand why I was saying that, right? Because I was making fun of your dumbass point from earlier where you said 99% of men are dying. It's because, yes, you have far more men in the military than you have women. So obviously that's going to be the case. But to act as if that means something in the case of the argument that we're having with gender roles, it is just not true. Look,
it does mean something. Let me stop you right there.
I said at the beginning, you can't stop me right there. So I said at the beginning, right? I said at the beginning of this discussion during my opening statement that I think the best person for the job that just so happens to be men in many cases. But when we go into these traditional gender roles and we make them strict and we make them restrictive, what that does is that women who might happen to be better marksmen than everyone else, right, that's around them, which can happen. I'm sure you would agree. Like, it might be rare, but it can happen. When we make these gender roles too restrictive, what we do is we lessen our ability to have the best person for the job in there. And again, while I, on general, might be way more able to carry equipment and hike farther and things like that, if a woman in my squad happens to be a better shot than me, they're going to be taking point because obviously.
So here's what I wanted to say.
Did he freeze?
No, I'm
no.
still here.
Oh,
I thought he
oh,
was
I
still.
apologize.
I'm very still at times.
How do you think he survived in the military so long?
Shoot,
I
I
couldn't
just
see
thought he
him.
froze for a second.
Camo.
But so in regards to this whole point about the military and everything like that, like it was a lot of influence behind getting men to be in the military. This is why men go towards being in the military. If you even look at like, commercials and in the 90s, there were so many commercials that was pushing forth a lot of propaganda to get men in the 90s, the 80s, the 50s, all of it. It was a lot of influence. And also the military, they have a big recruiting team to recruit men into the military. So think about if we just took that away. Think about if we took the influence away of the military influencing society to join for their service. If we took that away, there will be less men. There will most likely be less men going into the military. That would conclude to that. Yes, right?
We're not arguing to say we should get rid of military recruitment. We're saying it doesn't make you less of a man if you don't serve in the military. And this kind of goes back. We keep bringing up military. I don't know why. This is such a small minority of the population, let alone men. And to say that it's a male gender role is ridiculous because most men don't embody this at all. And that's kind of
I got you, but you're missing something because remember my question, which you never answered. My question that you never, no, you didn't answer it. My question that you never answered was when you said that people should have the freedom to choose, right? And then I said, well, influence is one of the most powerful forces out there, right? Okay. So should we influence people to adhere to gender roles or should we influence people not to? And
I said no, first of all. Let me ask you this. Do you think that telling men to go into the military is
one you said no. To that one you said no. To the other question, my follow-up, well, should we influence the masses towards feminism? You said you couldn't answer the question. You couldn't answer the question. So it seems, stop it, Soy Pill. Stop it.
Hold on.
I'll elaborate.
Hold on. David, please finish your statement, and then Soy Pill, you're welcome to respond.
Yeah, so it seems, Soy Pill and also Wick, it seems that you are okay, fully okay with promoting and influencing the masses towards sexual liberation and some degenerate behavior and away from gender roles. Well, okay, cool. Well, let's just say away from gender roles. Away from. It seems that you are okay with influencing the masses away from gender roles. That is true, but you have a problem with gender roles. You have this problem, and you even know, y'all both concluded that, well, not pushing society, you do know the positive effects of gender roles. When people adhere to gender roles, you do know the positive effects. So if we know that influence is the most powerful force, well, shouldn't we want to influence the masses towards something that we know brings about a positive result rather than a negative result? We know the negative results of feminism, but you didn't. Oh, you said, "Oh, well, no. I think that feminism is cool. It's good. It's a good thing."
No, hold on. So again, let me respond real quick, and then you can jump in because this is me not answering the question.
I think
what I said was not we need. Yeah, and I think actually we would disagree on this, Wick. So go ahead. Feel free to contradict me. I'm not saying we should promote feminism and we shouldn't promote traditional gender roles. I again spoke from a very vague term of, hey, we should promote good behaviors, and we're probably going to disagree on which those behaviors are. I'm saying those good behaviors don't need to be gendered, and I'm saying that if you're promoting feminism, you're probably going to be promoting potentially some harmful behaviors. That doesn't mean we should promote feminism. The only thing I said was, well, because feminism is such a encompassing term, if we're just going off the definition of should people be able to choose, should women have more choice in society, then I guess I'm promoting choice and you're promoting no, I think that men and women should be in this very strict kind of lane, and that's just what I want to move away from. I think that people should be able to choose what they want to choose. If that's what feminism is, then sure, but you're kind of promoting it as this like dichotomy of it's the opposite of gender roles, which to a degree it is if you think women traditionally shouldn't have more choice, but
it is the opposite of gender roles. Feminism, I mean, we all have a clear, I'm not sure what your definition of feminism is, but let's just, my definition would be that it's the move towards egalitarianism where men and women are equal. And you concluded with your own statement where Jake checked you on, that women are weaker than men. So they're not equal to a man. You actually
feminism existing as men and women are going to become the same strength.
Hold on.
You do not want to stop the promotion of feminism, but you want to stop the promotion of gender roles. It doesn't make any sense where you know yourself that feminism is rooted into nonsense. It's not even rooted into reality. You know that men are stronger than women. Look at you. You got a little tight shirt on with your muscles out. You're probably going to the gym. So you adhere to some reality. Plain
yeah,
landed.
again, real quick, I have to keep responding because
gosh,
again, I keep
just
saying
these-
feminism is just.
go
If
Soy and
I'm
then
just saying
Vic.
feminism is women having the ability to choose, if you want to make it a more specific definition, we can get into the minutia of whether or not I agree with. Hey, should we promote XYZ behavior? I just think people should be able to choose what they want, and if that's what feminism is, then I'm fine with that.
So everything is choice to you, Soy Pill.
What do you mean?
Soy, were
No,
you
I'm
done?
just. You asked me to define feminism, so I'm
So,
saying
but
in the
you're-
most vague terms.
But everything is choice to you. That's what I'm saying. So you're saying feminism is freedom to choose, gender roles is freedom to choose. Like
Well, it sounds
everything
like
is freedom
gender
to
roles
choose.
aren't
not think,
a
hold
freedom
on,
to
can I,
choose,
if
right?
I may, if
Go
I
ahead,
may,
Wick.
I just want to jump in here. Cooley, do you not think, is that your name, Cooley? Am I getting that right? I don't want to get it
Yes.
wrong. Okay.
You got it correct.
Do you not think, or do you think that women should not be able to choose what they do in their life?
That isn't what I said.
I'm asking. That's what I'm
saying that-
asking. I'm asking so I can know your answer.
I've already. So you wasn't active listening. I already answered the question, and I agreed with Soy Pill. I said, well, yeah, I do think people should have freedom of choice, but I said that
You
influence.
went on a monologue about how.
No,
how,
I said influence.
against Soy about how. Oh, is choice everything to you? And I guess to ask you that question, right? When is your line where choice is not the issue? When do women not get to choose for themselves, or men?
He's
for that
speaking
matter,
about influence, not
get to
choice.
I'm
choose?
speaking about influence. I'm saying that influence is a huge predictor on what someone is going to choose. Like
possibly,
influence creates. Stop it. Influence creates thinking. Thinking creates behavior.
Do you think that influence is a form of control?
Influence can be used as a form of control.
Okay. I think that people have the ability to break away from their influence. There's plenty of influences that I have felt in my life where I've decided, you know what, even though I'm being influenced to do a certain thing, I am a free agent and capable of free choice, and I'm able to not succumb to that influence and do other things, right? So the reason I'm advocating here tonight against this enforcement of strict traditional gender roles is because I think
influence
that influencing
of strict gender
that
roles.
society, community, etc., trying to influence people into these strict gender roles does a lot of harm to people because it restricts their choice. As you've admitted right here, it is a form of control. And I think that we should not, neither society nor the government, should be in the business of trying to control its citizens to that degree. And I think that if a woman wants to go out and enter the workforce, she should be allowed to do so and not looked down upon for doing so. And if a man wants to be a stay-at-home dad and wants his wife to go out and work, that should be their choice. Unless you're married to the guy, it shouldn't be your decision whatsoever.
Can I just
would you stop the influence of feminism? Real quick, would you stop the influence of feminism?
I think that has been pernicious in many ways too. Yes.
You would.
Yes.
Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, cheers, man. So you said that the government shouldn't be. How did you feel about the mask mandates?
How did I feel about the mask mandates? Do you think those were gendered? I think that the government has a duty to protect its citizens. I didn't like the mandate. I don't like mandates in general. I didn't like the COVID lockdowns. I didn't like the mandate vaccines, anything like that. But I don't think that these are the similar thing to society influencing its citizens to perform a certain
line of questioning, and you'll be able to understand. So did you think that it was good that people were wearing masks?
Was it good? I think it was neutral. I didn't see.
Okay. Did you think that it was good that people were getting the vax?
I think that it was neutral, neither good nor evil.
Okay. Do you think it's good that we don't? Do you think that it would be good if we don't have domestic violence?
Do I think it would be good to not have domestic violence? Sure.
Yeah. So do you think that the government should be promoting people not to engage in domestic violence?
Yes, I think there should be laws against domestic violence. I agree.
Okay. So you're saying that the government should. So you're saying that the government should promote certain behaviors?
Yes, but not gender roles.
Why? Why should they do that? Why should you? But you made a sweeping statement before. You said that the government should not be influencing people to do this. Why? Why should they influence people to do that?
If you listen to my entire statement, I said the government should not be influencing or controlling its citizens in regards to gender roles and their choices of how to live their lives and what to do. Now, obviously, there are some basic restrictions on this. I can't go out and punch someone in the face. I think it should be against the law for me to do so. I shouldn't be able to go out and choose to steal someone's stuff because it negatively impacts others. But when it comes to being a parent, right, or a stay-at-home dad, or a mom who works and things like that, I don't think that these have enough negative impacts on society to warrant the government coming in and mandating it. Do you think they should be mandated? Do you think that the government should come in and place restrictions on men staying at home instead of being in the workforce?
Well, first of all, I just want to point out that that's not what you said before. What you said before is that the government should not be in the business of influencing people like we're saying. We are saying the opposite thing. We are saying that there should be some sort of societal influence and governmental influence on good behaviors. I mean, you can try and just throw out ad hominems if you want there, but unfortunately, when you take your position here, this is how people end up with driving their white van and getting caught on Chris Hansen's To Catch a Predator. When you take your exact position here, this is how men end up in those positions. So, anyways,
wait, can you elaborate on that?
In regards to well, this is weak men who don't have a purpose.
How did you get caught by Chris Hansen?
Who don't have an imperative.
Tell us how you got caught by Chris Hansen.
I was actually going to ask you the very same thing because I mean, you look awfully familiar.
I
thought you looked really familiar.
I would be interested with an elaboration on how it gets from point A to point B. I think Soy was asking for it.
I was asking, how does lack of gender roles lead to white vans kidnapping children and?
Well, I mean, look. If you deprive men of purpose and if you deprive men of mission and the ability to be able to have a family and to be able to pursue legacy, this is when men get depressed and when men basically fall off the rails. So whenever I see these guys who end up in these really terrible situations like Wick, where he ends up on Chris Hansen's To Catch a Predator, I always think that there's just a distinct lack of purpose there, and that comes from performing your own masculine duty.
That's weird.
Yeah. So
okay, let's not go down that road.
He just talked about how I was going on Chris Hansen.
I will say we're gonna
you don't have to defend
we're gonna count that as a balance
between
between both of you. Fair across the board. That piece is done in terms of talking about men and children in that aspect.
Look, my issue is this idea that this is a.
You could still inquire, but we're gonna keep the insults of the PDF stuff to a minimum now.
Right. So my issue is, again, you keep burying this argument that we've never made that, if we don't enforce specific gender roles, then somehow men will lose purpose and they'll all start driving these white vans around. And we're not saying that you can't be in a gender role. We're saying that the influence, again, kind of to bring it back to Cooley, and I actually do acknowledge Cooley, I guess I wasn't really addressing the whole idea of what this influence is doing and where this influence should be. And what we're saying, just to be clear, is that the influence of traditional gender roles is what's causing the harm. And we can do that influence of promoting what you probably would agree is the good behavior, like, hey, men, you need purpose. Hey, men, you need to go out and be productive. Hey, woman, you need to have purpose as well. We're saying we can do this agendered. That's it. We're not saying, you can't tell people that they if they want to go in the home, that they shouldn't be able to go be productive. We should deprive them of their purpose. It's just saying, let's make sure everyone has these choices. And what we influence is behaviors that most of society could probably agree is good, right? Hey, everyone should go out and get a job and have some sort of purpose. I think we could all agree, yeah, you shouldn't be sitting inside jerking off playing video games all day and just like deprive yourself of any purpose. This is not necessarily gendered language, and we're just trying to move away from it, because if you keep it gendered, then what you're doing is saying, well, anyone who can't embody this specific role of what I have defined a man or woman to be is somehow less of a human being. And that is going to cause what you're talking about, which is these like depressed, weak men potentially going into bad places, and the same for the woman. And I think, as I stated at the beginning, this gender role and what men embody in it is so outdated that men now are a lot depressed on a whole, because they do what the society expects them to, and it's not paying off for them because it's not enough. We have to promote more behaviors that are traditionally with women.
And if I may just piggyback off that just very briefly, right? It's this idea that masculinity. One of the things that I have a problem with this conversation is I don't believe that either of you, Jake or Cooley, really know what it is to be a man. I really don't. Let me ask you this question. Do you think that we should be promoting people like Andrew Tate?
Promoting? What do you mean by promoting?
You
go for it, Cooley.
Yeah, you said promoting people like Andrew Tate.
Yes.
I mean,
is Andrew Tate a good example of masculinity?
Well, like, should the president
Andrew
invite
Tate
him into the White House and shake his hand and say, "Hey, you're cool"?
I mean, the president. Well, Obama and Biden, they definitely shook a lot of feminist hands. So yeah, for sure, they can shake Andrew Tate's hand.
No, I'm not talking about shaking hands. Do you think that Andrew Tate is a good example of masculinity?
For sure, there's many examples that he embodies that's good masculinity. I don't believe in the term of toxic masculinity, but real quick, because I see you trying to. And we'll get
women
back
and rapes them.
No, he hasn't been convicted of anything. You're a liar. So real quick, question for you, Soy Pill, because you were speaking about the purpose of men and women. Pretty much, you're saying that, and correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying that we shouldn't gender things. That's my whole thing. Your whole thing, the Soy Pill, is we shouldn't gender things. We should say, hey, here's a purpose for everyone. Here's a purpose for these people. But my question for you is, if you don't gender it, then how can someone see themselves in it?
I don't know. Have you never seen a woman do anything that you thought was like commendable in any way? Like, can you only ever see commendable behavior in people that look and sound like you? It's kind of an interesting question. I think it's very easy to see someone and say, "Hey, I respect that person regardless of their gender, and I want to embody their behavior."
That's not what
you said. How do people see themselves in it, right? Like if I say, "Hey, people should go have purpose in life. You should work hard. You should be fastidious, and you should bring home bacon." And whether or not I show you an example of a woman or a man doing that, I think is completely irrelevant to whether or not I've done a good job of promoting that.
Soy Pill. Yeah. If I say, listen, your mom tells you, hey, Soy Pill, I want you to go to the store and get some. Okay, great. She says, hey, I want you to go to the store and get some food. But she doesn't tell you specifically what to get.
Okay.
And you bring back the wrong stuff.
This is a weird analogy. I understand the problem here.
It is a problem here. Let me finish it. She tells you, hey, Soy Pill, go to the store and get me some food.
Get some
You
stuff,
go to the store and bring back some food. She said, this is the wrong food. Well, you didn't tell me what type of food you want me to get. So then you go back to the store. It takes you about 10 tries to go to the store. Then you finally bring back the right stuff. But if your mom would have said, bring back the chicken because we need that for the protein. Bring back some blueberries because you need that for your brain to operate good. She tells you specifically what type of foods to bring back so she can cook and they can nourish your body.
And did you notice like none of those instructions, no matter how specific they were, had to do with whether or not I had a penis or a vagina? And then you could just
stop it. If I tell you, right, if I'm speaking to someone, and the analogy I'm making is this: hey, you should be men. You should be protectors. You should be providers. You should have emotional control. You should love your wife. You should.
Women shouldn't have these things? I'm curious. Do you think that women shouldn't have these things?
Yeah. Should women have more emotional control? I think they should.
I didn't even finish. You guys cut me off.
Well, because every good thing you're about to say, regardless of what it is, I think can be applied to both things unless you're talking about a biological imperative.
I didn't even finish. Yeah. So I know that you look at these things as being gender neutral roles, right? But they're not exactly gender neutral roles. So like I said before in my opening, men have a natural propensity and women have a natural propensity to be attracted and repulsed by certain things in the opposite sex. Attraction isn't symmetrical, it's asymmetrical. So like you're attracted to certain characteristic traits in a woman and she's not attracted to those same characteristic traits in you. That's just life. Magnets attract, opposites attract, right? So what I'm saying is there's certain things that men need to embody as a man, and he needs to be told specifically by his father, you should embody these. So then he can go out there and embody them and find them. If you just don't tell him anything, it's like the analogy I'm saying, he's just going to the grocery store and getting the wrong food, embodying the wrong behaviors, maybe embodying all these feminine type of characteristic traits, which women are not attracted to. So then this man grows up and he's involuntary celibate. He can't mate with a chick because he got all these feminine characteristic traits because he didn't have a father there to tell him, hey, I need you to identify with this. You need to embody this. So we need to gender things so people can see themselves in it.
Okay, that's my point. What you're saying. I have a lot of qualms with it. Like, first of all,
I don't. Well, please help me because I'm lost, man.
Well, so what I'm trying to say is, look, there's a biological imperative of attraction, and in general, because there are traditionally masculine things that women are. Tell me if I'm wrong, by the way, Cooley. Because there are things that are traditionally embodied by men, and most women find these things attractive. Therefore, we should promote that behavior because if not, you're going to have a society of people who will never be able to find a mate. Everyone's going to be despondent, and nothing will ever
Sure,
progress
I
from
think
there. Is
that
that kind of what you're
promoting
saying,
Andrew
Cooley?
Tate as masculine is going to drive birth rates off a cliff. It's just gonna like no one should
Yeah,
listen to either
Wick,
of
he
these
wasn't
clowns
talking
ever
to you, man.
again.
Y'all on the
They're
same
just
team. He was
crazy.
asking me a question.
I thought this was going to be an interesting discussion, but it turns out that you guys are promoting Andrew Tate, and I'm like, okay, well, you don't understand what masculinity is on the
Bro, what do you
level.
promote, Barney? Let me ask you, what do you promote, Barney?
Promote Barney. What I
Yeah,
promote
you look
is
like you
freedom of
promote
choice.
Barney.
What I promote is love of country, patriotism. What I promote, sir, is actual masculinity, right? So maybe sit down and learn from a
let me
man.
ask you
I'm
a
sorry that
question.
your dad
I'd
TV?
like
makes
to
me
kick
this
it back to Soy because I don't think you were
What's Matt?
finished
Real quick,
talking.
please,
Hold
please.
on,
I want to
hold
just
on,
ask him.
because Soy was interrupted, and then the two of you can do all of this.
But he was
after.
interrupted by his own teammate.
I understand.
So let me answer his teammate. Let me reply back.
Wait,
to
I don't want to be
teammate
cut.
said.
I want to interrupt my interruption. All right, can I do that?
Yeah, go
Can I
ahead,
keep talking?
David,
Yeah,
please
okay.
allow
So-
Soy to finish his thought.
So this idea that, well, men need to be this very specific masculine role because as a society, like most women are attracted to this thing and this things like otherwise things won't progress. Is that kind of what was I accurate in determining that was kind of what your argument was, that if we don't embody these things, society as a whole collapses because of the natural things that women are attracted to?
I'm not saying as a whole. What I'm saying is there's always exceptions to every rule, right? So even if people
For majority. Right,
for majority, yes. So even if we push a whole lot of propaganda, the crazy thing is biology and nature always wins. You can try to nurture society and to do some nonsense to go against their biological proclivities. You can try to nurture that, but nature in due time will win, right?
Why are you worried about promoting anything if nature's going to win, right?
Well, guess what? That could take some years from now. I want my children. Do you guys have kids? Probably don't have kids. Probably never planted your seed in anything. And then you got Wick over here talking about, you're not even a man. You're not even masculine. I got multiple kids, been planting my seed all the time. So anyways.
Do you think that makes you a man?
Okay.
Well, okay, what can I ask?
Do you think that makes you a man to impregnate random women?
Who said random? What makes you a man, Wick TV? How do you know you're a man? Yeah, no. How do you know that you're a man?
So am I a man if I impregnate your partner?
How do you know that you're a man?
I think one of and I do appreciate this question in all honesty, because I think we do need to talk about what masculinity actually is, right? I think masculinity is self-control, responsibility, right? And that's what I think that a lot of forgive me for saying this, but your side lacks, is responsibility, taking responsibility for one's own place in the world. It's not the evil woke or the evil feminism that is causing you problems. It's your choices, right? Take some responsibility, man up, pull yourself up by the bootstraps, and recognize that you will have to adjust to the world around you, right? You will have to adjust to how the world works and operate within there. I think men should be protectors and providers, but so should women in their spheres as well. I think that these are good traits that I want both my daughters to learn and my sons, my nieces and my nephews, my women friends and my male friends. I want them all to embody these traits, because I think it's important. When I think of manhood, I think that the biggest word that comes to mind is responsibility. And that's what I think that we need to be teaching, not gender roles or anything like that. It's, hey, be a responsible person, a responsible adult. Take responsibility for your actions. Take responsibility for your choices. And if things are, if you're struggling, figure out why and fix it.
Hey, Wick, I actually agree with you, but I do think that you need to stop being responsible to all them Twinkies and hit the gym, because you saying something, but you're not practicing what you're saying. We can see it. We can see that you are not practicing what you're saying.
Critique my physique next. Okay, I guess not. Cooley, could you point me to something that be what you would consider a promotion of a masculine trait that is exclusive or not exclusive, that is not exclusive to the current time period we live in? So something you're like, oh, well, women are attracted to XYZ thing. I think if you look at a lot of the things that society today expects of men, I mean, now everyone's got like broccoli hair and skinny jeans. You probably wouldn't find that particularly masculine, but a lot of women are into that stuff. A lot of women are into these like girly men K-pop things. And you look across like all these societies, all these different times in history, and a lot of this, like what is masculine has changed all the time. I think the only like really through line is that men biologically biologically are the ones who are going to give the sperm, and women biologically are the ones who are going to receive the seed. And while you might have those biological influences kind of pushing people in different directions, gender-wise, of like, oh, you know, in the BC times we had hunter-gatherers because women weren't as strong. I think today, and you kind of mentioned this in your opening, today we do have all this technology. Today we do live in a modern society, and today we don't need those gender roles the same way we used to. That's kind of our whole point. So could you point to like a specific thing like that men need to embody that otherwise women won't like them?
Yeah, I think that there's a bunch of them. And if you're going to be a broccoli-haired soy boy or whatever, then you're just not going to do very well with women. And oftentimes when you look at this whole K-pop phenomenon, the one thing that they all have in common is that these K-pop guys have a very high social status. So that is what the women are looking at in those regards. If you get some random broke, broccoli-haired soy boy with skinny jeans, he's just not going to do well with women, and that's just not borne out by reality. But if he's a part of a boy band that's performing in front of 100,000 people, then yeah, women look at social status. And the reason why they look at social status is because those men are able to provide, and those men are guys who other people look up to, and women are inherently attracted to that feature. And those men have influence, and women are very attracted to men who have influence. So to say that that there is no real sort of like through line or commonality between what women are attracted to in regards to masculinity, that's just bullshit.
See,
women
this is how I know that
I can testify.
Women,
Women,
hold on a second. Women are attracted to good physiques with men. Women are not attracted to guys who look like Teletubbies, okay? Women are attracted to men who have earning potential. They're attracted to high status males. They're attracted to men who have some sort of a social standing.
Why do poor people have more kids?
Look, and this is to the audience.
They don't have as much
women,
birth control.
You don't have to be a K-pop star, but being good at music, and I can testify to this, really helps. Just have a skill.
Well,
right?
save some pussy for the rest of us, Wick.
If you're good at drums, right? Don't worry, right? You'll get yours. I'll save a few for you, okay? But look, there will all be of age though, so just letting you know.
Hey, soy pill.
Can you
real quick,
to your partner?
But like this idea that you
I want to hear his answer.
Status and things like that. Status is absolutely something that people are attracted to. But that's not just something only women are attracted to. Men are attracted to status as well. And again, like this idea that you have to be rich and things like that, all these help. But have a skill, have a talent. It really helps. Trust me.
What was the question?
Well,
Hey, Wick. So the same question that the soy pill asked us. What would you do to attract a woman? You said music. Other than music, what would you do to attract a chick?
Music? Well, it depends on the woman, right? I'd
How do you get chicks?
Find attractive, and then I'd do that.
Generally speaking,
ritual
how do you
mating dance is typically involved at some point.
Yeah, exactly.
Generally
right?
speaking,
Like if you're
how
good
do you
at
get chicks?
unironically, learn to dance. You go to you learn some swing dancing, things like that. You go to a ballroom dancing place. Man, oh man, women love dancing. Yeah.
So women love dancing and music.
The absurdity of all this, because like what we're all talking about is like,
do you not think they do?
Oh
if
my
a man
God,
can dance, do you not think
some
women
like
find that
dancing.
attractive?
But the point is, we're talking in these.
No. I want to hear Wick keep on spitting game.
Wick.
Wick, spit game. Tell us. Give us the formula.
How do you approach
you can
the woman,
subscribe
Wick?
to my podcast. You ain't getting the milk for
Wick has
free.
status. Okay, he's got this big podcast. All these big people on.
You got to pay me if you want me to help you out, and I can help you out. I understand both of you struggle, right? But you can help.
No, Wick, I don't think that any woman on this planet would choose to lay down with you and allow her to pregnate you.
You don't think in general.
I don't think that. I truly don't think that. I think that you don't have the ability. So if you think about it, since the beginning of time, about 90% of women procreated, about 40% of men procreated. So there was a lot of men that didn't procreate at all. Wick, I think that you're going to be one of them.
Well, you can think that.
I truly think it. Please let me know, what would you do and what would you say to court a woman? Because we're speaking about gender.
We had a whole conversation about that.
And you said music and chicks. So look, if you see a woman, real quick.
Okay, I'm going to let this play out for just a couple more minutes on dancing and spitting game, and then we can get.
Tell you what,
question to Wick. No, Wick, stop. Wick, stop. Question to you. Here's my question.
Okay,
I'm going to give you the scenario and tell me what would you do. No. I'm going to give you a scenario and tell me what will you do to get the woman's number. And then get the first date. So you meet the woman at I'm gonna make it simple for you, Starbucks. What are you saying to this chick to bag her number and then to take her out on a date? because we need to make sure you procreate. Matter of fact, I don't even, let me stop. No, I'm gonna say it. I don't even think people like you should procreate, but I'm gonna still try to help you out to procreate. So go ahead, let me know how you're gonna get a chick.
Well, I'm thank you for thinking about my procreation. That's a little weird, man, but okay.
No, it's not weird. We're talking about gender roles.
Right? Okay, fair enough. But look, this is the problem with these questions, right? Like, you have to be in the moment. You have to actually be talking to a woman. And forgive me, but I have trouble looking at you and then trying to spit game because I'm just not attracted to you, brother. I'm sorry.
No, you being weird now, bro. This is how I.
You're the one that made this weird. You just sat there and you said, I want you to give me your top tips on picking up women at Starbucks.
Oh,
that's
man.
Weird. That's weird.
But the ironic thing is here, we're speaking about gender roles, and before a nation starts, a relationship needs to start. So yeah, we can speak about it from the individual level of gender roles, and we can speak about it on the societal level of gender roles, right? So this is important in this debate. I need to know, and I'm sure the chat wants to know too, if you are so hyped up on we should abolish gender roles, tell me how you would pick up a chick. Do you even have the ability to get a girl?
I don't think
the Raging Tomato has officially turned into a speed dating show. I will have 7 lovely ladies prepped backstage for
we can do that. Hold on. Actually, coolly. If at some point you want, we can make a contest of this. We'll make a game. We'll monetize this shit, okay? We can bring some women on, have a
You must hate your money.
Oh, no.
You must hate your money.
Money where your mouth is, brother. Come on.
Yeah, I'll definitely put a lot of money on that.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Come on, Cooley. You scared?
Okay, can I go back to the question I asked Cooley, which I promise you was not how do you pick up chicks? It was what was the traditional masculine role that you should tell someone to embody in order for society to progress that is somehow exclusive to this time, or that is not exclusive to this time, that has kind of been a perpetual thing throughout all of history.
Yeah, I mean, Jake answered it, but yeah, you should tell a man to embody certain characteristic traits, like to be decisive. That's a masculine trait. Women are indecisive. They don't know what they want to eat. So a man should be decisive. You should also tell a man to be dominant to an extent. You should tell him to have integrity.
Wait, can I ask a question? Because I want to go through some of these one at a time. Like, do you think in the cavemen days,
one at
they
a
were
time,
like,
sure,
saber-tooth or mammoth, and like the woman couldn't decide, or do you think they just kind of got what they needed because it was like a biological imperative to survive and eat? Like, do you think that those roles existed back then? The idea that they should be decisive.
Decisiveness,
your example is women can't decide what to eat, and that's why they're naturally like indecisive.
Decisiveness is a huge thing that back in the saber-toothed tiger days and caveman days they needed to have. You
think women shouldn't be encouraged to be decisive?
I'm not saying that women shouldn't be encouraged to be decisive. Women are naturally not decisive. That's the difference. You get what I'm saying? Men are more decisive than women. Say that again.
Do you think women are indecisive because of gender roles, or do you think it's like purely biological? If we didn't have any society,
no. If we're comparing the two, if we're comparing the two, and I think that men should strive to be in a leadership position. So a leader should be decisive. A leader should be able to make a decision, a quick decision too. Sometimes at the snap of a finger, depending on if danger happens and stuff like
women
that.
Should do this
so
too,
if you're going back to saber-toothed tiger days, caveman days, the man would need to be decisive to make a quick decision to save his children and his family. Yes.
And do you think women shouldn't be decisive of when to run and when to hide when the saber-toothed tiger is attacking them? This is, again, every single good thing you're saying, women should be as well,
but
right?
Guess what?
Like, which of these things are exclusively men?
No,
that's what I asked.
Nobody's speaking in monoliths, though.
I was listening to them. Yeah, you're looking.
No one's speaking in monoliths. Like you're trying to
act
like
we
it's
agree,
just
because
that men
I think
just purely
as a monolith,
100%. You've been speaking in monoliths, and he's been speaking in monoliths, and he's been saying that, well, this is just something that is just completely. We're not saying that it's completely exclusive, but what we're saying is that outliers don't make the rule. We've actually made that distinction many times during this debate. So when you're talking about this, you yourself admitted before that women are weaker and less effective than men. So if women are by and large weaker and less effective than men, then that burden is generally speaking going to fall upon the man. And it should be good that men are able to actually take that burden and are actually able to run with it. And the burden of being able to protect your family. So if there is an intruder, the man should be able to go and sort out
how
the
often
intruder.
do you think
Just
that
like back in
protecting
the
your
day,
family
if
is
there was a
happening to, like,
saber-toothed
people in
tiger,
America?
if there was a
Let him
saber-toothed
finish.
tiger, bro's going to pick up his spear and he's going to try and fight the saber-toothed tiger while the woman runs away if she has to. This is just a commonality throughout history. Men have to harness that ability. Sure, if there isn't a man around and the woman is just there with the children, like the home invader situation, then sure, the woman will be responsible for protecting the children. But in an ideal sense, we don't want that situation. We want the man
ideally, like
to be
we
the
said, we want
protector,
the
and
best
so do you.
person
So I don't
doing
really
the
get
thing
your
that they're
argument.
the best at, right?
Yeah.
Right. So we can say that everyone should protect their children. And hey, if you're the strongest
my
person in
days.
the room, then you should be the one doing it. And when you say I'm the one speaking of monoliths, this entire time you guys have been saying women like this, men like this. And it's like, that's the monolith, right? I'm saying
No,
that
we're
there are
speaking
exceptions and they should be
we're
able to
speaking
choose
in
other
generalities.
things.
You're the one
We're
who's
speaking
trying to
in generalities.
And I'm saying that generally you don't have to say all of these things are prescriptive to all of these people, and that people should have the freedom to choose what they want, and we don't need to promote them and say, hey, if you don't do this specific thing, you're a bad man. If a guy, I think if both of you would agree, right? If a guy doesn't protect his family, he's like a bad person, right? He's a coward. He's just not a good person, right? And if a woman did the same thing, she's probably also a coward, right? Now, you can say he has more of a responsibility because he would, with great power, right? He would be better at it. But we're saying that you shouldn't promote specifically, hey, only men should do this and only women should do this. That's all I'm saying. And if you agree, if you agree it's not a monolith, then we actually agree in this debate.
It's just a contradiction, because you have yourself said that men are more effective, and if men are more effective, and if that burden is generally speaking going to fall upon the man, and you yourself just said that they're cowards and they're pussies if they don't do it, which is true, then we should be encouraging men to be able to shoulder that burden and do it the most effective way possible. So if that situation does arise, then the man can handle that situation. So yes, we should be encouraging men to be able to handle that situation. We're not speaking in a monolith, we're speaking in a generality. We understand that Game of Thrones lady does exist out there. There's probably some big old Russian woman who's 7 foot tall, and she married a hobbit because that just is what she's into, and she's trained with firearms and she's trained with swords, and she's an absolute killer, and her husband's not. That probably exists in the far reaches of Russia somewhere. I understand. But generally speaking, the societal burden falls upon men, and you see this with the death rate in war. This is played out in material reality.
Why do you keep bringing up war when it's such a small minority of men? This isn't a man role.
Because it's the most pertinent example of what we're talking about. It's the fact that men
that
actually do shoulder that burden, and they always have throughout history. So you can try.
Hold on. Let Jake finish, Soy, and then
I would
and then you
appreciate
can
that.
respond.
Well, he's doing his little show
Yeah.
here.
We
I'd like
do need to
Soy
land the
Pill.
plane. We do need to land the
Soypill,
plane.
you have prattled so many times throughout this debate where we've just let you go on for minutes and minutes, and you
and if
switch
you
from
listened,
topic to
you wouldn't
topic
have
to
to
topic.
keep replying to it. You could
Go
actually
ahead,
just
Jake.
understand.
Soy, relax. So yeah, what we're saying here is that it's actually just rather simple. What we're talking about is borne out in material reality. We see this every single day because there are wars happening around the world where men are dying, and it is men who are being conscripted. We see this throughout history. There has never been an entire army of women. Men have always fought the battles. We have always been burdened by this, and we understand that if our country was to go to war tomorrow, you guys would probably also have to face conscription, just as they did in Vietnam. If there was a big war tomorrow, you guys would have your name in the ballot, and it wouldn't be women, it would be men. So men have to shoulder that as a collective, and this is borne out in reality. And we're not talking monoliths; we're speaking generalities.
Can I speak? Okay, so look, would you say that being a Navy SEAL is like a male gender role?
Yes.
Why?
How many Navy SEAls are women?
As far as I know, 0. There might be like some small exception.
Okay, so there you go.
So yeah, when 7 times 10 to the negative 4% of men are Navy SEAls, this is somehow a gender role for the whole gender? Or is it, hey, exclusively men can be this very specific subset of this special agency, but most men don't do this. Just like most men don't join the military, most men don't fight in wars. Men do fight in wars, and in some places they exclusively fight. But this idea that this is a male gender role is just ridiculous, because either you don't understand what I'm saying when I say gender role, or you have some conception that every male has to go join the military, which is not the case. Conscription exists, but they're not conscripting 170 million men. This is so stupid. Obviously this is not a male gender role. Most men don't fight. Most men aren't in the Navy SEAls. A male gender role is, hey, what does society expect a man to do? And it's not join the Navy SEAls.
Yeah, and let's talk about reality for a minute.
No, hold on a second. I have to respond to that. You could not have brought up a worse point. There are precisely 0 female
you didn't listen
Navy
to a thing I
SEAls out
just
there.
said, did you?
And do you know why that is? Is because biologically they cannot pass the test. That is
And,
something that
can you
is
pass the test?
exclusive to males.
Can you pass the
it's
test,
something that
Jake?
is
I'd like
exclusive
to turn
to
it back
males.
to.
It
I'd like to
doesn't
turn it
matter.
back
It's just
to.
Oh,
a
it doesn't.
non-argument.
Oh, it's almost like you're not less of a man for not being able to be a Navy SEAL, and like that, calling that a gender role is a complete obfuscation of what a gender role is. And just because something is an exclusively male thing does not mean that it is a gender role. It means that only men can meet the criteria because it's a merit-based society and it's a merit-based.
It's hard to
criteria for
believe
being
how much you
physical.
actually contradict yourself in one statement.
Do you not
It's
understand? Okay,
ridiculous.
what do you think a gender role is?
No, I'd like to turn it
No,
to Wick.
please.
He
This
was
is
waiting.
like the crux of the debate. He clearly doesn't understand
I'd
my
like to
definition.
turn it
Maybe
to
that's
Wick,
on me, but he
Wick,
thinks that a
did you
gender
have
role is
something
something that
to add?
2,000 people do. So what the fuck is he
Go,
talking about?
hold on. Go ahead, Wick. Add in, and then we can let Jake respond.
I understand, but like, let's talk about reality for a minute, right? Because I don't think your side is engaging with reality and the reality that I see play out every day. Right? When we talk about like which has the burden to protect the home, I think that men have a duty to and responsibility to protect their family, but women also have a duty and responsibility to protect their family. And I think that if you're being invaded, right, if your home is under attack, then I think that the most successful households are the ones that work together, hand in hand, men and women working together to fight off the intruder, more than just a single man saying, women, go hide in the closet while I do my man stuff, because obviously 2 is better than 1 in this case. Like, look, when we talk about reality, we got to utilize all of our talents, all of our abilities, all of our individual traits to help the whole. And I think that, again, focusing on these gender roles and trying to strictly enforce them or heavily influence the society to push people into these roles, again, as I said at the beginning, stymies our ability to be productive. It makes us worse off. And we can see this in reality because the countries that have moved away from the more strict adherence to gender roles have outperformed by leaps and bounds the countries that have gone more strictly into the patriarchies and things like that. When you look at like the Middle East, for example, as most of those countries, right, have gone in very strict adherence to gender roles, and they're doing far, far worse than the more Western egalitarian countries. So when we look at what works, let's deal with reality here, okay? What reality has told us over and over again in the last 50 years is that the Western world is winning. Egalitarianism is winning. Your ideology or whatever it is that you preach is simply ineffective.
Look, Wick, I think that one thing that we can definitely ascertain from that is that what Cooley said before about you not being able to reproduce is becoming more and more evident.
Thing I want.
Becoming more and more evident every day. But this is actually very important. This is very important. You'll see.
They don't respond to things I say because they know that they're
Gentlemen.
wrong. They know that
Wick,
they're
Pardon me, gentlemen. I'm going to eat up the screen now. If you don't play well with each other, then I just take my ball and go home. Okay, Jake, please finish. Cooley, I believe you had a thought to add in, and then we'll get back to you, Wick. Okay.
Yeah. Cooley, you're jumping straight after this, but I was just going to say that, Wick, if you go salsa dancing and you put like a nice colorful shirt on, you and your girl out salsa dancing, and you get home, and then there's an intruder in the home, and if you say, okay, baby, let's share this role. All right, I want you to take. You see how lonely your seed becomes, okay? You see how lonely that seed of yours becomes, Wick, because women. Yes, you put the woman in the closet, my friend. You don't get the woman on the front lines. You put the woman in the closet. If there's a fight that breaks out in the street, she goes behind you. She should instinctively know to get away from the conflict as soon as possible and get far away.
I don't know why you're dating all
Have you
these
ever seen those
bitch-made
videos?
weak women
I don't know
who
if you
can't
guys have ever
fight
seen those
Let
videos
him
where
talk
there's a
through.
fight happening in the middle of the street and the guy is having the fight and the chick tries to get involved in the fight and she's like grabbing him and then the guy gets knocked out because his chick was distracting him? That's you, Wick. That's you.
Damn.
Lonely seed, and you're going to end
you
up
watch
KO'd.
these videos, Wick?
So Wick, I got a question for you, Wick. I got a question for you,
respond
Wick.
to that before he asks a
Yeah,
question?
sure. Go ahead.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
If,
Say
if he
something
allows
good,
it,
Wick.
yes. If he allows
Okay,
it,
fair enough.
yes.
Then I'll say this, right? This idea, right, that yes, if women help poorly, then it goes poorly. Absolutely. But I like women what I'm attracted to is competence. Okay. I like women who challenge me. I like women who are able to help me be the best person I can be. And I know you guys are laughing at this because
No,
you
it's
aren't able
someone super
to.
chatted they'd smash you, so clearly they've been proven wrong. Super chat spoke with their money, so
A mash wick. I don't know what a mash is.
I
but
think
that's
they meant to
weird.
write an S.
I'm sure
instead
that
of an
they
A.
did, but spelling like thinking like anything really is
rejected by
not
Wick. He wants competent
exactly
spellers.
in
Get
their
the fuck out,
purview.
chatter.
But when it comes to exactly. If you're gonna actually insult me, make it funny at least. Make it interesting, right? And then I'll respect you. But this idea that like women have no place and should hide, right? Look, if they are bad at helping, then fair enough. But I want a woman who would help me defend my home. I want a woman who would help me defend my family. Because if a woman doesn't care enough about their home to help defend it, then that's not a woman I want in my life.
You know, Wick,
Hell
I
yeah.
agree with you. That's one thing we have something in common here. Chat, I want y'all to know, me and Wick got this in common. I think that he actually does want and also need women to challenge him and help push him to be more masculine and more of a man because that's what he lacks at. So, question for you real quick, in regards to both of you actually can answer this one. What duties does women have that men don't? Because Soy Pill, you listed a lot of duties that men have. You talk about, war and stuff like this and the duty of
That's not all
protection.
men,
And
so.
Yeah, of course, that's not all men. But
not even a majority.
Can you point out a duty? Well, the thing is this. Men do have a duty to protect and to provide. If men didn't have that duty, we wouldn't live in America. That is true. America wouldn't be a first world country. It will be more like a third world country. We'll be taken over by another country because men wouldn't be in the military to protect us, right? So we do need men actually have to have that duty to protect. Just like in Ukraine, women are leaving, but the men, they have to stay there and they have to fight. This is what the government enforces men to do. So the government enforces men to adhere to certain masculine male duties. My question to you is, should the government enforce women to adhere to any womanly feminine duties?
So
because they do enforce us. We got to sign up for selective service. Women don't.
I think women.
I think women should be conscripted, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I think women should
in
sign up
there.
for the selective
In fact,
service.
put them on the front lines because I don't want to get shot. Put them in front.
Okay. So that's.
I don't agree.
You're being disingenuous. Let's be serious.
No, I'm being serious
that.
about the first part.
Go
I
ahead,
do think
Vic.
that women should be conscripted in the same way. I don't think it's fair that you should just say, "Hey, these people."
Conscripted in what way? In the same
I think
duties
to
as the
go into
man?
the military and do all the roles that they're
hold
currently
on,
doing in the military, and which is a vast amount of roles and doesn't have to be the front lines, which is not a very large part of men,
who are
period, but also not a very large part of the
generally-
military.
Men who are conscripted
So
in America.
Hold on, I want to
men
give
who
it to
are-
Wick. He was trying.
Men who are conscripted generally don't serve on the front lines. You guys understand that, correct? Right? Generally, in most combats, right? At least in America, I can't speak for other countries, but I can't speak for America, right? Conscripts who are drafted up are perform more backline roles, logistics generally, right? When it comes to should women sign up for the selective, have to be required to sign up for the selective service? Yes, I think they should. Do I think that women should be sent to the front lines? I think that if women wants to be on the front lines and can demonstrate a capacity to be at the front lines without lowering standards, then why not? However, I do think that in general, because men are stronger at average, that even if you keep the standards the same, more men will qualify for those standards than women. But I don't think that the government should be forcing women to have babies, if that's what you're asking.
What? Okay, so what I'm saying is this. I'm not saying that at all, but I'm saying that the government enforces men to adhere to some duty. And, there's women that's the exception. Like you said, I'll give you that. But are there any other duties that the government should make women adhere to?
Well, I'll answer this. And like I said, I think that if it became such an obvious existential problem that within a generation or two, we wouldn't exist as a human species because people aren't having babies, I think it would be the time for the government to step in and say, hey, women, you have to have more babies. In the same way, I'm not really for conscription unless it is a existential and immediate threat. So in Ukraine right now, I would say that's an existential immediate threat. Their country is going to be taken over. I'd say World War II would qualify for that. I'd say Vietnam isn't, right? We're shipping all our people over to a place that they don't need to be to enforce our will because of some Cold War agenda. And I don't think you should conscript people for that. So yeah, in an existential scenario, you should draw on these biological imperatives that humans have and say, look, the government needs to step in and do something here, because if we don't, we'll all die. But that's a very specific scenario. And again, we're talking about normal day-to-day life. What should men do? What should women do? This is like so far beyond the pale of what like actually happens and what we should be encouraging, that yeah, in these specific scenarios, you can get me to say we should tell them to do their biological functions, but this is just not what's currently happening in a vast majority of places.
So you think that in Japan and South Korea, they should do that?
It depends on how bad it gets and what the projections are, but I'd have to look into
1.2.
exactly.
Let me tell you. So the curve, when you look at population growth over the last sort of like 100 years or so, there was an exponential curve upwards for a little while, but then now it goes exactly the same on the way down. So then you've got places like Japan and South Korea that are about 1.2 birth rates, and this is absolutely an existential crisis for the Japanese people and the South Korean people, right? And America is on the same trajectory, because you keep going down, and in a generation or two, maybe one generation, you guys are going to be in the same place there where it becomes an existential crisis. So you're saying that don't worry about it until the shit really hits the fan. The shit is inevitably going to hit the fan unless you do something about it.
No, I said don't worry about it unless you have some sort of anthropological that show when it would become a problem.
Got it. So you shouldn't be proactive?
No, this is exactly what I'm saying. Look, if you can show the projections, like, look, if you don't do this by this time, like, we're going to have a problem, then yeah, I think the government needs to step in. Now, I would consider that we're not currently there. And even in places where we are worried about this, like I said, with Georgia, Hungary, or all these places where they're trying to promote traditional roles, it's just not working, right? Like, I think you'd have to be really, really extreme with it then at a certain point and say that, hey, look, we're just forcing women to give birth. It would have to become some like Handmaid's Tale-esque thing, because the degree to which we're incentivizing it in these other places is not working. By the way, I didn't realize you were Australian, Jake, but now I'm even more insulted by the fact you keep saying we and having to go to the military.
Wait, are neither of you American?
Like, you are fucking in Australia, buddy.
Wait. So just quickly, what were the last few wars that Australia fought in? Can you tell me?
I don't think there's any.
You don't know. Yeah. So you don't know that Australia fights in every single war that America fights in. Good one. Did you fight in every single war? The Vietnam War, the Australians got conscripted. The Iraq War, the Afghanistan War, the Australians always fighting the exact same wars as America. So maybe educate yourself. If you're going to make claims like that, maybe make sure you have some sort of.
I'm just saying you shouldn't lump yourself in. I'm not pretending to be in the military. Just you're like, it's my male gender role, and you fucking sit inside and podcast all day like a little bitch. But I do that too, so I'm not trying to pretend I'm better than you.
Ooh, yeah, so Soy Pill, it's funny that you say that, you know, when I asked you that question, you went on this, you know, long-winded answer, but you essentially said that, you know, only like if it gets to an extreme where we actually need to enforce women to adhere to some duty and men to adhere to their duties and stuff like that, then we need to do it. So you would wait to pretty much, I'm saying that you're looking at things from a reactional standpoint. Yes. What me and Jake are saying here is we're looking at it from a proactive standpoint. And since influence is a very powerful force, if you influence the masses, right, to do these things, it wouldn't have to come where you need to be proactive and the world turns into Handmaid's Tale.
And wait, no, Wick, let me really quickly respond, because the problem is, again, you have to show me that somehow by enforcing these gender roles, we're going to now have replacement rates. What again, if you go look at any of these studies, this is not borne out in the data. This is not promoting these things does not get people to have more babies. This is a problem widespread across the world. So yeah, sure, I think it would be better if we could just say, hey, socially, we should probably have some sort of, you know, expectation of some woman to do this, because if they did, then we wouldn't get to this existential thing. But it's not happening that way, and this isn't going to stop it from happening.
You know why?
But there is an example. Let me just really quickly give you an example. If you look at Romania in the 1960s, they wanted to address their birth rate. So what they did was they took away abortion and contraception. It went from 1.9 to 3.7 in a few years. So yeah.
Okay, well, if that were to be borne out, I don't know if that's what's happening in Hungary or Georgia, where they're trying these very, very aggressive things. It's really just not working in the same way. And I think we live in a different time than the 1960s. I don't think that's necessarily going to work. But if that's what needs to happen, if it's an existential crisis, I understand. And that's why I'm saying, yeah, I prefer the people to have choices and be able to make their own choices until it gets to a point where the choice between, hey, do I want people to have freedom or will we cease to exist as a species comes up? And then I say, yeah, I guess in that trolley problem, I will throw away choice because otherwise we will will all die, and choice
Yeah,
won't matter.
but
That's when it
soy
matters.
pill. The thing is,
hold on. I
okay,
did
go
want to
ahead.
give Wick, and then
Yeah,
back to you,
sure.
David. Thank you.
All right, cool.
There are examples of governments in the modern day trying to incentivize their population to have more kids, right? And I think that there was a man, I forget if it was the Netherlands or Sweden. So forgive me if I get the exact name of the country wrong here, but they're, for example, saying, hey, if you are a woman and you have so many kids, you don't have to pay taxes for the rest of your life. And I think these are perfectly thank you. I think these are perfectly fine incentives to make. I think there are good incentives and there are bad incentives. There are good ways to promote things and there are bad ways to promote things. And I think that what Hungary is doing with the tax breaks and things like that are very good incentives. And I think that, like, when we talk about these existential crises, I'll just ask you, do you think that the Japan, because you've mentioned that a few times, Jake, do you think that they are in a state where you think that the government should force women to have kids?
No, I don't think that there should be any force, but I think that there should be incentive, and there should be government propaganda campaigns that incentivize women to have children. So
what if that doesn't work?
That doesn't work.
The things.
Yeah, what if
so
that didn't
if
work?
you just let me speak for more than 7 seconds,
but your
then I'll
point
be
doesn't
able
matter.
to,
What
then
if
I'll
it
be able
doesn't
to
work?
actually extrapolate on the point that I'm making. I'll be able to build it out, right? So if you look at what they're doing in Hungary at the moment, what they did was they gave tax incentives to women to have X amount of babies, right? And then eventually, if they have 4 children or more, then they won't pay income tax for the rest of their life. That managed to flatline the birth rate for a little while, but it didn't actually manage to raise the curve. So in Japan and South Korea, what they're now doing is they're getting in immigrants from all around the world, and they're a very culturally homogenous country, so they don't want to be doing that. But what they need to be doing is to be having government propaganda campaigns and also incentivizing like family structures, etc. Families to look after the kids. There needs to be some sort of like a national campaign.
Wait, can you give a fourth example that's like
children?
The exact same thing and then answer our question?
Yeah,
I'd like to turn it to David because it was his turn. If you wanted to add on to that.
I mean, the question that I was going to ask was, because the thing is, I keep moving the goalpost so much. So let me just get it back on, I think the argument and the question and also the contradiction that you don't realize. But anyways, here we go. Mm-hmm. So Soy Pill, again, you said that you are okay. You would not stop the promotion of feminism. You would not stop the promotion of feminism.
What do you mean by feminism? If you can't define it, I can't help you there because I don't know what you're asking me to say.
Egalitarianism.
That everyone should be equal in every metric, or that we should genuinely treat people the same?
Both.
Okay. No, I think we should not promote that. I don't think that you should force egalitarianism. I don't think you can force opportunity.
No, not force. I said promote.
I don't think we should promote the idea that everyone needs to have the exact same outcomes. No, not outcomes.
Well, okay, so not outcomes.
So if I'm saying we should promote that we should treat everyone to some degree of respect equally, then yeah, I think I'll support that.
No, like men and women are equal. Pretty much, women, you can go out there and do everything that a man can do.
Again, that's the outcome, right? I don't think there should be 50-50 gender in every job. I don't think that women and men have to have the exact same amount of gold medals at the top tier of Olympics, right? This is not something I would promote if that's what you're saying feminism is.
Okay, so you wouldn't promote feminism at all then?
If that's what you think feminism is, then I don't.
So what do you think feminism is?
Again, I'm not a feminist, so I'm not going to speak on the whether or not I've read all the literature. But I'm just saying I think that women should have more agency and choice. And yeah, we're walking in circles. But I do really want Jake to answer the question of again, what do you do if all this stuff you're promoting and saying that Japan and Hungary need to do doesn't work? Would you because I'll bite the bullet. I'll say that the government should intervene when it becomes so dire that they will literally not exist. Do you agree with that, or do you think they should?
Yeah, you get rid of abortion and you get rid of contraception.
And what if that doesn't work? What if they don't have enough babies for replacement?
But I mean, you could just respond that to every single thing that I say. But we have seen areas in the world where these things have worked. We've seen it work in Hungary. We saw it work in Romania in the 1960s. And these things are incentives for people to have more children. And they're definitely incentives for people to not have casual sex outside of relationships more. You can also have cultural stigma you can have cultural stigma that stigmatizes people having sex outside of wedlock, etc. There are many different things that you can do, and it will be better than what they have.
Cool.
For sure.
All right, cool. So what would you do if that didn't work? I'm going to keep asking because apparently you can't engage with this hypothetical.
I am engaging with the hypothetical, and I've given you all of the different things that you can do. So
what would you do? When none of that works, what would you do? The point is, if government force is the only way to do it, would you accept it? Would you say that the government should force it because otherwise we won't exist?
What do you mean? Say that again.
If government force was the only way to perpetuate the human species, do you think the government should force people to enlist to defend our country against aliens? Do you think they should enlist women to have babies because otherwise they won't have enough to replace in the next generation? Do you think that the government should do that?
Well, there's a certain level of force that the government can actually do, and in terms of conscription, I think that is a duty that does fall on men collectively. But then also with women, you can't actually inseminate them forcefully, because then that would be
I promise you, people have found a way for the entirety of humanity.
But yeah, for the entirety of humanity, people have had kids, and generally it's in times when there was more strong traditional roles and when there was stronger family structures, etc. So what we could do is, like I said 50 times, is all of these different government incentives and societal structures that actually incentivize.
I'm just trying to
family.
find out.
Right
if
now
you
we have.
okay
Right now we have the
antithesis.
antithesis.
Didn't work.
Right now we have the total antithesis of that. And the antithesis of that is that we promote abortion. We promote abortion as a means of contraception. We have to completely destroy the family. Divorce rate is higher than ever. Kids are growing up in single-parent homes. People.
That's not true.
Divorce rates.
Divorce rates are down.
History when it was.
Divorce rates are down from the early 2000s.
Down from when?
Absolutely.
Down from last year? Okay.
No, down from the early 2000s.
You look at it from the 1950s, 1940s, when America had a stronger family structure. It's up.
But abortion's become more common
since
then.
So let me just finish off the point. So kids are raised in single mother households. People are pair bonding less. People are getting married later. Women are not having children until they're in their 30s. Women are going into higher education, into the workforce more, and all of these things are being incentivized. So you can keep on asking questions about, well, what if that doesn't work? What if that doesn't work? But I've just laid out the entire map for you. So take it and do what you will with it.
But you understand.
I'm just curious about what you would do in a hypothetical existential
I got to engage
situation.
with this because he said something that was just simply not true, right? When we talk about like the divorce rates, we have seen the divorce rates in the West, in America specifically, drop from about 11.1 to about a little over 7, I believe. The last time they checked was the last time I could find, at least, was like 2022, 2021, right? And so obviously, in our current society, we have found a way, whatever that might be, in order to reduce divorce rates. We do not need to promote traditional gender roles, because I doubt you guys would say we've been promoting traditional gender roles for the last 20 years in America, right? We do not need to do that to reverse to get rid of divorce rates. And this is kind of the key central point that I think you guys just have failed to address.
So you're going to pick up one thing that I said, and you're going to say that there was a slight decrease in a certain time.
Without you interrupting, because you know that this is not making you look good, right? This idea, right, that we have to, that we need to enforce or promote or influence, whatever word you want to use here, these strict traditional gender roles is just not true. It's not borne out by the data. There are other ways to achieve the goals that I think that we could even agree. I'll toss you this bone. I do think that there are things that we should do to society to make men safer, to make men more productive, to give them more purpose. But I think that we can do that outside of the traditional gender roles. And again, with the divorce rate specifically, this is some data that we actually have that we can show that we did not need to enforce gender roles in order to reduce the divorce rate from about 11.1.
Let me just grant this to you, okay? Sure, I'm going to grant you that there has been a slight uptick in people not getting divorced over a period of time in the last 20 years. Now, do you think that the divorce rates have gone up or down since 1950? Tell me that.
I think that they've gone down since the 1700s too, or up, I should say. Divorce rates have gone up.
So do you think people are getting divorced more?
Too.
Now, if you can just engage in good faith, do you think that they're going to people getting divorced more now or more in the 1950s? Okay, fantastic. Do you think that people are getting married later now, or do you think they're getting married later in the 1950s?
They're getting married later now because they're living
They're getting married later now. Do you think that people are having
give
less kids
another
now? Or do you think,
example, please. 2 more.
Okay, Soy Pill, I'm actually not talking to you, but I know that
you're not talking to anyone because we all understand
Wick
this.
TV, I was speaking to him. So Wick TV, do you think that women are having less children now or more children now?
They're having less children.
Fantastic. Now, do you think that the birth rates are going down or they're going up right now?
In the West, they're going down.
Okay, so Wick, there is the map for you. Now you can try and nitpick one little part of it and say, well, there's been a turnaround in divorce rates. Good, I'll just grant it for you. But I've got 20 things and you've got nothing.
But no, you've not connected a single one of these things to traditional gender roles. This is the failure of your argument. You have made all these facts, right? And I'll cede them to you that all these things are true. However, you're positing that these are because of the traditional gender roles when there are a host of other factors, some of which you mentioned and ceded to earlier, like in Japan with urbanization and things like that. I think the technology has been a huge factor, contraception, etc., all these things. So to point and to tie these things specifically to gender roles, this is what you have failed to do in your argument.
Okay, if it's not tied to gender roles, then what is it tied to?
There are a host of possible variables. That
Again, if you can prove some sort of link with something, you'd win a fucking Nobel Prize. Like,
cool, we got a link already in my opening. Like I said,
please let me finish. Right? It really.
Yeah, you spoke enough. You spoke enough, and you're not really saying too much.
Hold on.
Can I bring this back? I have a really
wanted
important question.
Yeah. So again, it really depends on the specific data point that you're looking at that we can explain these things. Like when you look at the rates of divorce, right? Are they
okay? So we have a solution and you don't. That's pretty much what you're saying.
Because there are much less restrictions on it and things like that. This has nothing to do with gender roles.
Well, let me ask a question.
Okay, cool. Real quick. So if we don't,
so I wanted to add in. So I wanted to add in, and then back to you, David.
Jake, you were talking about like, oh, this is an absurd hypothetical, like getting the government to force people to do this. But the reason I ask is because feminism and this idea of promoting choice and women's rights and sexual promiscuity and all this stuff rose out of the culture that you guys are promoting, right? These traditional masculine roles of the 40s, 50s, 60s, 30s. Feminism came out and was appealing to women and even men at that time, in spite of the fact that you would argue that those societies were better or closer to what you want society to be like. So how then are you going to enforce these things when you have these incentive structures that in the past inevitably lead to feminism rising up and trying to promote these ideas that you think suck? It's going to happen again unless you have some way, unless you're okay with the government forcing them to do a certain thing. No?
Well, feminism rose up because of a lot of propaganda. Women, if you look back in the early 40s and 50s, women actually would vote against it. They didn't want to be in the workforce. So what you're saying is it doesn't make sense. It's not rooted into reality of what women actually want. What I'm saying is propaganda. So let's get to the root of everything, because manipulation happens when you focus on the effects instead of getting to the root of things. And Sarah, I know you tried to move off, and y'all tried to move off of influence, but we're not moving off. We're going right back, because that is the source of everything. Influence creates thinking. Thinking creates behavior. If you can defeat that argument, God dang, you win the debate. So since influence creates thinking, how you think and the actions that you are going to take, should we this debate, I keep moving the goalposts. This debate is literally about, should traditional roles have a place in modern society? It should have a place in modern society. And the reasons why it isn't, the reasons why people are moving away from gender roles is because of propaganda like feminism, which soy pill, you keep going up. You are a complete male feminist. You never really answer the question. You kind of like move away from answering the question, and I let it go. But I'm like,
I promise you,
no, that's not happening anymore. It's not happening anymore. So,
well, listen, if you're right, if influence is so important,
first and foremost, stop
your
right
side
there,
has been absolutely dog shit at it for decades.
Stop right there, soy pill.
Stop it, gentlemen.
Stop it.
He has to interrupt. He's terrified of the
He got it. He's
David,
terrified.
go ahead and finish your thought, and then Soy, you are welcome to respond.
The low tier tactic.
Low tier tactics. And the thing is, your arguments, you keep making arguments like, well, should we physically enforce these things or not physically enforce these things? What I'm saying is very simple and true. You can't defeat it. We wouldn't have to.
Why are we arguing about it?
Stop it. We wouldn't have to physically enforce anything, and the world turned into Handmaid's Tale, or something else, if we mentally enforce it with influence. But I'm telling you right now, there's an opposite influence that is influencing people not to adhere to gender roles. This is why you're seeing the decline in birth rates. This is why you're seeing the abortion rate. This is why you're seeing all of these negative effects, because of the propaganda that's pushed away from gender roles. We are arguing for gender roles. You get what I'm saying? So, guess what? Yeah. Soy pill, you actually agreed to many of the things that we argued for, which you already know. Men are naturally stronger than women in a lot of things. You know these biological truths, but for some reason you want to speak the opposite of the biological truths.
I haven't spoken the opposite of any biological truth. I think it's very clear what I'm saying is that
have.
Which biological truth have I spoken the opposite of?
One, you said that, well, I'm okay with women going into the biological truth that you spoke against. You said that, well, I'm neutral on, yeah, I think that, choice is everything. Well, what would you want to influence then? Because something has to influence someone from choosing something, but you're totally against gender roles.
I'm not.
That's
oh
what I'm
my
saying.
God! You have. Apparently, you're not active listening, as you so have proposed throughout this entire debate. I never said I'm against the good things that come from gender roles. I'm just saying we don't have to strictly promote this for male and female. And I'll keep repeating that until you understand it. I'm not saying, we have to do this, we have to do that. I'm saying that, yeah, people having choices is better. And no, we don't have to say that men must do this, and if they don't, then somehow they're bad men. And I'm gonna keep repeating that. I don't know why you can't understand this.
No,
and I'm not saying
that clearly.
Men aren't stronger. I'm not saying that men aren't better at things that require strength. I'm just saying that not all men are going to be doing these things, and therefore we don't have to say you're not a real man if you don't do these things. So I don't understand what's so difficult.
Okay, so you want to restrict speech?
Did I say that?
Because that's what's going to happen. You said that
I can watch the words.
That's what's going to happen.
A few wavelengths over to you, and you transform them.
No. That's what's going to happen.
Awesome.
Well, I don't think people should say to people, well, you if you don't adhere to these gender roles, that you're a loser or something like that. That's what's going to happen.
It is? Well, then what are you worried about? Why are you debating? If everything is such a biological imperative, if somehow feminism is going to lose because of the natural hierarchy of man and woman, why are you even here? You can just sit back in your chair. You don't have to go fight in the military. You can just twiddle your thumbs and it'll all work out for you. So what are you worried about?
To move over to our closing statements, and then we can read and respond to some of the super chats. And I'm seeing the chat. There's a lot of people already wanting to get in on open panel. So I don't want to hold them off any longer. Okay, I believe, Wick, would you like to begin with your closing statement?
Certainly. So I think that we've made it pretty clear in this debate that while I have nothing against gender roles, and I think that I wouldn't want to abolish stay-at-home moms or anything like that. I think that we have amply demonstrated that egalitarianism is superior as a form of ideology and as something to promote. When we talk about dealing with reality, one of the points that neither of my interlocutors here have been able to address is the fact that every single Western country who has gone further towards egalitarianism has outperformed by almost every metric the countries who have not and who have stayed in the more patriarchal, traditional kind of wavelengths. I think that when it comes down to it, it really is a freedom of choice, right? I think that if a man wants to stay at home and watch his children while his wife earns the money, that's okay. I think if a woman wants to stay at home and watch her kids while her man goes out and earns bread, that's also okay. I think that I should not be able to choose for them what they do. And the advice I would give to them, right? What sort of lifestyle should I live? The one that makes you feel most satisfied, the one that you want to do. Now, I think that naturally, without any coercion, without any force, without any pressure, this will naturally kind of lead to more men in certain roles and more women in certain roles, and that's perfectly fine. But we don't need to be promoting, right, or stymieing people going into these gender roles. If they are actually natural things, it will happen without our input, and I think that's okay. I'm Wick TV. If you like what I say or you hate what I say, you can find me on Wick TV on all platforms. Check me out. Thanks for having me. I do appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Wick. Soy to you.
Yeah, I don't think my opponents know what I'm even against because they don't know what a gender role is. I don't think men shouldn't fight in the military. I don't think we need to have a 50-50 military. I think that men and women should have the choice to be in whatever role they want. Most men don't fight in the military, so it is not a male gender role. It's just an exclusively male field in certain cases and a majority male field in others. And despite my jokes, I don't think that Jake should be shamed for not being in the military, maybe for being Australian. Since the introduction of more choice, things have been astronomically better than every decade these guys keep referencing: spending power, disposable income, quality of life, reduction of poverty, etc. It seems to be working out pretty damn well. Yeah, there are problems with current society, and yeah, we might need to address them, maybe in an existential way, but I just want to promote good behaviors. I think we don't need to do those in a gendered way, but according to them, it's the natural hierarchy of things, so I think we can all just sit back and let things play out the way they need to play out. I'm the Soy Pill. I make video essays on politics, type 1 to end the deep state, and I thought that I would be the largest person on this panel and thus the most correct, although I see Cooley Cooley, you also work out, and Jake, maybe you do too. You're hiding your arms, so all my working out was for nothing. But thank you for joining. I had a good time.
Thank you, Soy. Jake, to you.
Yeah, I thought that our opponents' arguments tonight were quite frankly embarrassing. They actually never really gave a definition of feminism and what they really think that feminism is, which is interesting. And they were just intentionally vague the entire time, which is a very low tier sort of tactic. And they were constantly shifting the goalposts and constantly using all of these different tactics that are just quite frankly low tier. They even admitted that women are weaker and less effective than men, which I found really interesting because that actually just plays into our point that women, yes, they're less effective and they're weaker than men. And that's why we need men to have certain societal duties as a collective. Now, we never said that all men have to do this. We said that this is a collective duty, and we made that very clear. But they kept on going back to that because they actually couldn't contend with the arguments. So I actually really enjoyed this. I found that, like I said, the arguments from the other side were just quite frankly embarrassing. And it was an easy W for me and Cooley. Been coming for a minute, but yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jake. David, to you.
You know what? Let's get rid of gender roles. Put me in a room with these two guys, and their only option is to fight me back 2-on-1 or call the police. But guess what? There's no gender roles, so they're gonna get some women police that show up. Guess what? Y'all both dying, and I'm killing a woman police too. That's what's gonna happen if you abolish gender roles. You get what I'm saying? That's
And I
what's
would
gonna
kneel
happen.
on your neck so hard they'd be painting murals of you in New York City. I'm just telling you. I'd kneel on your neck so hard they'd be painting murals of you in New York City. Just saying.
How are they cutting me off? You're that triggered. You're that
I
feminine.
will say it is
you were
closing
normalized.
statements. It's closing statements,
said he
gentlemen.
was going to
David, go ahead.
Appreciate you, Sarah.
Be mindful of
Appreciate
the
you.
death threats, David.
I was. It's you
Saying
know,
you're going to kneel on a black man's neck. Nice one, Rick.
yeah, but you know what? I would say these guys were very disingenuous with the things like they know these biological truths. They were very vague, like Jake said. They never really gave a definition towards about feminism. When it came to influence and stuff like that, they really didn't want to battle with that, really didn't answer questions on that. It was like, let me just try to avoid this topic. They try to stick with topics that they're comfortable with, like moving the goalposts and always speaking about effects. Me and Jake was always continuously trying to will it back in to get to the cause of things, which is biology. But other than that, man, this podcast was cool. I appreciate all of you for having me. Shout out to Soy Pill and Wick TV. At the end of the day, my name is Cooley with No Fugazi Podcast. Give me a follow. Subscribe.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right. Just a kind reminder to our members. I'm going to drop that link shortly to the StreamYard link to a members only post, and you'll be able to see that there. You'll be first in line, and then anybody else behind that, I will drop it publicly here shortly. Okay. We're going to get through some super chats. Are all of the gentlemen, are you all staying for open panel?
Yeah.
I got to get out of here.
Okay.
Wow.
I can stay for a little bit. I got about
show face. Come on, man.
got about maybe like a
Jake
half
has
hour in
to
me.
nurse his wounds.
I think I've already had my way with these two gentlemen. Already beaten down on them hard enough, and I want to spare them any more trouble.
Both of you want to be in a
I've gotta
room
go-
alone with us.
I've got to go and eat my breakfast. Got to go and eat my protein, and I've had enough soy today.
Can you flex for us? I want to see how big your arms are.
Why would I do that? Why would I be such a homosexual?
He's
and
pretty
flex?
muscular.
Honestly, wearing
You
a
said the gender
string
roles
singlet
better
like
than me.
yourself.
Show me how big your arms are, buddy. Let's see. Come on.
Fuck it. All right,
Man,
Soy Pill, you are
What a
actually,
weak
unfortunately,
ass little
unlike you,
bitch.
I'm not.
DJ
I'm not
Nuts in
bleeding.
with a
Fight
big
an
five.
evening, weak little
says,
bitch. You're running your
Has
protein and then don't do
Western
anything with it in bed,
culture
buddy.
had better relations between the sexes as they've androgenized men and women's role in society? Anybody's welcome to respond. If nobody responds, I'll just keep moving on.
What does better relations? I need to know more. Like, what does better relations mean in this context?
I don't know.
I don't know either, so it's hard to answer the question.
I think if you're talking about the idea that like men do have a loneliness epidemic, I don't think that's because men have been more feminized. I think that's largely due to the fact that men had a role that allowed them to get women, which was making money. And now that's not enough anymore because women make money too and they want a little more. Men don't have emotional regulation. They don't really know how to talk to women as a whole because people don't teach them how. And I actually do agree with Cooley that, fathers should have a better role in, emotionalizing and conditioning men to understand how to talk to these people. But I don't think it's exclusive to fathers. And that's only a gender role insofar as we have to counteract the gender roles that have existed, since then, and you can do that with everyone, mothers, fathers, whatever.
So you think a mother can raise her
I think
son
a
into
mom
a
would
man?
help me get more bitches than a man. Yeah.
No, that's not what I said. I said, do you think a mother can raise her son into a man?
Raise her into a man? I think definitionally, yeah. If you're saying, can she teach him to be more masculine than a father could? That depends on who the mom is and who the father is.
That's what I'm saying.
It depends on
more
the case.
masculine.
I think in general, a man would probably know how to teach masculine things better if they were practicing more masculine things. Yeah.
Fair enough.
All right. Sam Slenderman with the big 5 says, Wick, what are the comparative odds where a man has to disarm a woman versus a woman disarming a man, and who can take more bullets before falling?
Sure, if you're talking about a close combat fight where they just round a corner and on each other, right? I think that a man's going to win that in almost every case. Who can take more bullets before falling? Like, depending on the caliber, you're not taking more than one. Right? It depends. Right?
Like
you're not
also
taking more than
women
one.
are biologically better at
and that will
target sport shooting. If you didn't know that, women actually have a better and more steady hand thanks to their, I don't know.
And marksmanship in the Olympics,
being less emotional.
That.
I don't fucking know.
There's some studies that suggest that, but it's
Jake. Did I mog you into staying? You're still here.
Yeah, I'm going to stay for a little while. I'm going to stay for a little while. Yeah, there's some interesting things coming up on this panel, so I'll stay for a little while.
And to the members, by the way, the link is pinned on a members only post. You can see that. Hop backstage. You've got about 2 more minutes before I drop it publicly. Rachel Wilson in with the big 20. I'm a certified firearms instructor. I've taught mostly women. At least 70% of them can't load a spring-loaded magazine or work the action on an automatic pistol or a bolt-action rifle. Cuck team is Delulu. Win Jake and Cooley.
Yeah, but
I have
why
2 things for this. Sounds like
on shooting.
Yeah, first of all, it sounds like she's a dog shit instructor. Second of all, Rachel Wilson believes that women shouldn't be able to vote. So I don't care what the fuck she says. She's a dumb, measly woman. Get out of here, Rachel.
True. And she's a liar.
Wow, you guys are tough behind her back, eh?
Oh, she can come on anytime.
I'll call you a dumb, measly woman.
Oh, don't you worry, fellas. Don't you worry, fellas. Don't you worry, fellas. You're about to hear it. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry, guys.
Come to your husband to make your fucking
argument.
Listen,
stick around.
The weakest little baby ass bitches that I've ever had.
Stick around, fellas.
It's ironic that these 2 soy boys are speaking to a woman like that. Come on, man. Are you supposed to be masculine?
I called you a little baby bitch too. I'm egalitarian.
That's why you're a reproductive dead end, soy.
Hey, I'll impregnate your wife too. Don't worry about it.
Oh,
Rachel,
yeah. We'll take
very
turns.
nice lady. I don't appreciate we calling her names. Raw Dog with the big 20. You served in the chair force. I can tell you from the real combat sides, women were not able to do what we did overseas on the ground. I saw it firsthand and had to clean up the messes. That's the polite version. And then Cool Barracuda says Moss Wick, MOS. MOS Wick, former Army 68W PSYOP saying women did good in range qualifications, disingenuous, or you were just buns. Lower standard for BS like Ranger School. They can't pass SOF requirements. Woman and war equals instant L. And you're welcome to respond.
MOS, I was a cryptolinguist. My target language was Mandarin Chinese, at least for the first half. But full disclosure, I'm not very good at Mandarin Chinese, so I became a crew chief. I worked on the KC-135 airframe.
Well, could a sexist man do this? Go on, Wick. Speak a little Chinese for him.
Robert Tamita with the big 10 to say thank you for the stream, Sarah. And thank you, Robert Tamita. Always polite. I'm trying to find them as quickly as I can here. Millennial Mike with the big 20. That absolute stud from the fake country of Australia is bodying those 2 soy boys. Win Rattlesnake. Super chat, your gracious host who is doing the Lord's work tonight. We need more traditionally strong masculine men. And then let's see.
Australia this week.
Crimson King with the Big Ten. Masculinity has not changed. Soy Boy just spewed a bunch of word salad.
Cool. I challenge that person to come in and give me a consistent definition of masculinity throughout the thousands of years that humans have existed.
All right. And a question, Sam said, Wick, would you take your own advice, man up and just accept it if society moved back to Christianity, woman at home, and laws against abortion?
So would I take my own advice? I'm not sure what he's referring to there, but if people want to be Christian, they're more than happy to. I'm not an anti-Christian guy. I think that we lost a lot when we moved away from religion, actually. But one of the problems I see in today's society is that these so-called Christians, right, have basically killed Christianity, have skinned it, and are wearing it like a suit. They can't explain, they don't follow the teachings of Christ, right? They don't follow the words of the Lord and instead follow podcasters and influencers, these graven images, these false idols, these wolves in sheep clothing. So I would love a return to actual Christianity. But what we have today is just this false kind of malnourished, just this fake version that's out there. And
Christianity speaks specifically about gender roles in many of the passages. So that's a contradiction to your entire worldview if you want to move back to.
Hold on. I've said, maybe you guys don't understand. Maybe I'm not using English. I slip into Chinese, but the whole point throughout this panel is that I don't have a problem with gender roles. I have a problem with strict enforcement of traditional gender roles that you all don't seem to understand what they are because you put up people like Andrew Tate as an example of masculinity. And I have a real big problem with that.
Bible Christianity speaks about this.
I don't think you
in
understand
many passages specifically. What are you talking about?
Wait, I don't know. How do you, is that how you like inform your gender roles, Cooley? Like you're like, because the Bible said so?
No, I'm rebutting him. He's saying that, well, I would move towards Christianity,
which is
I'm letting him know that, well, Christianity is for the promotion of gender roles.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you know enough about Christianity to speak on it, frankly.
Ah, man.
Get him.
Get him is like, you never read the Bible? I can tell you never read the Bible, or you read the Bible.
You know I was a missionary for a few years.
With like your feminist glasses on. So you read it through a feminist lens where you really didn't get the message.
All right. Airborne Animal with the Big Ten says, it is obvious that Soy Boy and White Van Wyck have not had to deal with real violence. If they had, they would not want their woman to be anywhere near it.
Sorry, I want my woman to be able to deal with physical confrontations, and you want them to go in the closet, that's where they're going to kiss girls, okay? Do you want your woman to, get lost to another woman? I don't think so. I think she should be out there beating the shit out of the guy while I kick his face in, all right? Like, just train your woman to fight. It's not that hard. Well, except for Rachel. She's not doing a great job.
Okay. Sorry, these are coming in. I'm doing 10 and up or questions of anything less. FB with the Big Ten. Jake won the debate. Game over. Spyro with a big 22 2 points. Wick, who gets the lifeboat? Number 2, if you are in a scenario where you need women to be forced via government to have babies, congrats, gender roles. The Soy Boys lost.
Yeah, it'd be cool if like our opponents would engage with that point, but I do think it's funny that it's like, hey, if you're in a scenario where you need women to be forced via government to have babies, congrats, gender roles. It's like, yeah, that's kind of the whole point we were making, where it's like, yeah, if you're in an existential crisis that doesn't currently exist, maybe you need to step in and do something. But we're talking about modern day society and not like, hey, like everyone's about to die because aliens are coming, and how do we force people to have babies? So also, by the way, that's not a big 20. That's Canadian monopoly money.
True.
Fair.
Look, I'm not for oppressing people, but Canadians, I make an exception. Okay.
Oh, careful. We have a pretty, not large, but
I have a lot of Canadians that follow me too, and I don't know why. But
yeah, maybe they're just bored
because
with
they're not natural leaders. Look at their debates; they were so boring and weak. They needed an American up there to show them how to govern a country. Maybe they should be the 51st state.
Rachel says with the big 20, Jake is correct. Russia also had to make abortion illegal and promote natalism in the 1930s because there were 3 abortions for every live birth, and they were on the verge of collapse. It fixed the problem.
Oh, Russia had a lot of problems in the 1930s. Okay, right. We're talking about a society that was struggling with revolution. And the growing pains of the USSR, basically. Yeah, to point to a single factor for the verge of collapse that they were on is just kind of silly.
Yeah, I want to throw a bone to Rachel and say, well, first of all, like, why am I listening to you, dumb woman? But also, like, yeah, maybe if this is true, if we could bear out that, like, every time you do this abortion thing, if you ban abortion, that will, fix the problem that we're seeing in all these countries, then I would say, yeah, maybe that's the case. I doubt that it's that simple, and I would posit that she doesn't understand, and it's a lot more complicated than that. But that's just because she doesn't know what she's talking about and shouldn't have an opinion. So I can't really take her seriously. If Andrew comes in and repeats it, then maybe we can talk about it.
All right. Scurvy Derby Schmumman with the Big Ten. Yo, Wick, divorce rates are down, but has the marriage rates stayed the same?
Got the data right here. The U.S. marriage rate in 2012 was 16.6 compared to 16.7 in 2022, according to the American Community Survey. During the same period, divorce rates dropped from 9.8 to 7.1. There you go.
All right. And last one for now, and then we'll open up the panel. Timbo himself with the Big Ten says, who would I follow as my leader? Jake, Cooley, Sarah. If the other ladies were an option, I'd run to the other side. Oh, my. All right.
I'm
fair.
strong and faster than him. I wouldn't let him get away.
All right. Are we ready to open up into open panel dumpster fire?
I got about 30 minutes, by the way, and then I got to.
Perfect. So what I'll do is if anybody has questions directly for you, I'll allow those to come through first. That way we can expedite and make your time worth something here. All right, here we go. All right, let me just express some rules here for everybody so we understand. I am Sarah. If you hear my voice, that means you should probably shut up. I will let you get through your talking points, ask your questions, so on and so forth. But if you start talking over each other, I start getting very irritated. All right, floor is open.
Yeah, I won't stay very long. I just had a question for each debater. Starting with Wick. Wick, you were saying during the debate that all these Western nations, why are they outperforming everybody who doesn't follow or follows a patriarchal society? Which of those Western nations, besides the United States, outperforming China, Wick?
Outperforming China. Do you think that China is a country which promotes traditional values?
Yes. And the traditional patriotism, yes. Yes, it is.
China, you just don't understand. Like the PRC,
I don't
for example, had mandatory abortions for most of its existence, right?
Yeah, so what? It's a patriarchal society is the point. You said if it's
so you
patriarchal, you said if it's a patriarchal society, that all Western nations are outperforming all patriarchal societies. Can you tell me which Western nation's outperforming China, Wick?
So America for the first of all.
Yeah, I said other than America, Wick.
Don't name a single one that proves them wrong, Wick.
Can you name a single one besides America that's outperforming China?
I think the EU, right, is largely. Look, would you rather live in the EU or would you
answer my
live
question,
in China?
Wick? Can you
I'm answering your question by asking you one. Do you think
asking me a question is the opposite of answering my question, Wick?
This will answer your question, I promise.
Okay, so you're not going to answer my question. All right. So I'll ask my second question. Okay, answer it then, Wick. Which one?
Would you rather live in China?
That's asking me a question. Answer my question. That's asking a question. Answer my question, please.
I think that we can understand that most people would rather live in Western societies than live.
That's not what your claim was. You said they were outperforming Wick. That's a lie, Wick. How are they outperforming them, Wick?
Well, we have a better standard of living. We have a better trajectory of. We do have a better standard of living. in the West.
Wait,
There's
you
better
mean
standard of living. The
wait,
average
you mean with like the
poor in
massive
West than does in
massive
China.
mental illness rates, the
Hold on.
huge divorce rates, all of these things? That's a better
Do
standard
you
of
not
living.
agree? Let me ask you this question: do you think that the average worker
You said
in
these
the
countries are
European
out.
Union
You said China.
performs
You
better
said that
than
they
the
are
average worker in
outperforming.
China?
You said that these countries are outperforming
And
all
I'm
patriarchal
illustrating
societies. How?
Again, the average worker in the European Union and America and the West in general has a better standard of living, makes more money, is more wealthy, and is healthier than China.
Okay, and what about let's move into some other criteria.
Let's move
Would
on.
you say-
Just run the fuck away from that.
So, Andrew, you're conceding that Wick was right
No,
there? You're
no,
conceding that Wick owned
contending-
you?
I'm literally
There's something
contending
wrong
with-
here. Both Wick and
Literally
Andrew.
Hold on, hold on,
both
hold
Wick and Andrew
on.
are
literally
Hold on,
contending
Nate.
with your
Hold on.
fucking
Wow,
argument.
Andrew got bodied again.
Do you know
Wick
what?
three, Andrew
Guys,
zero.
let's move into the criteria, Wick. What about mental illness rates, Wick?
You haven't even addressed that one. Why should we move on when you haven't addressed that?
Yeah,
one?
I don't agree that those are the metrics only
You're
for a
just
healthy
moving the
society,
goalposts.
Wick.
Yeah, you
This is
I
just moving the goalposts.
agree that
fight
those.
on.
I'm
You
trying
just
to
get scared to go
when
out
he
the
said
metric.
Okay.
when he said
Completely wrong,
One
right?
at a
outperforming,
time.
when he said outperforming, he was talking about GDP and money, and we know it. And he could not respond because he knows that China's bodying all of those nations on
Andrew, would
the
you rather
economic.
live in
Hang
China
on.
as an
Would
average
you
person
stop
or live in
talking so I
Europe?
can make the argument?
Please.
Well, yeah, but your
So
argument
anyway,
sucks, so
yeah, okay. Well, I don't know why he couldn't contend with it. All he did is say,
Did.
"Well,
I bodied
the
it. I didn't
standard,
just
the
contend it.
standard
Look
of
at that.
living." Hang on. He wouldn't let me respond though, Wick. Just because you have a slightly higher standard of living, let's say, for the average worker, right? Those same nations that you're talking about, they still have massive abortion rates as well. In those Western nations, they're under replacement rate. Their mental illness levels are way higher, and the general dissatisfaction reported by the populations is generally higher in Western nations than in any.
Usually because they have
of
better
the-
mental
higher
health
in any of the
standards
Asian
than those
nations.
low-tier
Hold on,
Chinese
I'd like to
standards.
see.
Also,
he's-
China's like 60th on like countries for happiness under like every Western country.
Yeah,
so
and
like,
China-
yeah,
The
it's probably
problem,
like
you know
living
what
here,
the biggest
don't worry.
problem is with the happiness index is you take
China's
countries with like
fertility
some of the
rate.
highest suicide
about
rate and say
birth
they're the
rate.
happiest.
China's birth rate is not above replacement rate. China's
It's not
having
above.
huge
No.
issues when it
China's
comes
isn't.
to
I didn't say it
replacement rate.
was. I didn't say it
Fertility.
was.
So Andrew,
I
what's
didn't
your
say
standard
it was,
for
Wick.
So Andrew, what's your standard for accepting these metrics? Because you gave a metric
yeah.
for mental health.
Yeah. So
and-
we're going to
and
start.
You
we're going
expected them to accept
I'm trying
that,
to
but
answer
then
the
they gave you
question.
a metric for happiness, and you didn't accept that.
Yeah.
So
Well,
what makes,
no.
what makes your standard better
First of
than
all,
theirs?
First of all, when you're talking about happiness metrics, right? Baked into some of these happiness metrics are bizarre shit like you can have access to healthcare or things like this, which are universalized through the state, right? But it doesn't actually measure this idea itself of happiness. They just bake these things in. Same thing with
Well, I would
You don't
argue
think people
your
with
metric
access
of
to
mental
healthcare
health
are
is
happy, buddy? Like what?
your metric of mental health
Bro,
is the issue of having baked.
I'll tell you
in-
what. Am I
I'm
allowed
just-
to make an argument or not?
I
Go
thought you
for
were
it.
done. My apologies.
Yeah. How could I be done when I'm in the middle of making the argument?
I don't know how you finish.
Yeah. Well, I usually finish when
Apparently
the
in
argument's
Rachel,
done.
unfortunately.
So anyway, there's multitudes of metrics for which you can use in a happiness index. The UN tends to bake a bunch in. They just bake a bunch in and grant to themselves that these are metrics for happiness. I don't know why they do this. Maybe there's not another good way to do this, but that's what they do. If you
Well,
look
that's
at the
sort of what you're
Nordic
doing with
countries,
the-
if you
sorry.
look at the Nordic countries, for instance, the Nordic countries will often be cited as the happiest nations ever, even though the suicide rate is high, skyrocketing. Only recently started coming down, right? They don't even report that and bake that into their metric, for instance, for happiness. So it's like,
Well, you're
hang
baking
on.
you're
I'm
baking-
almost
I
done.
can
I want to
Almost
respond,
done.
please.
You've been talking
Almost
for a
done.
long
Almost
time.
done. Because I only have one other question. So my other question is to Soy Pill. So Soy Pill, you were trying to corner
Right
Jake
now.
by asking him this question, and the question was just this: Jake, what would you do if none of these things worked?
Mhm.
And you were obviously angling that you wanted him to say, well, we would like open up, I don't know, like grape cages for women. That's
not even.
basically
I
what
was
you're
actually trying to just get him to say the same thing I said. If it's
Oh.
existential, then we should do something like that. And if it's not, then we won't.
Would you
But
do something like that? Would you open up
if it was
grape cages for
existential,
women?
I would open the rape cages because otherwise we're all dying. Do it.
Now,
Yeah,
Jake,
but Soy Pill, why do you
hang on,
think?
hang on. I'm
Go
almost
ahead,
done,
go
man.
ahead,
Now,
go ahead.
Jake, would you open the grape cages?
Sorry, no, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't.
So
I
you'd
don't-
let
I
everyone
don't know.
die.
It sure sounds. It sure. Well, okay. Hey, by that same metric, then, Soy Pill, would you diddle a little boy to save humanity?
If it would save humanity, I'd do it as many times as I had to.
I kind of figured you would, bro.
I disavow the rape cage.
If you want to kill 8 billion people,
Have a wonderful evening.
Let's just prove that moral, that virtue signaling gets us nowhere, right? Like, if
See you later, guys. That's all I need. Thanks for the clip, bro.
I have an average IQ and have always.
There's no point in
publicly stated that
caring
will
about
stop
something
sex
like
dropping
that if it means we're all gone anyway. So that's really stupid.
Soy
we just
Pill
acknowledge,
to
like,
appear
he was
on
just-
Chris Hansen's To Catch a Predator very soon.
Yeah, I'll
you'll
be a
seeing
hero
that.
for saving.
If I may, just real quick.
All right, Peter, I don't want to talk about diddling.
I mean,
of
you people
any
want
But if I
kind.
to,
may-
you people
if I
want
may
to,
just-
you people want
Go
to shove
ahead,
gender
Vic. Go
norms
ahead,
down their
Vic.
throats
So
with kids.
I think
Go ahead,
that, like,
Wick.
can we just acknowledge just at least with the China point how wrong Andrew Wilson was, like, by every metric.
Wait,
here.
shut up.
He
No one
was
cares.
simply
Hey, Soy Pill.
incorrect.
Soy Pill.
Like,
So,
I don't know who
I got a
you
real
are,
question.
localism, right? I
You're
don't
an
get
idiot. Shut
it,
up,
right?
dude. You're
But
clearly
the adults are
retarded. We
talking,
don't care about
the
what
men
you're
are
saying.
talking.
You make no points. You just talk
You
blah,
need to
blah,
ask
blah,
your
blah.
wife's boyfriend.
Hey, I got a real
Please,
question.
hold on,
Soy Pill.
hold on, hold on,
Soy
hold
Pill.
on.
Localism. You're going to let me
Stop.
finish.
Go ahead, Wick.
Yes, you're going to, as I said, you're going to let me finish, right? And you're not going to interrupt because that's how this works. You understand that, right? You understand the dynamics at play here. Good.
So you're a
Now that we've
deranged
gotten
retard.
that
I
out of the
understand.
way,
Stop.
right? Now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's talk about, right, like this idea. This is a frustrating
Wait,
part.
you wouldn't say none of that
He
to his
says
face.
I
This is
I
stupid.
can cite
I would
facts,
say all
I can
that to
cite
his face.
figures,
No
I can
chance.
cite all these
He
things
says
that
nothing.
are actual
Okay,
real things.
you're gonna keep
tangible,
it.
measurable
Hold on,
things.
I apologize. I have to. I'm gonna put you backstage. You're gonna go learn some manners because when I asked you to stop, you didn't. I'm gonna bring up Ryan because I know you are
We
respectful.
need to
when
bring
I
in
asked you-
Gail as well. I think
Also,
Gail's
it's a
back
little
there.
rich to complain that you got cut off and then bloviate about how awful the person is instead of getting to your fucking point.
Go ahead, Wick.
Sure. I'll be very brief. The frustrating part of this conversation is I can deal with facts, figures, statistics. We can point to things that are actually happening in the real world, and they don't address it. They don't ever actually contend with these things, and that's just frustrating to me. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Wick.
Yes.
All right, Sarah, I've got to dip out, but it was nice, absolutely and completely and utterly eviscerating these two nerds for the whole entire night. Cooley,
for being
good
a
to
good
see you
boy.
again. It's been a while.
Good to see you, Jake.
Sarah, it was an absolute pleasure, and you guys have enjoyed. Maybe bring up Gail instead of me, Sarah, because I think he's a
I
good
see Gil.
replacement.
He's ready.
Yeah.
Hey,
Thank
Wick,
you,
I got a
Jake.
question for you, Wick.
The right wing is not being replaced at
Wick, I got a
levels,
question
bro.
for you.
Gotta increase this. Come
So,
on.
so Wick, you said that you would adhere to some of the Christianity values and stuff like that. You think that America and society should move towards Christianity. With that being said, Wick, should women obey their husbands and be subservient to them?
I think that people should follow the words of Christ, right? And I'm not a Christian, to be clear.
No,
right? But
answer
I
the
think
question.
I am answering the question. So no, right? I think that this is
No, well, that is
standard-
against Christ. What are you talking about?
Again,
What do you mean?
That was the words of an apostle.
No.
What are
words
you
of an
talking
apostle that
about?
was
Yeah, who was
Answer your
commissioned by
question.
Christ? What are you talking about?
One at a
Cooley,
time.
I can
you know what he's
bridge the gap
talking
here.
about
This
if you let him
guy.
answer.
Yeah.
Can I try to bridge the gap, Wick?
Well,
Look,
if I can,
I know
answer
the Pope
question,
just
right?
died, and I'll have you guys know that the God speaks directly to me now, and he said that women don't have to do that anymore. So
When I talk about following Christ, I mean Christ, his words, his teachings, like the Sermon on the Mount and things like that. I'm not talking about the apostles.
Well, how do you interpret the words of Christ? How do you know your interpretation is correct?
What do I? How do I know my interpretation is correct? Well,
Yeah.
Christ gave a good example on how this is true, right? Because he gave a way, criteria to decide whether or not someone is speaking truth or not. Do you know that?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Well, hold
it's
on.
not
Do you
just
know that?
him,
I'm
but
just
like,
asking
let's
you,
for
Gail.
example, Paul.
If it- 'cause-
Yeah. Well, I've read the Bible. I've read the whole Bible.
Okay,
Have you?
then you would know the answer to this question.
So in
you
regards to the
judge
Old
by the
Testament, we
fruits,
should
but
just
like-
get
Yeah,
so we should
by
just
their
get
fruits
away
we
with
shall
the
know
Old
them.
Testament.
Yeah, I like
Well,
the fruits
Christ
of secular
fulfilled the Old
society,
Testament.
and I see low birth rate. So what are you talking
Wait,
about?
guys, I'm getting something
Well,
right now.
Christ-
God's saying both the books are irrelevant, and we should stop talking about this.
Yeah,
I just
so
told you
it's
that.
Actually, you should
Oh
be
my
reading the
God.
Christ
Well,
fulfilled
no,
the
it's
not a
clearly
conversation
relevant
for you,
because
so
Wick
it was a
fulfilled
God
Jesus
just
Christ.
told God
All
just told me it's not
right,
relevant. Okay? He's speaking to me
gentlemen.
directly.
Rachel with the Big Ten added in. They don't have the hand strength, you absolute spoon. It has nothing to do with instruction. Also, you couldn't beat me in a debate if your life depended on it. That
You're
was
not allowed to
referring.
speak. You don't believe in the 19th Amendment, Rachel. But I also
Yeah.
don't believe you. I think you are just a terrible, terrible
Can I
instructor.
point out
'Cause
why this is
everything
a
else
weak
you do is
argument?
terrible.
I can
Hold
speak to
on,
that a
let
little bit.
me-
Can I have a quick
All
moment to
Real
right,
quick,
hold on.
just one.
Excuse me. I said
I
if
have a
my
chance to
voice
respond to
is
that?
my voice is talking, that means yours is not.
Well, you
Go
usually let
ahead,
people-
Mel, please. If you wanted to respond to the super quickly.
I think that's a weak argument because, first of all, anyone who can it relies on trust me, bro. It's anecdotal, which is the weakest form of evidence. But also, if you can find one woman whose hand strength is strong enough, then that shows that women are capable of doing that. It's not an absolute truth, and therefore, since it's not an absolute truth, that doesn't mean we can condemn women to saying you'll never be able to load a gun.
Well, to be fair to Rachel, she said that it's like 70%. But my stepmom's also a firearms instructor, and she does that assessment. Just she laughed when I told her that. So I think Rachel's potentially just a bad teacher. So, and that wouldn't surprise me, you know.
K to the Swiss with the Big Ten. I'm invoking the name Andrew Wilson. Yes,
Missed
you
it.
said
He
it.
came
He
in, he
showed
made
up.
dog shit arguments, and he's gone.
These were from earlier. NS Crisis with the Big Ten. I know a certain man who's about to come on who knows more than enough about Christianity to let you know. Yeah, that was pretty.
I was already on, and like I said, God speaks to me directly, and
Hold
all
on.
and every word that I say going forward is the direct word of Christ, and we should all listen to me.
Just real quick, I'll be
Go
very
ahead,
brief.
Rick.
If anyone wants to debate me on Christianity, and the teachings of Christ, I'd love to have that discussion. It's something I don't get to use a lot in this space, unfortunately. But I would
Ooh.
absolutely challenge anyone who thinks that they know more.
Yeah,
panel.
I guess my first
Question.
question.
I asked you a question and you failed at it. So I mean, who would want to debate you if you can't even answer?
Actually, you did. You did. You actually
You're not a
did.
good debater either,
Well,
bro.
it's that, and it's also I'm just wondering why should I prefer the teachings of Wick and his interpretations of Jesus Christ over Paul, who is a direct apostle of Jesus Christ,
You
who
shouldn't.
saw
You should
Jesus
listen
Christ
to
in
me.
back
You must
to
be
the-
as
I'd like
bad
a
as
real
speaking to me
Soy
directly.
Pale, nobody's talking to you.
God is speaking to me. I told you.
Hey,
You be quiet.
Calm down, Soy Pale, calm
I
down.
can't hear a
calm
word
down.
any of these.
This message is sponsored in part by.
all
Why
right.
did you play that? Wick
is
almost bust a nut
enough.
live on TV because you
Enough.
played that. Wick
Because
got
that's
his little
why.
schmeat and started
That's
beating off
why.
you
You
played that.
guys
I don't
all
know
get
why you
distracted
Wick
by
is
nice
excited right now
booty.
because you played that. Wick face is red because you played that. That's the only booty that Wick ever seen in many years because you listen, Sarah, you just
Holy
made Wick
shit.
day.
How come you're the only person here who didn't figure out that's your cue to shut the fuck up?
Who said that? Someone without a camera,
That
right?
was Mel.
What dork said that? Some dork without a camera?
I'm just saying I have better panel etiquette than you
Oh, it
do.
was the dork without a camera.
Oh,
Come
panel
on.
etiquette.
Brain
So-
Rot with the big five says Cooley and Jake did awful in this debate, especially Cooley. He just asked questions but had
No.
zero arguments and
I need
resorted
to
to insults. Next time, get Andrew. Cooley, do you
Well,
want to
Brain
respond?
Rot,
Oh,
I
can I,
hold
can I
on,
just
if
be Cooley?
Andrew-
I want to build a bridge.
I
Andrew
really-
made
I
far
really
worse
wanna make
arguments
this
Hold
than
the
Cooley did.
fuck
Okay,
up,
so
all of you.
Please.
Stop it. Who did I ask? Can anybody tell me who I asked to respond to this super chat?
I think you
Myself
asked
and
Cooley.
I.
I think that was Cooley.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. David,
You're
would you like
welcome.
to respond?
I mean, this is his opinion. But I think Andrew Wilson is a great debater. In regards to me asking questions, I've posed my arguments in my opening, and then I also restated some of my arguments, but they just couldn't answer certain specific questions and would move the goalposts. So that's
Because
what
your
happened
standards
there.
for answering
So the
were
person
bullshit.
that sent the super chat most likely has low IQ.
No,
So
your
there's
standards for
another
answering your
insult.
question.
Yeah, there's another
your
insult.
Your name is
standards
Brain
for
Rot
answering your
Central.
questions were bullshit. Not every question can be answered with a yes or no, especially when you keep moving the goalposts after they give you the
Who's
answer you want to hear.
talking? Dude without a camera? Oh, no wonder why your camera was
Yeah,
off.
and I'm
Look
also
at the
better at
coke
debating
that's
than you.
slipping through your
I don't need a
pores.
camera to debate, but
Oh,
unlike
that
you,
that isn't you. My bad. Dang.
I
That's
just don't need a
Were you
camera.
were you trying to make a
All
comment
right,
about me here?
children.
Is that what you're
I
trying to
was
do
like,
here?
God dang. Who put your camera on if you speak? And only females want to hide their face. And not the good
No,
females like
if
Sarah.
you saw my
I'm
camera
talking
right
about the
now, you see a
whores.
big finger, a big
Aw,
middle finger
thank
for
you,
you. That's all you
David.
see.
I don't
Got you,
hear that a
Sarah.
lot.
So was
I
that
don't
directed
hear
at
that
me,
a lot.
Cooley? Was your little comment directed at me? Because if it was,
I thought
I'm not
I
going to
thought
take
that was
anything.
you speaking. I thought that was you
Okay.
speaking.
All right.
Maybe you should
No,
have.
We're
I'm
just
not
games.
Mel.
I just
I'm not
want to. I
Mel.
just want to point out we're fighting right now, and we haven't even picked a topic to fight about. That's
I
just how
know.
great the panel is right
All
now.
right, Duck, go ahead and throw out something then.
hate this.
All right, I will throw something out. Andrew, while he was on, and he's not here to defend himself, so I'm not going to say anything about Andrew in particular. But one of the things that he missed that I didn't hear either Wick or Cooley talking about is that in the United States, we often think of gender roles in terms of institutions. We want to ask questions about how women participate in systems of education, in democratic representation. We want to report to the world our per capita GDP. We want to be able to break down those stats for males, for men and women. And I know Melanie might not like this, but we also might talk about that in terms of what types of roles and jobs people do. And so I don't think it's possible to talk about gender roles without thinking about where people are actually being a man, where people are being a woman, or where they're trying to ditch that label in the first place.
Wait, Duck, why wouldn't I like that? Duck, why wouldn't I like that?
I don't know. We'll take it to Discord or something, but I think we're in a spat right now. Even though we disagree, or we agree 99% of the time, I think I'm still really affirming a lot about gender there.
I don't see why it has to go to Discord. I'm saying instead of artificially making certain jobs only for one gender or another, we say, okay, if you're a woman and you want to be a construction worker, do that so long as you feel fulfilled doing that. I doubt somebody who's not able to do a job will feel good at doing it and will want to keep doing that job. So all this is going to do is lead to natural selection in the workforce.
Well, Melanie, Andrew's a professional debater, actually, so that's not true.
Well, I do want to address Nate's point directly, because I think that we did talk about men's and women's roles when it comes to protecting the home, and I don't think that's an institutional thing that we discussed. In fact, I'm other than perhaps the military, the military, I don't think we discussed institutional gender roles much at all. Most of the time was spent talking about what men and women should do in the matters of the home.
But I'm saying that's a problem, Wick. That was my point. That was the point I was making.
That it's a problem to discuss it specifically when it comes to things in the home. Are you saying that we should discuss it more on an institutional level?
Yeah, I'm saying I don't think if I was thinking about having this conversation with someone it impacted, I wouldn't be thinking specifically and directly about like someone, like, okay, if you do laundry for 10 hours a day, that's something that me and you would talk about. But if I'm trying to decide on like a social level, I'm also interested in knowing about like what types of jobs you might have applied for. I'm curious like what level of education you finished with. Like I want those facts and figures.
Well, I think it's perfectly fair to talk about it in a multi variety of ways, right? And we just didn't get to that. So I'm sorry we disappointed, but maybe next time.
I'm still really happy. I don't know if you can tell I'm a ray of sunshine anyways.
I can tell you exude sunlight.
Talking,
okay,
like,
sir.
You're
one of the
Hey, Sarah, I'm about to get going, Sarah, but I appreciate you for having me on. And good debate.
Yeah,
we'll do this another time, man.
Thank you.
Cooley, hey, Sarah, hit me in the DM, Sarah.
Wait, will you flex before you leave, Cooley?
Peace.
Careful how you say that.
Cooley, give us a flex before you go. I feel like you go to the gym. All right.
Real men aren't afraid of flexing. Real men aren't afraid of showing their muscles.
I do want to say
this. I'm doing it.
Maybe Sky, right? It's Sky.
If I can actually cut in real quick, I only have a couple minutes left. I just want to address Wick's point because I never got to answer this question. Why should I listen to you about Jesus Christ rather than Paul?
So I think that you should probably listen to both, and I think that most of all you should listen to Christ. But let me ask you this: is Paul infallible?
I believe the words he wrote in the Bible are going to be sacred scripture. They're inspired text from God. So
fair enough.
Not every single action Paul ever took was infallible, obviously, but
sure, right. Well, we all know Paul's history, right? Before he became Christian, or I hope.
Yeah, of course.
Right. So he was a fallen man. He'd be the first to tell you that.
Okay, we get it. You went to church yesterday.
Well, he asked me a question. I'm trying to address him. Okay, if you're not interested,
This
in
isn't the topic.
Fine.
Well, he's trying to ask this question because it's Mel.
He wants to ask the question. I want to answer the question. So please.
And I want to hear Wick's answer too.
It's not going to be Wick who rerails this train, apparently.
My God. Okay. Right? Can I not have a
Well,
conversation? If you don't want
just
this
relax.
to be
I only got like 5
Okay,
minutes
yeah.
left.
We'll be real quick, right? If you want to have a more in-depth conversation.
Here, let me just throw this out there. Everybody always says, I only have a few minutes left, and act like there's a sense of urgency so that they get to have the mic for all that they want. It never
Jake.
means jack shit to me when you say that either on screen or in the
Wrong.
private chat or whatever. Just let that be known. Nobody gives a fuck when you say that. Okay.
Okay. I'll just make the argument right now. Then that's just perfectly fine. I would value Paul's words more than yours. Firstly, you're not a Christian. Paul was. Secondly, he had direct connections to the apostles. I mean, I think it was 2 Peter, where Peter, who was the most mentioned apostle in the Gospels, said, "Hey, listen to Paul. He's right about things." Which is why, why should we appeal to your interpretation rather than Paul's of Jesus' words?
Well, again, by the fruits you shall know them. And well, yes, I think that most things, Paul's probably got the right idea. I think that in the specific question I was asked regarding should women be able to speak at church or should they obey their husbands, I think that we have moved past a point that we were in the biblical times. And I think that when we talk about Christ, about his specific teachings to treat others how you would want to be treated, the golden rule, right? I think that supersedes anything that might contradictory that Paul might say.
And then last question specifically. I mean, if we're going to judge the fruits, I would just look at the various societies that operate under traditional Christianity, which is basically most of human history after the Roman Empire, at least in Europe and America. And we see these are successful societies that have successful birth rates, and they prospered in some cases. Is that not judging fruits? Is that not showing that traditional gender roles produce good fruits?
Do you think I'm anti-Christian?
No, I'm just wondering. Because you're attacking Paul on this point, and it's clearly showing, at least in a lot of these societies, with traditional gender roles.
According to your perspective,
we can look at Europe after the printing press was invented, and we had the rise of Protestantism, and we had basically 200 years of war and destruction in Europe, which was why a lot of them fled to America to found America. So
God is telling me right now directly to move on, Wick. It's saying next question.
Yeah, I mean, that's all I have. Thanks for having me on.
You're welcome.
Bye, Gil.
Well, with that, then I think I'll probably just say one thing and then bounce off. It seems like there's plenty of progressive representation on the show. I don't want to overpower the panel. But I'll just say my opinion on the topic. If someone wants to live traditionally, it's awesome. Knock yourself out. But if we act like that's the default setting for society, I think that's where the problem comes in. Because those roles are generally not designed for freedom; they're designed for control. And most people did not choose them historically; they were assigned to them and enforced on them. And if people want to cosplay the 50s, that's fine, but don't enforce on others and pretend it was a golden age, because for a lot of people it was a cage. And I think roles should be earned, chosen, or negotiated, not handed down like a script. Tradition can be cool as fuck, but not when it's assigned to or forced on people. So that's all I want to say. I'm Radical Coder. It's good to see you, Sarah, and Soy and Will.
Hell yeah, Ryan, that was great. I appreciate your comments.
I do want to say this to Soy Pill, because I can tell that I'm probably going to disagree with most of what you, Wick, Nate, obviously Mel. I know Mel and I, we obviously good respectfully disagree on a lot of stuff. But I thought you made a great counterpoint when you talked about in the debate where when they were talking about the time when there was gender roles, and you said, yeah, but look. We had also and I think both of you guys mentioned this, where there was feminism became a result of that top-down control, right? Within the culture. And I think this is something that a lot of traditional red sphere, manosphere people kind of just miss on this point, which is that people don't realize that the birth, there was a lot of birth rates happening in the 50s, but there was a lot of underground abortion rates were going up out of in the stratosphere in that time as well.
Yeah,
as
and
a direct
as 40s come was as well a big influence. But yeah, I agree. Obviously I agree. You're saying my point, but yeah, it's like feminism came up during these times that they want to go back to, and they have no way to enforce that feminism doesn't happen. And clearly this appealed to people. And I think their only answer to that was, oh, well, it's because of propaganda. Well, it's okay if so propaganda can completely dominate your entire world structure and society, then it sounds like you have a shitty society that's susceptible to an idea that's more appealing to people, which is freedom of choice for women and men. So
right, and I think that's the problem. Whenever there's a prescription for how to get back to the good old days, and it's built on a enforcement structure where they don't understand that things become reactionary as a result of that. And I think this is something that gets missed a lot in that conversation. And I just wanted to say, as someone that tends to be on a more of a conservative sphere, I thought that was a great point that you made.
Yeah,
Can I bring up something?
Can I jump in between? Sorry.
You've already jumped in once.
Point.
Ian talked over me
I
once.
know, but
This is my turn.
Something really important.
It goes one for tit for tat, right?
Hold on. Mel, go ahead, and then to you, Nate.
I just want to make a simple point, free for anyone to respond to, of course, but Nate also wants to go next, bear in mind. The argument was made, and I also find this to be a weak argument, that women are slightly weaker than men, or men are slightly stronger on average. That's not an argument for essentially making women totally powerless, right? Like a slight difference in power does not translate, does not follow into now women should just be domesticated into the household, not have any rights, can't vote, all this shit. Like, those are two totally different arguments, just so people are clear on that.
Yeah, they kept bringing it up like it was,
well, you I can make a better argument.
Pardon me for just a moment. I'm going to DJ Nuts. I think you've been the quietest on panel. I'm going to boot you, and here's what I have to do, only because Grid actually has a priority seat on this panel. I'm just going to boot you, kick you, let him come in, and then you'll have to come back next. All right? Not saying you can't be here, but I need a seat. Nobody else click the link to jump on. It is only for Grid and Grid alone. If anybody tries to jump backstage right now, I will immediately boot you, and I might even just ban you for not following instructions. All right. K2, the Swiss, says, none of you low T Sallys have the guts to 1v1 Andrew right now. And if anybody does want to go up against him, I'm happy to set that up for
if
you.
He performs the same way, I'm totally down.
I've had one-on-one debates with Andrew Wilson a couple times, right? If he wants to go again and try to make it a hat trick for me, he's fine to do that.
I would listen to Andrew talk for 2 hours. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, that's cute. How about you fight me first while I'm on this panel? I actually have a fucking argument for you guys, huh?
Hold your argument, Chris, and I will let it come right back to you. Clayton Turner with the Big Ten says, will someone tell Brett and Hitman Hart and Oscar from Sesame Street that we're all good? We're all good, the definition of manhood. And then Chef times Tommy is enjoying their new membership. And Sarcastic Saint says, Ryan in the back for being a fake man and sounding more like a little girl. Mel sounds more manly than you, and Sarah acts more manly than you. Okay,
I'll take that 5
Ryan,
since Ryan left.
I will accept. Well, it came in just a little bit ago, so I did miss it. I apologize.
I want to hear from Phil. Hi, Phil.
And pardon me for just a moment. I'm going to let Grid take over for the next 60 seconds while I go and tinkle. But Chris, I want you to go ahead and bring up your argument.
Oh, hi, Grid.
Panel takeover.
Well, just control the panel.
Yeah, it's very simple. Is there one gender role that's responsible for reproduction? That's the case. We need people to have a society. That's the whole fucking argument. Men can't have babies, women can. That's the need for gender roles. It's very simple.
Really, like, dissected our entire debate. That's awesome.
Can you dispute that? Can you dispute that as an actual argument?
No one's arguing against women having
Can I respond to Chris, because this was my argument? If a woman has 2 kids in her lifetime, that's 18 months of actually bearing the child. Childcare exists. Therefore, the woman doesn't have to spend her entire life dedicated to a house.
Okay, if there's one gender, I'm going to say it again. If there's one gender role that can have babies, that means it's important, because without babies, no people. Very, very simple. Can somebody dispute that argument? The problem is, are gender roles important or not? You guys need to make an opposite argument.
Chris, you sound very peaceful. Why don't you go ahead?
Chris, if you'll entertain me, I have a simple answer. I like cooking with onions and garlic. My wife doesn't. That's it.
That's I don't care about your preference, bro. Make an argument. And the 2 fucking Nancys in the top left corner make an argument. They're the ones debating the shit.
What I said, Chris, you ran from my argument.
Bro, you don't even make arguments. Come on my show. We can fucking argue. I want to argue with them because they're the ones actually debating up
That
here.
every woman should have kids.
Bro, birth rates are down. We need birth rates up.
Hold
It's
on.
very
You're
simple.
crazy.
What does that got to do with
Maybe
gender
I asked
roles?
this wrong. Let me try this slower.
I mean, I
this
think
time.
you and John should have a
Yes
a
or
date
no?
just
Do you
to
think that every
hilariously talk
woman
about birth
should
rates
have
for
kids?
the next 20 minutes.
If possible, yes. If possible, yes.
Okay. If you think every single one should, then technically it's a gender role by your definition. I disagree with that gender role.
Oh, that's a good argument, bro. That's a good argument. I love it. Hey, Dumpling in the corner. Do you want to go next?
Just a moment. Allow me to interrupt for just a moment. Andrew said he'll debate right now. Wick, I leave that to you. If you want to debate right
I
now,
did say I had about 30 minutes. I'm a little over time, but we can do it
that's fair.
tomorrow.
All these low-key men leaving.
Yeah, we can probably do it tomorrow. If he
No,
wants to do it
well, to
tomorrow.
be fair, any original panelist has the right to leave the open panel when they want. And it's also not considered rage quitting because I completely give them that option in advance. So he's not rage quitting. It was already determined earlier. And so, yeah, but I will reach out to Andrew on your behalf, Wick, and we can set something up
make
if
that
you
happen
want.
if you'd like.
Sure.
Sure.
I was upset that
before-
the other panelists left because I feel like I'm on the more trad side in terms of the things that I like live out in my own life and the things that I generally accept. But also I found Wick and Soypill, friends of mine, very convincing. And a question I didn't hear the original panelists answer super well that I would love to hear maybe the more trad people here answer is try to balance for me this question of nature and nurture, where I feel like I heard the original panelist saying there's a strong role of propaganda, right? That pushes women towards things that make them have less babies and do things that they think are ultimately bad. But it seems like they think stop short of propagandizing them into things they actually find fulfilling or satisfying, right? Where even me as like I would assume a relatively more trad in my own personal life, I just think over time, like, yeah, women find things satisfying in different cultures and situations that they don't in other cultures and situations, find men attractive that they do or don't in other situations. I just didn't feel like, I don't know, those two things didn't come together for me in a way that was satisfying, where like over here we have the propaganda that's pushing women away from everything that will ever make them happy, and somehow they're just like totally ignorant of this, that they just don't know that they're actually freaking miserable about all their choices that they're making in this like new free society.
Phil,
I don't know.
you are
the
too
trad
smart
people
to not be on our side. Get over
reconcile
here, man.
these
Come on.
things.
Let me drag you over, Phil.
And
More like Chad Catholic.
DJ Nuts with the big 5 already crying about it. If you want people to not talk over each other, maybe don't kick them when they try to follow your rules. Guess what? Grid spent $10 for me to boot anybody I wanted backstage. That's my right. That's how we play here. If you don't like it, fuck off. All right, back to whoever was talking.
Yeah, so two things, because I want to, Eucharist, we love Eucharist over here. So he's my favorite conservative. He's someone I really respect, and we spar on occasion, the Council Nicaea and all things like that. But I really respect him, so thank you. I think it's an interesting thing that I would like to hear an answer on that I didn't. But the second thing I have to say is I do have like 2 minutes. So if anyone has questions for me, not to take over your panel or anything like that,
No,
but
it's
just
totally
if any has questions for me, now's the time, and I'll address them as quickly as I can.
Wick say I was his favorite conservative?
No, Eucharist is my favorite.
Said Chris,
So,
yeah. So Wick, I actually did have some questions for you. I'm glad you brought this opportunity up front. You said that you are a Christian, yeah? Is that
No,
correct?
I'm not a Christian, but I was raised Christian, and I do consider I try to follow Christ. I do have some personal, like, I'm agnostic, I guess, if you'd want to say, because I'm not sure, right? But I do have some things, but I do think that the world would be a better place if everyone actually followed Christ.
Okay. So you believe in Christ, but you're agnostic to the existence of God? Is that a fair thing to say?
Are we back on this again?
Come on, let me actually have this.
Well, he only has the 2 minutes, right? So I can't ask him too much.
Sure. I think that the things that Christ taught and the way that he lived is good, and that people should emulate that. He was the great exemplar, and I think that as an example, he should be followed, regardless of whether or not he was divine. That's a different question. But the question was his teachings, will it make people better if they follow his teachings? I think that the answer to that is a resounding yes.
So you see Christ as just like a great moral
I'm agnostic.
figure.
I don't know.
Yeah, but you view him as a moral figure, essentially.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, fair
Well,
enough.
I've got
All right.
an argument that's not based on religion. If you guys can hear me.
Yeah,
Yep.
we can hear you.
All right, thanks. Yeah, this is for Wick and Soy Pill. Like, you guys have been saying the entire time that you just don't believe in enforcing gender roles. This is the slippery slope where society ends up going down the drain because not we, but the people who end up pretending, oh, it's really good if you can choose and stuff, is what's better for society. Just one example is I cover combat sports on my channel, and nobody aside from the really delusional ones would argue that women's MMA or women's boxing is just as good as men's, because it's not, nowhere close. And this is because women don't belong in athletics typically. So having this brain dead idea that it's really better if women can choose, that's why you find, this is the point, one of the points Chris made earlier, you have so many women who are depressed because they've been told that they should be pushing for careers. They've been told that they should be pushing for things, not having a family. And this is why women are depressed. And you've got Republicans in Congress right now. Mark Dice did a video on this the other day.
Are you going to ask us a question, or are you just going to do your own little show here?
Yeah, I would say land the plane.
Yeah, okay. Having this argument that it's better for society if women can choose, when you're presenting an idea that is completely bad for women, you're giving them an excuse to make a choice which is just objectively bad.
Well, first of all, that's not a question. Second of all, if women want to choose to be depressed by joining the workforce and suffer under our capitalist overlords, I think they should be able to. And it sounds like you think we should force women not to work, and I disagree completely. I think that's worse overall. And when we did that, feminism came about, and it made them have the right to choose. So it's probably going to come back no matter what. So
women can have children and work afterwards, bro.
Yes,
Bad argument.
You're deflecting again, because you're saying that it's better for them to have a choice. This choice, as I just explained, I could have summed it up better, but I just explained this choice of them going into the workforce is not good for them. That's why they are depressed.
Right. So should we force them to not have that choice, right?
Yes. Answer your question. They shouldn't. It should be encouraged.
They should not be allowed to work.
Don't go into the workforce because they're not happier there.
Sounds like you're advocating for choice because you don't want to force them not to work, right?
Can I ask a question just real quick? Fight Sports Talk, is that your name?
Go
Fight
ahead.
Sport Talk, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think that people should be allowed to choose things that make them unhappy?
Yes, but in situations when it is proven to make them unhappy, it is proven that they are not happier in the workforce.
Mate, I think you're arguing with yourself a little bit there because you don't realize you're advocating for choice.
This is why you're interrupting, because you don't want to hear my answer.
And it's because your answer's not good, mate.
No, I want to hear his answer. Give him a second.
When it is proven that a choice is not what makes them happy, in this particular case, women being in the workforce, and it affects society because therefore children don't have the kind of upbringing that they should have, it should be encouraged that they choose the better option, which is not going to the workforce, it's raising families.
Well, so I want to hear
Just to
Chris expand on
clarify.
his women can go into the workforce after they have kids thing then, because it sounds like you guys are fundamentally opposed. Chris is saying, well, yeah, they can have kids and then go into the workforce. So it sounds like Chris is open to more choice than fight.
No. Do you understand? Rachel Wilson was a housewife and then she worked afterwards after raising children.
Sure.
Do you guys understand that?
Yeah.
The whole argument is gender roles in society. Did you guys forget the prompt you're here to debate?
Yeah,
No.
gender roles exist for a reason.
Yeah, I'm saying it sounds like Fight
And
Sports
these
Talk
guys
is
are
saying women
ignoring
should
it.
not be in the workforce, and you're saying if they have babies first, it's fine, right? So I'm just trying to reconcile these two things between you guys.
And also, who the fuck cares about happiness? Who cares about that shit? So we all just let everybody live in little tanks and inject them with fucking opiates so they're happy all the time. Who cares about that? That's also a shit argument.
I have to go. I love you all.
Hold on, Chris. What is going on with your mic? Or are you operating off the right mic? It sounds like it's.
I'm not on my laptop. I had to call in through my phone because I couldn't get access to the link. So I had to take my chance to get on the call.
Okay, I'm just going to turn you down a whole lot more because it's coming in super loud.
No,
all right.
I have to go. I love you all. I'm going
Hold
to
on.
give my essence aura to Phil, and Phil will represent me.
I don't think he wants it, but okay.
I love you all.
So
Thank you, Wick.
Bye, Wick.
So fight sport. I guess I just want to clarify. Your frame of reference is that you are okay with them choosing. You just want them to be encouraged to make the right choice in your purview. Is that right?
Yes, and this is not in a opinion I'm coming up with. This is fact. Women are happier when they're not working, particularly when they've got children. And
I think anyone's happier when they're not working.
Yeah.
Look, yeah.
Listen,
I
don't know if
ultimately-
I can back that one up.
Yeah, working has a lot of stress to it.
Hold on. The argument that you can do both. You get kids that have a mother who is only half on the job, which is just anybody trying to make the argument that it is okay for women who half-ass raising kids is brain.
Can I, as a conservative, make a statement on that real quick? Would you mind?
I mean, by all means.
That's the most illogical thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
And while I love to beat soy pill down on the rare occasion when we actually face off with each other, you're not doing that right now. And here's why.
Okay.
Women have always worked. Period.
Yep.
Since the dawn of time. They gathered, they gardened, they ran entire fucking households, which, by the way, isn't easy.
Proverbs 31.
Now, right, and there was and we can't even say that the Bible says that women shouldn't work or shouldn't own property or anything else, because the Bible, in fact, reinforces both of those things. Now, the question would be,
hello. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, my mic wasn't working before. It is.
Yeah. Oh,
We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Grid, real
Glad we
quick,
can make it
God
on.
just told me that was a really good answer, and I respect it.
No, yeah, I think it's.
Hey! By the way, soy
Well,
pill.
I can respond to.
God told me that Razor Fist already nailed the sunglasses look. So just
God just told me that you're lying, actually.
So
At any rate, it's
I can
an interesting
respond to
thing that we always go back to this idea that women would be happier in the home all the time. I don't disagree, but by saying that they don't want to work is that's a bad argument, because
well, this is the argument. This is the argument that I was making. They're being encouraged not to work. It's not that it's. Look, I believe in freedom of choice. My values are very conservative, so they should have the right to choose. The problem is that they are being encouraged not to work, and it's actually being encouraged that women can half-ass being mothers, which is terrible for society. You've got kids who don't have the proper upbringing because the mothers are thinking, well, maybe I'll be happy if I go start a business and only half care about raising my kid, and maybe give it to somebody else to raise. That's a terrible idea.
I think the point you're trying to make. Let me run this by you, and let me see if this is the actual point you're trying to make.
Okay, then I'd like to.
Sure, Grid, and then
Mash
me.
it after.
Yeah, I think Grid was gonna clarify the same thing I was. So yeah, go ahead.
So what you're really talking about is the fact that modern women are able to sub out almost all of their responsibilities, to where even if they run a household in the modern world, they really only work a couple of hours a day, and they're really kind of bored, and then of course that's when they want to go out and get jobs and things like that, and that's because you drop your kids off at school, the husband goes to work, we have washing machines and all kinds of things to help clean up around that. Well, now we have robots to do the sweeping. And you really there's not a whole lot left that is a typically, what would maybe be called woman's work. I personally don't call it that. But at any rate,
a feminist.
Huh?
Grid, you're so pro-woman. You're so pro-woman.
You know what it is?
You know what it
is that I just don't think that women are capable of doing some things. And
there we go.
You're so pro-women, Grid. All right. So I just sorry to interrupt the circle.
My wife doesn't get to cook very much.
Okay, so I think what's important to identify here is that imposition can go either way. And I think if you're a woman growing up in society, there are women with the natural proclivity from the day they're born to till they have the realization of gender roles. Their role and their goal in society becomes to have a family and to flourish, and that they are faced with imposition to say that if that's all they want to do, they're selling themselves short, and that they should go out and get a job because they could potentially have a wonderful career doing something. The opposite exists as well. There are women that are not built on that. And so the middle ground here is choice, right? Because the imposition from either direction when women will choose what they want to choose. Women are depressed because during formative years, when they're coming into the world and they're trying to make key choices about their life, they're shamed for not wanting a family immediately, and they're also shamed for not wanting a career. It's coming from both angles. That's the key. That's the key point here.
Neve, that's a good point, but I do have a question. When you turn the light on, do you get flashbanged from your like all white room?
I'm a bit of a minimalist. I'm a bit of a minimalist.
I will say that I would say that gender roles, though, then I think this is where a religious aspect comes into play, because most of people who affirm traditional gender roles have that basis on a religious standpoint, and I think that's something that needs to be understood. That if you're going to promote a certain traditional view, those things are baked together. And what we have is we have people who want to now either try to force that worldview or try to completely annihilate it, which goes to kind of what your point is, Neve, that there's pressure on both sides to try to have, and that was kind of what I got from what Jake was trying to say, was that, hey, that's propaganda, but then what they want is just more propaganda from another perspective to try to promote what they think is upstanding gender values. And I think either of them is either way is bad.
Things like feminism and highlighting the necessity for choice, this is a symptom of religious imposition. So even if you carry through to your conclusions, for the next 15 to 20, 25 years, you get all of the religious propaganda, you shame women back into the kitchen and back into their birthing roles, we'll be in the same place 100 years from now. I guarantee it. It is a symptom of that overwhelming issue that it comes with religion.
Neve, are you in a kitchen?
Sounds fantastic.
I'm in a kitchen.
Sounds fantastic.
I think you made a really good point. I think you made a real good point, John, about how people like Jake are saying that we need propaganda on the other side to get women back into quote unquote traditional roles. I'm kind of calling for the same thing, because the propaganda has been so one-sided in the other direction to push women out of being mothers. And responding to Grid1's point earlier, I'm not against women working full stop. I agree in freedom of choice, but having the idea that women
wasn't at my actual
but contextually on like a timeline, if we talk about Christianity being the norm for like hundreds and hundreds of years, if we have, no, I know you're not, I'm just trying to contend with what you're saying. If we've had Christianity for hundreds and hundreds of years, and if for 50 of those years, I think Rachel tried to say the last 50 years is when we changed something. It doesn't matter to me. But if we look at the big timeline, okay, if this amount of time we've spent talking about, women's freedoms or the freedom of choice, like contextually, is that really lopsided? I don't think so.
It is.
Yeah, well, in 50 years, it all got flushed down the toilet.
Chris, hold on real quick. I love that, Neve. Just really quickly, I love that, and I kind of piggybacking off of what you and Grid was saying. You're saying that there's pressure on both sides, and if you really believe that, do you think, and of course in regards to choice, do you believe that there should be pressure on either sides, or would you just remove the pressure in totality?
I think that there should be.
I apologize, Neve. Before you answer, Sarcastic Saint sent the big 5 to say UK in the back for gaining a soy boy's essence. Go take a quick bath or shower to wash that smell off. All right, fighting sport talk. I'm booting you to the backstage. They booted you for now.
I
just to answer that.
I just a couple of points. First, I don't think this is as divided as we like to make it. First of all, I think that most women, at some point, women go through stages just like men go through stages where they may not want kids, they may want kids, whatever. Just for example, my wife, and I feel safe using her as an example, mainly because she's not going to watch this. And
she's probably my number one fan, only because she knows you come over here.
Sure. And what
a bizarre thing to say, by the way.
When my when my wife was younger, and she wanted to be a professional. That's what in her, everything in her life had kind of prepared her for. But she's not obviously from the U.S., and so it's a different mentality, a different worldview. And so when we had our first child, she didn't know what to do. She was lost. And so it really fell to me to do that, because she didn't have that background. And so she worked a lot, and that sort, which was fine. I was there. We have parents. We have, takes a village, as they say. With our second child, 10 years later, my wife absolutely hates to not be a part of my youngest son's life. Like, she is absolutely in it. She is completely done an about face in her career to some degree. I mean, not maybe my perception is an about face. She
Where's
may
the
not.
anecdote going, Greg?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Well, the anecdote is that I think that women go through stages in life, and it's not as simple as saying, well, women shouldn't do this or women shouldn't do that. Just like it's not the same to say that men shouldn't do this or shouldn't do that. At one point in time, I was a complete degenerate. Like really complete. And but I'm not now. I changed my entire worldview. And so while we like to argue these as very finite things, I just don't think they are.
Here's the thing that I think is important, because what we end up doing is, when we talk about the issue of gender roles, we're going to be forcing a worldview into this perspective. And I think, to me, either way, I don't like this idea of top-down, overbearing type of legality that would come from a quote-unquote Christian worldview that says we have to legislate these kinds of things. Just like I'm not for all of the amount of pressure that we're getting and all of the propaganda that we're getting from the left to try to enableize women to just completely ignore their natural roles. And I think what's important is that what we should be asking is, how, if we really want to advocate for something, if there's something to be said about the organic position that we have as individuals in that conversation, rather than trying to use an institutional.
I do want to address Crisis' question. He did lob it at me. Crisis, if I understand it correctly, you're asking me if, sorry, can you rephrase it? Because you were talking about that pressure going both ways.
Yeah, so you were talking about how kind of women are shamed for not wanting a family immediately, but simultaneously being shamed for not, going into a career. So my question for you is, in that case, do you believe there should be pressure on one side or the other, or none at all, right?
Yeah.
What would your ideal be?
So I think a failure of both movements is we spend too much time focused on the other side. We spend a lot of time slinging mud. And so when it comes to self-actualization, if you have a leader in your life, effective leaders will look at your traits and your strengths, and they will do what they can to nurture those strengths. And so all I'm saying is that we should be reinforcing things that actually exist. If we have women that have leadership skills, things like grants, scholarships, enabling women to continue to seek out that education is an example of that. But we don't necessarily need to be shaming women in the home. The flip side of that would be, a woman that wants a family, and maybe she can't create the set of circumstances that are necessary for her to have, maybe a financial, whatever life. And we can support that mother through, government support, incentives, X, Y, and Z. We can do both. And it's that we're too focused and too threatened by each opposing side, rather than, focusing on our own sides.
That's a beautiful story, but only one side's being pushed in modernity, right? One side's being pushed that's glorified, and one side's being shamed.
Well, your algorithm is
none of the progressives on
your
here.
algorithm is
I have to go, guys. You guys have been great. Soy Pill, you weren't there the other night, man. I was looking forward to debating you.
For the economy one, I had to step out for that. Sorry, but I had to go pick up your kid like you left last time. So we should keep cycling that out, and maybe we should get our wives to do it, and then we can have like a full 3-hour debate.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. So at any rate, I'll see all you guys later.
I do want to say I appreciated your opinions today. I never expected to hear some of the things you said, and I think they were good opinions.
It's fair.
Well, okay.
I like Grid. He's very grounded.
One of the points I was going to make one of the points I was going to make earlier to I forget who made it, maybe it was NS Crisis, about why people like me and Jake are calling for propaganda. It's because it's been, again, so incredibly one-sided to where women, it's not.
Oh yeah, actually, I do have a point
it's
for
not
that.
the worst thing. Yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world for a woman to go out and work. Again, I support freedom of choice, but the idea that during the first 3 years, which again, anybody except a brain dead idiot will tell you that the first 3 years are the most important of any human being's life, that it's okay for women to focus on work, especially when they don't need to, when the husband makes enough money for the household, instead of focusing all of your energy towards the child. That is ludicrous, and that's what's ruining society, which again,
But how
is why
likely,
there's
how frequently, if we look at average household income, how likely and how frequently does it occur that the one person in the household makes enough money for both people? Like, it's it's a lot less likely than you would think.
No, I understand, because of inflation, because of how the economy is and stuff. It is really, really tough. But that doesn't mean that there are parents who are working when they don't need to. Women, again, when it is pushed and publicized in society that women should be looking to go out and be girl bosses.
Do you think anyone is making that argument here? That women, when they don't need to work,
the guy in the corner, Soy Pill, because
I don't
he's
think
been
so.
saying
An argument.
Wait, I want him to tell me my argument.
He's been saying this entire time. He's been saying this entire time.
You're punching ghosts, my friend.
Let him say it. Let him say my argument.
I'll let him, I promise. But just to address what you were saying in regards to kind of where I was going, you're saying that only one side is really being pushed here. And I guess if you're looking at it from your own point of view, you're going to see whatever your experience is. But there are plenty of people that will give you an opposite experience to that. Now, do I necessarily agree with that experience? Not entirely. That's kind of why I'm asking, Neve. But ultimately, what it boils down to is this: I don't think counter extremes work. That's the truth of it all, right? It has to be some kind of gradual process. For example, I'm biracial. There's plenty of extremes back and forth, white and black, right? On both of them, you can see it. It doesn't work, right? You just go back and forth, and it never ends.
Crisis,
right? So
I agree with what you're saying. I'm not in favor of extremes on any side, but there are extremes when it comes to saying, look, women need to get out of the workforce and get into the kitchen. That's the saying that goes around, because of the damage it does to a child when you've got women. Again, if they need to work because things are expensive, etc., then I get it. I mean, I grew up in the early 90s when this stuff wasn't.
Fight Sport, can I ask you a question?
That sounds
great. Can I ask you a
great.
question, Fight Sport? Do you think that isn't it the case that we need to question traditional gender roles, like, after the point that people have had kids, like, under this framework?
I don't think so.
Why not?
Because it's been proven, again, traditional gender roles are what's better for society. So
what?
By what metric?
How's that been proven?
The only metric we were used, Fight Sports, was women's depressive rate. But I mean, you fail to bring up, the average happiness of people, disposable income, poverty rate, all the other things that have been exponentially better after we have introduced women into the workforce. And yeah, if women are sad working, get on the fucking line. Everyone's sad working most of the time, and that's why they quit their jobs or don't want to work at all. But that has nothing to do with whether or not they should go have babies, which again is a very small part of being a woman. They actually live many years without giving babies, and then once the babies are out of the house, they live another many years not doing anything.
Right.
And exactly. So what could be
I can answer one. Okay, Ivory, did I answer your question? Because you asked me, should we question traditional roles after a child is born, correct? And I said,
no, let's say you get past this 3-year period, can't we start questioning gender roles after that point?
In my opinion, no, because women, again, if you want to elect,
why does the 3-year period matter? Why you bring it up?
Because it's the most important.
The key development time.
You're saying you still don't question the
It is
gender roles even after the 3-year period. So what is it? The 3-year period doesn't matter. Like, why are you not questioning gender roles in general?
Because I'm not saying that women shouldn't have any choice. I'm saying if you want to go, if you have to work, that means
we're questioning gender roles.
I don't get what you're saying. I'm saying that women, again, can choose to work, but I'm not making a religious argument. I'm making an argument of what's logical and what is best for society.
He's
the most important
saying He's saying this. You brought up a specific point, and when he asked you what the relevance of that specific point was, you said it wasn't. That's what he's critiquing. It's
The
not
problem
necessarily-
this whole night has been everybody sitting on a fence so hard they got wood all the way up their ass. Nobody's taking a solid stance on anything.
I think it's reasonable to fence, post, squat, whatever kind of concept, because not everything is always black and white. We can say this is this, that is that. But
have you seen Neve's background? It's
Well,
very
and all respect to my friend Chris Lestrange,
I wasn't
Oh,
done.
sorry,
I was
I'm sorry.
interrupted, but I wasn't done, and I'll hand it back to you, John. I think it's reasonable to say that we can go out saying this is always this way and this is always that way, but we always forget the human element. People make up their minds and do different things based on their own experiences, their own their relativism, all of this different stuff. The way their parents raised them, or maybe someone just fucking pissed them off, or they had a traumatic experience. All sorts of things get thrown into the mix of the human experience, the human element, and we forget that sometimes. So no, it's not all black and white, and we can sit on the fence. Okay, back to you,
But
John.
on the other hand,
I was just going to say
extreme-
that all due respect to my friend Chris, that it's low hanging fruit to be like, if we don't advocate this type of idea for gender roles, we'll be decimated. There'll be no more people. And the problem is that the population rate population. Well, it might have some variance to it.
Yeah, that's a problem.
But I'm not saying it isn't. I'm saying that's not the whole tantamount. That's the low hanging fruit. That's what I'm saying. That's the obvious thing to pick at, because that's just part of what makes up the question of gender roles. So.
You can't blame the literal fucking.
Wait, can I answer John?
Hold on. Go ahead, Neve. I believe Neve was trying to interject as well, and then back to Chris.
Well, it was just too rational. We weren't playing both sides when you identified all of the nuance and the unique circumstance. And I just wanted to reinforce the idea that on the other hand, you have people that literally look like fucking cavemans, like Chris, just trying to reinforce birth, baby, birth. You can't ignore the irony.
It's very simple. Can I respond to John quickly?
Go ahead, Chris.
It's very simple. We are arguing for should gender roles be promoted in society. Right now, you guys are promoting ambiguity. If it's promoted, where does it say there's a law saying women can't work or this? It's not the case. There can always be rebels and outliers. You guys are going, because there's an outlier, let's define all of society on the outliers. No, how about we promote gender roles? And if somebody wants to deviate from that, they do that. There's no law. They're not going to get locked up for doing it.
That's exactly what questioning gender roles means. It means that they're a valid person for rebelling against the standard.
It doesn't matter what gets promoted and whether we should promote gender roles. Does anybody read the debate topic?
As an individual. That's what we're saying.
Did you read the prompt of the debate topic?
Well, the prompt is actually...
Go ahead, Crisis.
Yeah, well, the prompt is actually, should traditional roles still have a place in modern society? It's not necessarily saying, like, do they have to be the only thing there, right? So it's not necessarily as black and white as you're saying. There's still room for nuance in the prompt of the debate.
For instance, the male has always been the person who has to go out. Excuse me, I didn't say the word. The male has always traditionally been the person who goes out and make the money. That would be a gender role. Now a woman can make money on the computer just like a guy could. More money, she can move around more because of modern society and technology. I think these things need to be revisited.
Actually, I have something for that. Actually, Joe, you said that making money was a traditional gender role.
Yeah, man make money, woman stay home with the kids.
It used to be.
Okay, I would like to contest that. If you go back to our original ancestors, right, like the way back,
money is a new thing.
You had the guy with the stick going out and killing to get the meat and whatnot, but the women were still out gathering herbs and stuff like that. There wasn't necessarily an economy, right? The idea of money isn't necessarily put into traditional gender roles.
And in
money
fact,
is new shit.
And I would actually say that a lot of the problems that we have where gender roles have come is because of overt capitalism that has happened when we saw mass consumerism hit in the late 50s, and they started marketing for the wives' makeup, and they started marketing for kids for things, and it was all about, because there was a point when advertisement was, everybody should go get themselves a Coke for the whole family. It was all family one oriented. And then in the 50s is when we started seeing them advertise to demographics. And that was part of the reason that spurred that on. So long before there was ever people going, hey girl, you go out there and get a job and you be cool. Or before there was any of that, we already saw these kinds of things beget with that type of thing. And so one would argue that as a result of the technocratic society that we've developed, that the gender roles were completely then changed forever. And I think a lot of the traditional gender roles that we're talking about that are based in some of those values, you can't really get back unless you go back to an agrarian age. So
all those anime avatars.
Society's never going back to where it used to be. That's just part of evolution. But a point that Soy Pill made earlier, he said that I wasn't bringing up exact statistics. I mean, I could bring up statistics, but you would just ignore them like you did with Jake the entire time.
No, I'll try to listen. What statistics were better in the 50s, and what should we strive for? Yeah.
Well, again, he already brought up statistics I would have brought up. I'll bring up another thing. This gender pay gap. The reason why
statistics
he's bringing one up. Let him go.
Yeah, the reason why the women don't get paid as much is because, again, they don't do it. And this was debunked back when I was a teenager. It's because they don't work the same hours, et cetera, et cetera. When they have kids, they take time off, et cetera, all that stuff. So this is just, again, further evidence that women don't have the same role in the workforce as men do, and they shouldn't because of, again, the word tradition. So
wait, I'm a little confused by that, White Sport, because I acknowledge, there's a gender pay gap. I think it's much smaller when you start controlling for some of those things. But I think a big part of it, first of all, for the same wages, people do sometimes work less. There are little factors here and there, but the problem is that a big one is that maternity leave is a huge thing, and the expectation that a woman at some point in her future will take off some time to raise a kid and deprive that company of a worker is something that I think causes them to be paid less. And obviously, if they do that, they shouldn't be paid as much because they're not working. Then the way you solve that is kind of having more of an egalitarian thing where you say, hey, paternity leave as well. If a man has a baby, he can also take that same exact time off, and then you don't have to worry about, is this woman going to leave in the middle of anything, because both of them are able to do this. And
you know what solves that for companies? Mom staying at home, you fucking dillywag.
Exactly.
Allow me to interrupt.
I mean,
allow me to
Chris,
interrupt for just a moment so I can read a
interesting to
super
say.
chat
I
if
really
you don't
appreciate his
mind.
being here.
Wicked Wally in with the
Thank
big
you,
five
Chris.
says, I thought Soy Pill was Radical Cooper in cosplay. Now I have to have an existential crisis instead of laughing. Good night. And
I'm
thank
assuming
you,
that's a
Wicked
compliment
Wally.
on my physique. Thank you.
K2 keep on trucking with a big five. So when robot wombs start to become a thing, how important will women be? The CCP proved they were second-class citizens.
I think
Brian, stop talking about your physique. You can't even show your eyes on cam.
China views all citizens as second class because
I was about to say let's not point to China.
They don't recognize human rights. So that's that's the end to that argument. And Soy Pill, you keep arguing for egalitarianism.
What is wrong with paternity leave?
In what way?
Paternity leave. What is wrong? It's like that's good.
I'm not opposed.
While we're trying to understand what maternity leave is, no crisis in the back for not actually understanding traditional roles and why they are necessary. Why do most kids run to mom and not dad?
Yeah.
That question is to the panel. Let me put you back to the back. Melanie, you've made your way back up.
No.
And you, Chris, you'll be up next.
It's my time to outshine Neve.
I hate you immediately now.
Very
hard to do since Neve literally has a white background and is very shiny on this panel compared to all of the dark backgrounds that everybody.
Hope you bought all the chrome, Melanie.
And
also, I don't have my Furby.
Neve is a very, very respectful person, and that helps with shiny.
It's 6 a.m. here, Sarah. I can't control when my sun comes up.
I would just before we get to the super chat, which I assume we're going to talk about. Can you guys hear me? Okay, I'm unsure.
You're good.
Mm-hmm.
You're good.
Yeah. It's just my thing wasn't making a lot of movement. I
That's
did
what she
actually.
said.
I did primarily come in to talk about the stats that were talked about earlier in the initial debate. Sadly, of course, both of the people who brought up these stats have left. So I'm unsure, how much really fruit I'm going to get out of this. But I do think it's important to note I have no clue where that 99-1 stat came from for the Ukraine-Russia war, men casualties. As far as I know, there's no official measurement of non-civilian casualties of that war. We do have a measurement of civilian casualties, and it's about 50-50. It's a little more in favor of men, and sometimes, it's like technically, I think for every 10 boys that die, it's one girl, but that's children specifically.
Well, Bortz, I think you're falling for the bait here, which is they're saying, well, men have to fight in the military. That's a gender role. Men need to embody that. Men are stronger biologically. But the whole point, and they never addressed this, was most men aren't doing this. And it's not a gender role. It is a specific role for specific people to specifically go in the military. And some incredibly small fraction, less than 1% of the population, is going to go into the military. So to argue about this as it is a prescriptive thing that we should tell men to do is just ridiculous. Yeah, some people have to do it. Most of them are going to be men. But this has nothing to do with whether or not we should enforce this or prescribe it or encourage it. It's just silly. They love bringing it up, though. I don't know why.
Yeah, you let them hang with too much time on that.
Well,
too. You
because
know
of
that you shouldn't even been talking about that military shit, and you let them keep you over there for way too long, in my opinion, in that debate. It is not a big deal, and y'all let them keep y'all over there.
Bro, because the point is, if we don't promote gender roles, then we have dudes like you sitting in a fucking pink tank top with sunglasses on, and you don't even have chest hair, bro. Exactly. This is what happens. This is where it leads, bro.
It's actually a pretty good look, Chris. Why are you scared of that? Is that something like homophobia or something?
I'm scared, bro. I'm scared. He has sunglasses on. You can't even show his eyes on camera, bro.
All right.
To get back to my initial point, while I appreciate your interjection, Soy, it's okay. I'm sorry, I sound rude. I know. I'm just bad with tone.
You don't at all.
I think it's important to bring up these things because it shows that they weren't actually researching the things that they were saying. They don't know what they're talking about beyond this point. And I'm also going to bring up the fertility rate in Armenia. We had, I believe he said that now we are at 3 children to every 1 woman or something like that. Their point is we've really ramped up birth rates in Armenia. That was for a very short amount of time. I believe at around 1970, they fell back down below 3. And then now they're at 1.8, I want to say. Let me check my stats real quick. But I believe
replacement is 2.1, right, Bortz? Did you happen to have that off the top of your head?
What'd you say?
Is the replacement rate, is it 2.1 per woman?
So I don't know exactly what you're talking about replacement rate wise. I have the fertility rate.
Right I'm just curious. It's not like a contention.
Okay.
I remember
so
reading that.
The point is, they clearly were being very picky and choosy with their stats there, measuring from 1972 or so. And beyond that, we do have, and I think this was made a big deal out of, birth rate in general was a really big thing during this debate when I feel like it really shouldn't be. We're focusing a lot on this birth rate thing when one of the countries with the highest birth rate is Afghanistan. They're currently at 4.8. And that's supposedly good, but we're running, do we really want for our model country to be the country with the highest birth rate when that country is currently being run by the Taliban? We have these countries where women are being forced to, have children, to adhere to these strict gender roles, and they're just simply they're not functioning well as societies, even if they are functioning well as breeding machines, so to speak.
So are you equating birth rate with extremist Islamic terrorism or extreme that kind of thing? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I don't think he was.
Saying that in order to have this rate, you might have to be incredibly dogmatic and lock people
Sarah has
away
to read
and
the
keep women out of the
Superchat.
workforce.
Thank you, Mel. All right. I just want to mention we still have Eucharist backstage. I have What the fuck?
Was that a sound?
Somebody's cat spazzed out.
Schwartz is
hit
also
the
in the kitchen.
Sway.
All right, I have Eucharist backstage still waiting. I have, is it Let the Water Kai, Lee the Water Kai, Lay the Water, Leth Water Kai, LETHEWATERKIA. He's backstage hanging out, and I also have back from the other night after his debut. I have Abe Dinkus. Abe was really fun. The Dinkus show, the Amish looking fella with the Abe, but this time he's wearing his Abe Lincoln hat. So I really want to see him, but we have a full panel, so you know
Sarah.
what to do.
So what if you want, I can bounce. I actually wanted to talk to the other people and give Jake and Cooley shit because their arguments weren't great either. So, but I can bounce off for a bit and start my day if you want.
Also, wipe your phone camera off next time.
They don't get it.
You get a little blurry. They don't get the grip. But yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Oh, okay, well, no, I'm gonna stay. No, I'm gonna stay. No, I'm gonna stay for the grip.
And then speaking of the grip, Robert Demita, the kindest gentleman in chat, who always says thank you for this stream, sends another 10 for Chris tossing out the word scallywag so casually. Kudos to you, Chris. Thank you so much.
Chris, I want you to like rob the ship I'm on as a pirate. I think that would be a lot of fun. You really embody that kind of like phenotype.
I am, dude. I'm a gay pirate that's scared of the water, bro. Do you want to go? Like, you don't want to get in a roast battle with me.
Scared to do.
I'm gonna destroy you.
I meant that legitimately.
Pirate,
like, I think
a gay pirate.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves.
This message is sponsored in part by.
For all you gay pirates out there, and don't forget, I have the horse clip still waiting for you. If you want that, gentlemen, you know what to do as well. If you'd rather just watch the horse clip over and over instead of listen to these jerk offs sit here and argue about what women should or shouldn't do in the kitchen or what men should or shouldn't do to protect their house or whatever, we can just sit here and watch horse clips
from the kitchen.
Yeah. And if
Bitch, at least I have a kitchen.
That is a perfect point, Sarah, for what Soy has been arguing this entire show. He's been saying, because Soy, you've been talking about egalitarianism, and Jay brought up the example earlier of your house gets burgled, and you that's a cute nap, by the way, and you say to your partner, "Oh well, sure, I'll do this amount to get rid of him, and you do this amount." The guy should step in.
I think the woman should do everything in her power to fight back as well as me.
That is complete deflection. It is on the man.
How is that deflection?
It's deflection because it is on the man, and you arguing, well, in this scenario, it doesn't. It shouldn't be on the man.
Wait, why is it on the man? Tell me. Is it because he's stronger?
Of gender roles. Because of gender roles.
Right, exactly.
Apparently a biological
imperative. Can I please respond to him? Because look, I'm not arguing that, like, theoretically, let's assume that my future wife is going to be weaker than me. I hope so, because if she's bigger, it's going to be really hard for me to do anything with her. But the problem is, if you're arguing that I might be better in a fist fight than my future wife if my house got burgled into. Of course. Now, if you're saying a woman should never, ever, ever have any agency in the situation to actually help in any way, what if she has a bat? What if she has a gun? What if she has some sort of great equalizer that enables her to help me? Why the fuck would I ever say no? She shouldn't help.
This is a complete non-argument. You're saying, well, technically in this scenario,
in a very realistic scenario where my wife has a fucking gun, which I'm gonna let her have. She'll be able to help out. What fucking hypothetical are you like? Are you thinking? What scenario do you think I'm being unrealistic with?
You could make a hypothetical about anything. You're saying, well, hypothetically.
So in your hypothetical, we have to Rochambeau and equalize the work, which is something I've never said.
Rochambeau,
more realistic thing.
No. That is complete opposite of what I've been saying. I've been saying men and women are not equal in the workforce and never will be, aside from a demented world made by people like you.
This message is sponsored in part by.
To keep on trucking with the big two, just so you can all look at the horse video.
Okay. Disappointed in you.
Argument.
Fight Sport Talk. Can you please tell me what you think I'm advocating for then in this burgled scenario?
You're advocating for a demented world where women and men are completely equal.
Did I ever say that? Because I promise you that's not what I want.
Yeah, when we've been talking about this entire show has been about gender.
Actually, if you watched it, you know that there was a specific moment when they said, "Do you want every woman and man to be exactly equal in society?" And I said, "No, I don't think we can promote this the exact same outcomes for everyone. I don't think we should have 50-50 roles and everything." Well, it's deflection. I'm telling you my real opinion. I don't care if you don't understand it. I'm telling you what I really think right now.
This is why I say your idea of your way of thinking is completely demented. You're talking about well, because of this hypothetical, it should be equal for men and women. We're talking about. I'm not making a religious argument. I'm making a realistic argument in logic.
Which realistic hypothetical are you talking about?
You've made hypotheticals for every single scenario.
Burglary one. Do that one.
Okay, so in a burglary scenario, do you think it's wrong of me to say if my wife can help, she should help?
Yes, because
Why? So your house is going to get broken into. 5 guys come in, and your wife might have the capability of defense. You're fucked. My wife's got a gun with 6 bullets in it. She's going to take 3 of them out. Your house is fucked, but you're in New Zealand anyway, so whatever. You don't have as many guns, I don't think. So I'm just saying that I think I have the more effective household, and you seem to be advocating for a role where women get locked in the closet, wait for their men to get beat to death with a baseball bat, and then they come and beat the woman to death with a baseball bat.
Bro, how is promoting gender roles that? How is promoting gender roles that?
You guys don't want your wife to fight back. I don't know why. I want my wife to fight back because I'm going to make sure I've got a very...
No, you're straw manning, bro.
You guys have bitch wives. That's all I'm going to say.
Sorry, every point you just made was a complete lie. I've never said that women should be locked in any closet. I've said that.
Well, that was said in the debate. I don't know if that's what your opinion is. I apologize.
Nobody said that.
Because of traditional roles, men should be above women in the workforce. Men should be out earning women.
Period. In the workforce, even about nurses and shit.
Women are not equal
women
in the
everywhere.
workforce. I don't know if you've got that through your head yet, but women are not.
I can't hear you because what a Joe Cool said. Could you repeat it, please?
Women are not equal in the workforce, so men should always be above women in the workforce.
So do you think men should never be subservient to a woman boss or manager?
Absolutely not.
Why?
Woo! I thought
for example, you've demonstrated a severe lack of knowledge in many topics. I would say any educated woman should probably be the person who controls what you do in the workforce.
Because you know that I'm right. Because
no, it's because what you're saying is so fucking stupid that I think there's so many women in my life that would love to tell you what to do at your workforce because you don't know what the fuck you're doing. So yeah, I think if a woman is meritocratically better than whatever it is, for example, you are in the workforce, then yeah, I think they should be above you. It's common sense. I want the best people in the best job. If you're just gonna DEI put men in every single leadership role, like good fucking luck.
You didn't even understand DEI, brother. What the fuck are you saying?
This guy wants DEI for men. He wants diversity and inclusion.
You're not really good at comprehending.
Again, so you're strawmanning everything. So you're strawmanning every single thing.
Did you or did you not just say women should never be in charge of a man? Did you not just say that?
Well, if you could listen for a second, I said that men. I said we should put the best people in the positions in each workforce.
And if a woman is a better manager than a man, should she be there?
You said no.
In scenarios where women are better suit a industry better than a man, like in childcare, for example.
But if she's a better programmer, you've got a woman, she's really good at managing programmers, she's a better programmer than all the men. Should she be a manager of the programmers?
I guess so, but those are
okay. Cool. We don't disagree then.
You just don't hire that man and find a better man, bro.
You're picking out the 0.1% of a scenario. I'm talking about in general, and you're saying
in general, the best people should be in the manager roles. I guess
is this tiny percentage where maybe a woman is better than a man?
Yeah, it's almost like you shouldn't speak in these broad, sweeping generalizations that are easily debunked with a single example. Yeah, you're
no, bro. What's cute is you bring up exceptions and give that as a prescriptive for society as a whole.
One at a time, children.
Yeah, and I bet Soypill thinks that that submarine that went down when that had all those women in it was being managed pretty well too.
Soypill cried when Katy Perry landed off of the Blue Origin, bro.
I did, but only because it didn't blow up on the way back.
I just want to prove, like, someone accused Soypill of making a bad argument. I'm going to show you a bad argument. So apparently, biological imperative means that when a woman's home alone and someone breaks in, wherever that man is, he just teleports there so he can defend her, right? That's what I'm getting from his fucking arguments.
Or talk, would a same-sex household be twice as safe by your logic? Like, if you follow your logic to your conclusion, would a house with 2 men be twice as safe?
They're twice as fighting back.
That was dope.
They're twice as safe.
Yeah,
a gay household is twice as safe as a Dennis Ray household, right?
maybe I can help.
Millennial Mike and with the Big 10 to say Big 10 for Sarah to create a cutaway video that shows a hapto. What's a hapto family? Happy,
Dude, turn on fucking PBS. Watch Little House on the Prairie. You'll be good.
Promoting degeneracy. You're better than that, you tomato. Actually, I am better than that. That's why I don't have my ass out on the screen and everywhere. So yeah, but I am no fool to know that sex, drugs, and alcohol and rock and roll and all those fun things are marketing 101. Booty sells. So here's the booty.
This message is sponsored in part by
Sarah, I just want to know, every time you play one of those clips, I lose 10
are you
chatter,
logically
so it's
consistent?
actually anti-promotion. I don't think people like it. Maybe it's because my whole chat is gay. I don't know, but
okay. So
well, I've got one for the gayness if they want.
No, we don't need that.
No,
And
please don't.
sarcastic saying it with the big
feeling
box.
pretty gay.
Say, Joe, will you share one of your blunts with Neve? Because it looks like Neve needs one or share a few with Sarah. She looks so stressed. Damn, Mel in the back. All right,
No,
Mel.
Neve absolutely. I don't think Neve would let a single she wouldn't let a cigarette in there. They're like you can see like the cleanliness there, like a single spot on a single thing.
I know.
OCD cleaning thing. She wouldn't even eat like a granola bar, one of those nature.
It's okay,
melts.
bro. You never have to go working on a car in any mechanic workshop or on a farm. It's okay. You can keep your fingernails clean. Calm down.
Sport talk. I just want to. I just think
have Lee, the water Kai, and Abe Dinkus still waiting patiently backstage. It is up to you, chat, to bring them up here. The only person you can't boot is Soy Pill. He's an original panelist. He cannot leave.
He's got him.
Okay, sport talk. Are you consistent though? Are you consistent in your belief? Is a same-sex household safer than a heterosexual one? Are you consistent?
No.
What scenario are you talking about?
We're talking about when one man loves another man.
What happens?
One man loves another man, and they have a child, and somebody's breaking into that house. Is that house twice the same?
That counts as 2 half men, which is still 1 man. So no.
Okay,
you say you were gay?
What about polyamory? Chris just spoke for me. That's exactly what I was going to say.
This is important.
But the other one has a man and then plus a woman.
Promote polyamory because then there'd be so many more gay men in the household to defend. It'd be the strongest.
You want that promotion. Don't lie. You want that promoted.
Okay, all jokes aside, sport talk. Are you consistent or not?
Yes, I'm very consistent.
Okay, so what's your answer?
My answer is exactly what Chris said. I'm talking about.
No one's listening to Chris. His mic sucks. What are you saying?
I was about to say, I'm talking about a scenario where there's at least one man at a house. So,
okay.
What if there were 2 men at the house? Is it twice as safe?
That is such a nonsensical argument. You're
Why? Engage with the hypothetical. Engage with the hypothetical.
It's nonsensical because of this.
Engage. You're running. Engage.
Yes, you're running.
I can answer this if you just stop talking for a second. You're asking me a made up scenario. Like I could pull up any hypothetical.
What's this hypothetical? Go ahead.
What if you have a scenario where like 3 guys are flatting together? Is that scenario safer than?
It's 3 times as safe. 3 times as safe. Yes.
By your logic, that's 3 times.
I'm answering the question. Now you can answer. Are 2 gay men twice as efficient as a straight couple?
I would say probably not, because gay men typically are not as strong as straight men.
Have you ever seen
your argument is like bioessentialist. It's man equals strong, women equals weak. What do you mean?
Gay man equals not as strong.
Okay,
bro,
is the weakest
gay men around here in San Francisco? They are strong.
Okay, is the weakest gay man more effective than the strongest woman in the situation with a house?
No, you know what's funny though. The thing is, strength doesn't come down to it. It's like with that what Soy Pill did. If I get him on a mat, I'd crush him, and I bet you he's bigger than me.
You want to
so
get
it doesn't even really
on a mat? Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, I did not come on the show to debate homosexuality. I came onto the show to debate traditional roles, and every scenario I bring up proves that Soy Pill's arguments are completely
you can leave them because apparently I'm just utterly defeated by your consistent and immaculate logic. So thank you.
All you do is you bring up hypotheticals and say, well,
You brought up a hypothetical about a man and a woman getting burglarized, and you're like, actually, if the woman's there,
your example I'm bringing up real life examples. You're bringing up a 1% scenario and say, well, this proves that.
Hey, gays are way bigger than 1%. I don't know how many of them are married, but look, all I'm saying is, if my wife can fight, I wanted to fight, and your beat-made wife can go off and fuck off to the festival.
Are we all just gonna? How are you even hearing what anybody else is saying?
No, we just unraveled Sport Talk's worldview just now by accident.
No, you just asked me an irrelevant question. I answered
We
it,
asked you
and
to
said-
engage with a hypothetical, and you're floundering on it, and that's okay. You're just not consistent. You're not consistent,
Can I
and
wrap
that's
this up
okay.
with a question? Fight Sport Talk. If a woman in your house, your wife, if she could help you by fighting, should she or no?
The man should be.
If she could help you, should she or no?
This
No.
dude just
Okay.
dances.
Okay, if she could help, yes, yes, in the same way.
Cool.
That
All right, cool.
female
We
men-
agree. And also,
If
gay
you-
men are
if you-
twice as
If you
offended.
stop talking over me, I'll just add some
That's
context.
because you have nothing
in the same.
interesting to say.
So
I love
in
your
the same
accent, though. New
Really
Zealand's
make a
awesome.
point
Because my
here.
arguments
If
ruin
you
yours.
want to, actually, I don't care. I will make a point here to. Somebody's got an echo. To say why it's important for the woman, like if let's say somebody breaks into your house, and the man needs to go do his duty and protect the house. The reason why the mother should be taking the children and walking away and finding a closet or running whatever it is because you are actually protecting the future of your family.
That's a bad argument. Yeah. Sarah got it.
That woman is going to be trapped in the closet with two useless fucking kids. Okay.
Hold on. Jiminy Crickets. I mean, I'm not saying everything's perfect. In utopia, yes, it would work that way, but it is for her to take the future of your family and remove them from that situation. It could be a closet. I mean, the best bet is to escape and go find a neighbor's house or try to get somewhere where it would be safe or whatever. Not everybody has a safe room.
Then you understand the argument, Sarah. It's not about the women helping the man.
Okay,
she shouldn't be. She shouldn't be fighting. She should be last resort to have to fight.
Sarah,
She should have to leave.
I would want you to fight. All right, so my wife's going to be able to fight. Your guys' wives, they can be, these wheelchair bound, completely useless people. All right?
This is the point I was going to make.
No, it has nothing to do with
Typically your
uselessness. So you think that women are only useful if they are like, Captain Marvel smart? Like you're just.
That's exactly what I meant. How did you?
Yeah, there's some bullshit there.
The point I was going to make is yes, women in a hypothetical, maybe women should help in the same way that on the battlefield, female medics help the wounded. But they should not.
That's not a hypothetical.
These aren't
not on the
hypotheticals,
battlefield.
these are very real scenarios.
They should not be the first ones to try and take down the attackers. That is the man's.
Wait,
job.
hold on.
And
Maybe we can
it's
find some
like,
agreement
sorry,
here.
keep ignoring
Yeah,
that.
if your man is stronger than your woman, and if for some reason
They
you have to
are
line up
stronger.
to fight,
They are stronger. I mean, I
in
understand.
general,
people,
sure.
men like
I'm
you
just-
are
in this hypothetical scenario, I don't know what's going on.
Can
Yeah,
fight
they should do
sport
it.
talk? Hold on, chill, please. Soy, please continue.
Wait,
I
who?
didn't
Me or
hear
Fight Sport?
you. I was telling Fight Sport Talk to chill,
Oh,
but
okay.
Soy, if
I'm
you
saying, yeah, if you have two people, one of them is stronger. Let's say it's the man in the scenario, and in general it is. And they had it. First of all, if you had to choose which one gets to fight the burglar, obviously pick the stronger, more capable fighter. But if it's also some line, like an airplane, where you got a line of fighters lining up, and if he defeats the first one, then yeah, okay, the woman should go second. I'm just saying, if a woman is capable of helping in a fight against a home burglary, she should absolutely aid. I don't think that's that confusing or complicated.
No, she shouldn't. Sarah nailed it.
And
Take
your
the kids
family's
and
gonna
leave.
get
It's not
fucking
about the man. It's
burglarized
about
and
protecting the kids. That's what the man's doing.
Sarcastic saying
Move on
in
from
with the
this. I
big
wanna hear
five
from
to
you,
say
Chris. It's smart.
fight sport talk in the back for blabbering and making no sense. You gave me a headache, so enjoy the timeout. Sarah, can we see Chris versus Soy Pill? Well, you have to pay an extra for a 2v2. You can't get a 2 for 1
free
here.
rides, buddy.
Yeah,
So,
I'll
Fight
fight him. I'll
Sport
fight him.
to the back for a
Fight me.
second. Lee the Water Kai, you were
This
up.
guy has smoker's lung. He's not gonna have the stamina. He's gonna
Bro,
tire
I'll
out.
send you a video of me doing tricks on my BMX while I smoke. You just a bitch,
Oh,
bro.
lame! Stop it.
I do want to say this though. I do think Ivory made a great point with when Fight Sport was making an argument about when you said after they have kids, and he had kind of doubled down on the thing. And this is kind of the problem, which is what I'm talking about, which is if we're going to talk about gender roles just in the case of having kids, that's the low-hanging fruit here. And we're not able to actually get beyond that, then it's kind of a moot point all around.
Very good,
All
Pep. We need to move around a little bit.
OXCatXO. Oxcat, as Mel told me, says, anyone to the back. I want to see Abe Dinkus guy. All right. Soy Pill, since you were the original panels of the evening, would you like to pick someone to kick to the back? Huh?
It's me. I don't know. I don't know if anyone here deserves to be kicked necessarily.
Not
I can
your
tell you who
tank top
I'm the most annoyed by, but also Chris is making me laugh, so I kind of wanted to tell me more about his BMX.
All right,
I don't know.
Neve
Don't
pick
make me
someone.
Okay, I am going to pick
I can remove it.
Boars. I'm gonna pick you. I'm sorry. Nothing
I haven't
personal.
gotten to talk at all, but okay.
A lot.
Yes.
Just hang back.
I'm sorry.
We're gonna bring Abe Dinkus up. All right, he made his debut the other night on panel. I was so
love
excited.
this man.
And he actually went and got
Wait,
the
can you
hat.
put him
Look,
next to
y'all.
Chris though?
God save America.
Let me.
Very good.
And I'm proud to be an American.
For squall.
Do not lie, Abe. You will break my
I
immersion.
appreciate the emancipation, my dude.
He built this city.
Thanks for the justice, bro.
Sarah, let me grab for you. Guys, send in dono for Sarah. Let me fight Soy Pill, and then get some entertainment going. Let's go.
Fair enough. Enjoy the grift. Yes. All right. Go ahead. Whoever.
Abe, what say you?
Abe, you are muted, by the way.
Muted, Pep.
So there's a whole
Thank
lot
you.
we're not paying attention to.
All
in
right,
this
so
oh, go ahead.
I would say two things. One, I think every human being is seeking purpose. Most of all, every human being is seeking purpose. Now, I mostly agree that gender roles are to the benefit of society. Overall, I also think that free choice is very important. I'll say my wife was taught most of her life to be a girl boss, completely, all out. She watched her mother do it. Her mother's now in her 60s, single, and has to live with me because she can't keep going. She has no support system either. That's not saying that's everybody. Obviously, everybody's got their own individual circumstances that they have to live with. But I don't think it's healthy to push anything on anyone.
I like this guy. He's honest.
Yeah,
Honest.
I
I
think
think
the
that-
guy who pushed
Just a hack.
freedom on half the country. All right, man, come on.
Just saying, we have to get along better, man. Like this edging at each other all the time is stupid. Like
Now it's bad.
you want to get something
House
done,
divided,
work
modern
together.
saying. Let's go.
I'm agreeing with Abe to a strong degree, but what I really kind of wanted to get at is why can't we treat people as individuals? Each individual has a strength. So if a woman happens to have strengths that a man doesn't have, why shouldn't they be utilizing those strengths based on traditional gender roles? So
Well,
if a
that
man is a better
thought,
cook, a better so many other things, or if a woman happens to be a champion kickboxer, who should be protecting the family in that instance? Like we all have different strengths.
Who dropped? All right. Hawks Cat sent in 20. She's prepared for the grift today. Soy
Let's
and
go.
Chris,
Yeah.
we're going on a speed date, gentlemen. I hope you enjoy.
I need to fit in more with the panel. All right, what's going
that?
on? What are we debating?
I like your hat, bro. I don't
Nice.
know. I
I like
think
your
we're
mustache, but yeah, I don't like your opinions. So
okay. Well, I like this. Sorry, bro. I came in grumpy. I woke up to you guys' bullshit, so I'm like easing into it now. I'm better now.
Okay. Yeah, no, what's your biggest gripe with what we were saying in the debate? Because it sounds like you actually disagreed a lot with what was going on in the other side. So, like, what's your biggest issue with me? Because you brought up... Well, actually, go ahead.
Yeah, the other side didn't really make good arguments. Like I said, the one commenter actually made a good point. They kind of just asked questions the whole time. So the thing is, you kind of did well with the arguments, even though I don't agree with them. But mainly, dude, the prompt is right. So should traditional roles have a place in modern society? To have a modern society, only the females can reproduce. So that gender role needs to be promoted. Otherwise, no modern society. Can you contend with that?
I remember that was the first thing you brought up when you hopped in. And my issue with that is, yeah, obviously, some degree, some portion of the population of women do need to reproduce, or we'll just go extinct. And like I said, if you have some existential crisis where you've got the birth rate so astronomically low that, hey, the government needs to step in and do something about this, or just promote it because it's clearly an issue, yeah, maybe we should be promoting that.
But the problem
is, let me finish and then I'll let you respond. But my problem is, what I don't view that as a gender role in the same way I don't view, like, men being able to inseminate as a gender role. What I said was a gender role at the beginning, and maybe I didn't make this clear enough, and so this is not your fault. But what I said was a thing that society says, hey, you need to do this, or you are not a real man, or you're not a real woman. And I think that plenty of women can make the choice to not give birth, and that's fine. Obviously, if the majority did that, that would be bad. But I don't think that means that we should say, hey, you have to do this, or you're not a real woman. I think that there are negative consequences to, like, the people pressuring women, like, hey, when are you going to have kids? Like,
you're going to land the plane at some point, bro.
That's it. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying we don't need to promote this as a you need to do this thing.
So taking it in order, firstly, you would have to stipulate a threshold breaker for when it's a problem. Right now, all countries are below replacement rate. So you have to run the math on when does it really become a problem, because you have to address it beforehand. People take time to become adults. So you need to think about that if you're actually doing problem solving. Okay. Next, if you don't promote women having children, what do we see now? The result is now we have a problem with birth rates. If the promotion is on working and stuff, they lose their fertile years. This is a problem. The gender role should be promoted of being a feminine woman to have children. After that, they can do whatever they want. Nobody's saying some of them can't work. We're not prescribing laws right now. We're prescribing societal oughts.
Influence.
Promote females having children. Right? You can't dispute that. You've even agreed that you can't dispute that. So then kind of the debate is done if you can't give another argument to it.
I mean, if the debate is just, hey, is there a certain point where we face an existential crisis in society and then say, should we not promote them to have kids at that point? Then yeah, I would say obviously at some point you're going to have to bite the bullet and say, look, I don't like depriving women of choice. I also don't like pushing things that they need to be pushed. But if it's literally that or the destruction of everything, then yeah. Now I might contend whether or not that's effective. Like I said, in a lot of these countries, well, they are promoting these gender roles. It doesn't seem to be working. It doesn't seem to be changing anything. Now I guess Rachel and a couple other people brought up the abortion thing, and that is a legal thing. Or hey, maybe if we ban this will work. Or maybe if we're like Israel and we have this hyper nationalistic society, maybe that will work. I'm not saying that that's never the case. And if that's the debate, then yeah, I guess. But I think the more interesting conversation is, one, when does it happen? And two, how effective is it? And it seems like, one, it's not that effective, at least in a lot of these places. And for the first one, if it is an issue now, and we're seeing that, but I don't really think that you can, I don't know what kind of person studies
the last math on most of these countries, especially China, is 40 years, dude. How long does it take for a new adult population to come in effect? So that it's becoming time now where this is becoming a problem, bro. So the thing is, we need to think
I
about...
agree, but I'm questioning whether or not, again, if it's effective, and two, like, it's a problem is not.
I don't care. No, but that doesn't contend with the argument whether how they're doing it right now is effective or not. The problem is, like I said again earlier, was that the promotion right now is do what you want, do what you will, doesn't matter, none of this matters. Just do what you want, be a girl boss. It's not promoting being mothers. That is looked down upon where the working is promoted.
You think, what do you think about the fact that half of American culture is promoting this kind of hey, women should be in the house having kids, and it doesn't seem to be resonating with most people. This was kind of the train of logic I was following, that we can advocate for this, but people, once you give someone the choice to not do this, a lot of people will choose not to do this, and that might
if I was making these arguments in a bar with my friends, it would have no impact. Now I'm doing it on the internet, it's better. Johnny Schmo in the street yelling about it doesn't mean shit if the majority of media is pushing a certain narrative. If it's pushing a left-wing girl boss narrative from music to media to every element of majority of the loud society is pushing this, that's the problem. It doesn't matter what a dude on his farm is saying while he's raising chickens.
I get what you're saying, Chris, but then I guess what I'm asking, and the more interesting conversation is, what do you think we should be doing, right? Should we say, hey, you can't make this kind of music anymore, or hey, let's make our own music that's pro-natalist? This doesn't, there seems to be a market for it from people like you
should do
on the right, and it just doesn't seem to be
I stipulated that, bro. I stipulated that. What we should do is promote mothers and promote the gender role of being feminine and being women, not trying to be like men. Because also, dude, if all the women become men, right? Guys that are attracted to females, what do they have left?
How do you do this? How do you promote this? Like, what do you think should be happening? Like, let's say you, Chris,
propaganda. Propaganda right now, what's destroyed it is propaganda.
Right?
So
like,
we need to counter propaganda with
How?
propaganda.
Like physically how? Like what is actually going to be happening? Like,
incentivizing it, yes. Some of the countries have made laws to incentivize people to move into this direction of children via, tax breaks or these kind of situations that arise. That helps. But you need the problem comes in with already the schooling system and then the promotion of higher education and all of these things. And the same thing you're saying is giving people a choice, right? The whole thing of happiness has become a very strange thing where we're promoting happiness. And like I said, if you take it to the furthest extent, that means we should all just be drug addicts being pumped full of dopamine and endorphins.
Right. But could I not also say, like, we could, hook everyone up to milking machines and make sure the birth rate's like 20?
What really makes you happy at the end of life, the best stories you tell in life are shit situations you survived. Not times you were happy lying on a beach drinking out a fucking coconut. It's the heavy situations that you look back on and appreciate, because struggle is important for life. So it's not happiness that's important for life. It's performance and purpose. So we need to find out what's the ultimate purpose for different gender roles and should strive towards that. Not happiness. Happiness is bullshit. Most of the world is not happy, bro. And trying to achieve happiness, we pump everybody full of antidepressants.
But like, how well do you think this message is going to resonate? Like, hey, I want you all to do something I know won't make you happy, but it's for the good of society. Like, do you really think people are going to buy into that? Because I don't think any amount of propaganda is going to get people to buy into this at all.
I mean, you're saying, are their preferences going to be guided in this direction? Again, that I don't care about that, because again, I don't care about the happiness. I don't care about any of that.
Right, but
if
you care about your message.
Societal
I just don't think this will work.
Things in place to push people in that direction. That's how you achieve it. If you leave things up to when people want to and not want to, bro, it seems like you gym a little bit. You don't got a lot of muscle definition, but anyways, that's fine. You're just big and bulky. You're probably really tall.
Let me see your
flex.
I've
got a jacket on. Am I going to take my clothes
off?
This money, plus I'm not gay.
Physique. I want to see what I'm up against.
Nah, I don't have to promote it like you, bro. So why do you?
I'm only doing it for this debate. This is not what I normally do. I gotta.
But anyways,
all
listen.
The masculine roles.
So yeah, it doesn't matter, bro. The point is that you have to push people in directions. If you care about what you want, right? You would never go to the gym, bro. Because you don't want to go to the gym, you go because you force yourself to, right?
No, I do it.
That's how you get people to
really
do
like
shit.
It.
You force
I get
them.
like a dopamine rush at the gym. It's a lot of fun. But I understand the point you're making. Like the
Yeah,
point is,
you
like,
gotta force
you do have to do
things
things you don't
that are
want to
good
do.
for them. The same reason parents tell children not to eat sugar. You have to force people not to do bad things. If you leave it up to them, one day they're good, one day they're bad.
You said sugar. Were you calling for me?
Hey.
Let's see. Let me get everybody back up here.
Yeah, just last thing, Chris. I mean, I understand you have a prescription, you have a worldview, you think we should do this. I just don't know how realistic this is. I don't like the idea of pushing it if it doesn't make sense, and I don't think most people are going to choose it. But I understand your point, and I appreciate you vocalizing it. So,
cheers, bro.
It's interesting that we keep talking about replacement rates and all this other fun stuff when, especially in America, we don't incentivize people having children. We don't want to give health care. Because if we don't incentivize people, we don't necessarily need more kids. It's just that's the argument they keep using. We can definitely just let people immigrate, but we also have an issue with allowing people to immigrate. So, like, taking that off the table, looking at the idea that if you want these children to be born, if you want to remove the right for people to have freedom of choice when it comes down to having children and not allow people to get abortions, want to limit the birth control, all these other things, you have to incentivize people to want to have children and make sure that they will have time off, that they'll have money for housing, all these different things. Those are the first things you should do before forcing people to have children based on laws.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yes, and one of the major problems is, again, what Chris pointed out repeatedly, and that is the propaganda that's been waged against traditional families. Because of that, we're going to need propaganda in the other direction to push tradition. And yes, that does mean to an extent. I know this is going to sound controversial. To an extent, women are going to have to be shamed to not go into the workforce in the same way that men are constantly shamed, or they should be shamed for being weak, pathetic little couch potatoes who can't defend themselves and can't work out, and the kind of men that Soy keeps talking about, where the woman is the stronger one in the household because men are so weak.
Can I ask a question, Fight Sport?
Actually, I want to dive
Wait,
into that.
real quick, Sarah. Can I ask a quick question?
I want to nudge.
Go ahead.
I want to nudge something in there real quick. Women are very reflective of their surroundings, and I actually have kind of been pondering on this thought for a while because I feel like men were never it was shameful to be a weak man. It was shameful to not take care of your family or your children and so on and so forth. And then somewhere along the line, we got to this point where it was okay to just walk away from your children, walk away from your wife. And women obviously are able to divorce just the same, but even more so, some strange phenomenon of men not having to be men. And I wonder if women picked up on that and reflected back and said, well, if you're not going to be the man, then I'll have to do it myself. And I feel like, and this is just a thought process. I'm not saying it is, I'm not saying it isn't, but I wonder if it's like women said, well, if you're not going to do it, then I will. And because women can perform both feminine and masculine traits, we can do both. If we're forced to, we will. But if we don't have to, we can settle back. So I wonder if this whole feminist phenomenon is coming because we felt the need to.
Well, can I answer that? Can I give my thoughts on that before? Sorry, you can ask me the question, but I just want to say I completely agree that one of the reasons women being in the workforce has been pushed so hard because men are weaker than they've ever been. That is due to this thing called wokeism, which is all from left wizard.
Wait, what was that word you were trying to say just there? From who? You said you were about to say something that started with a J before leftism. Which was it?
I didn't. You misheard me. I said
sure?
wokeism, which comes from leftism.
Was there a certain religion you feel a particular?
So anyway,
way?
I was just you can ask me the question. I was just going to say to Sarah's point. Yes, men are weaker than ever because of propaganda pushed severely by wokeism.
Okay, if we concede that men
wokeism
are okay, if I concede that, okay, if I concede that men, if I concede that men are weaker now in society because of wokeism, then theoretically, would they be stronger together?
What?
No, here. I think what Neve is trying to ask is
you want to ask me a question?
Right.
Go ahead,
So, okay, you're defending your house, straight man, straight woman. How many gay burglars would it take to overpower you?
So, is that the question you were gonna ask me?
Oh no, it was whether or not you said that Judaism is promoting this. I was just curious if you really thought that.
What? I never mentioned the word.
I just sounded like you were about to say it. Maybe you didn't.
I said I clearly said wokeism, and
no, I know, and then it sounded like you caught yourself there. Maybe not.
Don't know.
Maybe I'm just
I don't know. Sarah, after that
Jewish
horse, can I say something?
This message is sponsored in part by.
He totally did it.
Booty.
Thank you, CJess32, for the big 5 to show the horse video. We all love it.
You guys can record it. You don't have to pay every time. It'll happen. You can have that downloaded on your computer.
Whole lot of ads.
What was the question you were going to ask?
I found
earlier?
this girl on
What was the
YouTube.
question I was gonna
Actually,
ask
she's
earlier?
got
What's
lots of these videos. They could simply go find that girl. Just type in "hot girl on horse." I promise she'll come right up. All right, back to the question that was going to be
Probably
asked.
only on YouTube though.
So, Sport Talk, you said that this is being done because men are getting weaker. I don't think that that's a very strong argument because I think that we have a better workforce for weak men than ever. It's highly automated. There are more office jobs and management jobs than ever. We rely on, and the inverse way of putting this is we rely on physical labor way less than ever. So why would we need to replace this with more women in the workplace? How is it not just like, can you at least accept that there is some universe where feminism exists to liberate women from oppression?
In a feminist retarded utopia, yes, that does make sense. But
no, you have to be pre-utopia. No, the conditions for feminism would be pre-utopia.
Hold on, can I answer the question because you asked me about?
But you didn't really answer.
You brought up a point which I actually do agree with. Yes, there is a workforce that is more friendly towards weak men than ever. It's friendly because we've been pushed by the woke left. women can
Fight
replace
sport.
men.
How much should I have to bench to be able to be a programmer?
Machines are the woke left.
I
the robot arms that put your cars together. That's the woke.
That's
left,
woke.
okay?
Manufacturing's woke.
Yeah, I'm not talking about technology. I'm talking about this. I'm not talking about technology.
Everything I said was a result of technology.
Bill Melanie is talking about technology.
I'm not
so
talking.
you aren't.
I'm not. I wasn't talking about technology. I'm talking about this retarded.
Then you're not responding to what I said.
Yeah.
No, I did.
Sounds like.
I see. You asked me. Does it make sense? Women. First of all, women haven't been oppressed for decades. So you're making a non-argument in a retarded
My second part,
utopia.
you can say my second part was a non-argument. My first part is that we don't need women in the workforce to replace weak men. We have a workforce that's already capable of putting weak men to work.
I think it has more to do with power acquisition.
Well, I want men to be strong like they used to be. I mean, do you get
We
where
don't
I'm coming
need strong
from?
men anymore. We have robots. We have excavators.
So go ahead, Fight. So you're saying that you don't want men to be strong. So you want men to.
I'm just saying we don't need them anymore. I love how strong Soy is. To be clear, I'm just saying we don't need them anymore.
I was overqualified for my program.
Okay, so you're welcoming in the retarded woke utopia of because men.
I said nothing about woke. I said nothing about woke.
What does woke mean? So that we're all on the same page.
This person keeps using this word. What does this word mean?
Left wing politics that have engulfed the West.
So
can you be a little bit more
specific? Give us an example of woke. Give us an example of woke.
It's so clearly everything he doesn't like.
No, it's everything that's harmed Western society, from women being in the workforce to pushing this retarded gender pay gap nonsense to pushing that women are happier in the workforce than they are.
If you had to guess a random religion that was performing this propaganda, which one would you guess?
What?
If there
Should
was like
be careful with that one.
stab at like a random religion of like which ones do you think are the most responsible for it? Like which ones?
I'm not religious, so I'm not made. I've never made a religious argument in this panel.
No. I'm just asking like who do you think's doing all this? Like where's this agenda coming from?
I've answered this multiple times. Retarded leftists.
Well, no, they're not smart enough to make it happen, right? There's got to be some like overlords or some sort of like weird like cabal of people that's doing it.
It's been pushed by
George Soros, perhaps.
People like all.
Apple.
All right. You've been trying to guilt trip me this entire time to say something that you can clip and then say, "Oh, look
I promise you, I won't clip it. I'll even mute my stream just for you."
Yeah, well,
you're appropriating my vernacular. I want to understand how you're utilizing.
Look, all I know is my slur list for Jews is
woke,
incredibly small, and I'm sure you could expand.
Mordecai. I'm talking about woke politics that has been pushed predominantly by
the term woke came from the black community. My meaning of woke is not your meaning of woke.
Don't let Jews take that away from the blacks, okay?
Abe, did you have something to add in there?
I just want to point out, I'm talking about Furby politics.
Abe.
I think it's gone a long ways past. One, I think two gay men is biologically as strong. I think I don't like what's called. Okay, fair. I think that I don't like what's been called the new woke, whatever that is. I think gender roles are important. I think that we shouldn't be slippery about our answers, and we shouldn't change other people's hypotheticals. And yeah, I think that's about it.
God bless America.
Thank you, Abe.
There were two
Don't go to the play.
interesting moments earlier where one was when I think the original panel I was watching, one thing I was frustrated on was that the
Phil, you're really quiet. Can you get closer?
Oh no, am I? I was trying to, because people were telling me my mic was scuffed in the chat, so I was trying to not
blast it.
Okay,
crank it.
The original panelists, right? I think the anti-feminist people were trying really hard not to get pinned down, right? They're trying to pin down their opponents on like, oh, you just think no women should have babies, right? But they're really trying to avoid saying the things that they actually believe, which is like women shouldn't vote and things, right? They don't want to be on record for that kind of stuff, but they do actually believe it. But then Fight Sport and Soypill had a bit of a back and forth earlier where Soypill asked specifically, do you think it would ever be okay for a woman to be over a man in a work context? And the initial answer was no, and then it eventually got backed off. I just think all that's really interesting, right? Where the anti-feminist position, doesn't want to get locked down on things. But y'all earlier were talking about, and this is why I came in originally, right? When Andrew was still here, right? There was a conversation about secularism, and there was a conversation about religiosity and the relationship to birth rates. And then Andrew brings up China as outperforming the West in metrics that he cares about, and Wick was fighting with him on this, and I just it's wild to me because China, by any metric, is the most secular country we can imagine. Has a 1.0 birth rate at best,
Brutally
basically,
so.
and is apparently outperforming the West. I don't know how. So I feel like there's just a miss somewhere on the anti-woke, anti-feminist side where I can't fit the puzzle pieces together. That's what I'm really struggling with.
I can steelman it.
Hold on.
Right? And I just want someone to connect the puzzle pieces for me. Explain to me how China is a better society than the one that we have now that allows the kind of freedom of choice that the pro-feminist whatevers are arguing for, right? How is China succeeding relative to the metrics we care about? They're not producing more babies, right? They're not producing
Production.
religiosity. They're not doing the things we care about, right? So why should I look to them the way that Andrew suggested earlier, or the way that I just don't understand. Help me.
Riot.
Please.
I think he's saying they're outproducing us.
Hold on. Who said they would steelman it?
I can try. Although I don't know about defending China because I think that might be out on a limb. But I think a lot of it has to do with the anti-feminist side. So the trad side, trying to articulate that gender roles are about providing a narrative to people, and that the narrative that people have about their life is extremely important, and that the traditional narrative of gender, like the traditional gender role narrative, works for the majority of people, and it helps the majority of people, and it's hard to keep that nuance while you're also trying to say there's plenty of other narratives out there that also need to be available to people to access.
I don't think this is all what Andrew was trying to say. He was arguing that China has a bigger GDP, and therefore, because only America is the one that's deviating away from these, all these other places are also deviating away and not performing as well as China. But again, I agree with what Phil is saying, is I don't think that Andrew would look to China as an example for anything good. He just picked that example because it's hey, look, I can say that you're slightly wrong if we ignore your number one, country that is actually outperforming this. So
right,
I think it was just a desperate latch onto a cherry
one of the
pick.
number one predictors of lower birth rates is urbanization and secularism, both of those combined, because they generally correlate. But those two things go together. China has both, right?
Yep.
Wild secularization, wild urbanization, and we see wildly declining birth rates in China. And so I don't know what one.
So
I'm not saying that any of you all are defending that.
I have
right?
a chance to
Andrew was
respond.
earlier.
Yeah,
But-
doing better is moot.
No, I need a chance to respond though, because
That's
we just need a birth rate that's greater than one child per person. That means as long as on average one child per person, only one extra person needs to have a child to push that above one. And guess what? The birth rate doesn't actually decline any significant value, right?
Can you
Birth
prove
rates
that?
can decline.
I think that's actually not
I'm
true,
not.
Melanie.
I
I think
haven't
it's
landed.
2.1 per mother.
I think my mic problem was a setting on stream error.
Sorry, yes, I meant to say 2.1. That was I just misspoke there. Thank you. But birth rates can decline as much as you like, so long as there's enough people to keep the population above zero. We don't need to maintain the population we have now necessarily. We don't need it to decrease.
You understand that's
We're
not how
not-
it works now, because it's dependent on the economy,
Let
dude.
me interrupt.
I'm not
the
done.
sarcastic saint with the big five. I'll come back to you. You, Chris, in the back for having a crappy mic. Get a new mic, damn it, and stop
I
talking.
wouldn't be on
over
the show if I
people.
didn't have my shit.
Did I see you catch a oh goodness, catch pregnant bringing pizza? All right, so I'm gonna put you in the back, and I've got Bricky. Bricky, hi Bricky.
Hi, Sarah. How's me
I'm
mic?
gonna turn you down. I'm gonna turn you down on my end. And let me just let me throw this out there to the chat. I'm gonna go ahead and kick off the gauntlet. And if you finish off those last two on the super chat goal, we will, within the next 15 minutes, we'll maneuver over to the gauntlet and we will finish another hour over there. If you don't finish off the super chat goal, then I'm going to bed because I'm very tired. So up to you. You've only got 2 left. You guys have been amazing tonight, so no complaints from me. But we have to, you know how I don't like the goals to be incomplete. Trib 1 with the 5. This is to block Eucharist dissension to the shadow realm. So you want me to
Reversing Bricky on the panel, right?
reversing Bricky? I think so.
Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna put a
baby.
reverse in there.
Yeah.
Awesome.
You've
Let's
been
go.
revived, and
Get
Robert
him outta here.
Demita. Robert
Revived.
Demita.
Thank you.
I just
W
stressed
Trib.
about Robert. He says, finish the goal. Finish the goal. I love you, Robert. All right, you got 1 more left, and then we'll just kick off the gauntlet after that. All right, back to you guys.
Sorry for my ignorance. What is the
Can
gauntlet?
I land the? Oh, sorry.
Hold on, Mel. The Gauntlet is my second channel where that we kicked off just recently, and we need to get that one moving, because what will eventually happen is we will run the debates on the Raging Tomato side, and then right after it goes into open panel, I will cut Tomato and maneuver into Gauntlet. But
Gotcha.
Gauntlet needs to be monetized. It's so close, guys. Literally so close. We're almost there. Once it monetizes, then I don't have to play the buy your next hour anymore. We can just maneuver over and have some fun. So yeah, it's the after party Degen Power Hour for now, but once it's monetized, we will move open panels completely over there. So everything on here stays the same. You guys don't maneuver anywhere, but the chat moves.
Gotcha.
Okay, so just
Go
to
ahead.
wrap up what I was saying about the population declining not being super scary, this is like, we are in first world countries. We don't need populations to be especially high or especially low to achieve anything. What we do need is socialism, but we can talk about that another time. It's more in like first world countries where population is too high that you actually need a birth rate decline, because they have too many people to account for. Here in America, all you have.
Here? I think you're.
No,
think
please.
I,
One last
yeah,
sentence.
but you're saying
One
something that
last
doesn't make
sentence.
sense,
One
so
last
go ahead.
sentence. Okay, well then you can ask. But the only thing America has is the right wing trying to step on social policies.
Okay, so Melanie, the problem is, yes, obviously, like you were mentioning this thing, and I understand this in concept. We need the population to be above 0. The problem is, once you do have a declining birth rate that's at a significantly low enough value, you don't have a rate in which your society can still be maintained. You don't have enough workers to fill certain slots, and there are parts of societies that will collapse. There's not enough people to pay for the old people. There's not enough people to be in healthcare.
Right?
Like, yeah, it becomes an economic problem as well. It leads to
Yeah.
recessions.
Yeah.
There are degrees to which population declines are actually a very bad thing, but I agree that there is a waxing and waning that is okay. But I think the projections and why countries are so upset and scared about this is because they can see, hey, if this continues at the way it's going, and if we don't do something about this, this could be very, very bad for the country, for the people, and for the well-being of the people. So
It's like I told you, you got to think about
society
20, 30 years
Can I
in
respond to him
advance
real quick?
with this problem.
I think society and technology is progressing in a way where, again, that's becoming more and more obsolete to need
It
people
is.
to do these things.
but it's still a problem as of now. It's not
Nope.
automated enough, unfortunately.
And it's also wild to me to suggest that first world countries are the ones struggling with an overpopulation problem, when really, like, poverty is a huge predictor of high birth
being
rates.
able to support the people, for sure. I agree.
Well,
So-
so first world countries that have high birth rates are able to support the people that they birth, and like poverty-ridden countries that have high birth rates are not able to support that. So I feel like something's backwards there. I don't know.
That's why I
Can
put
somebody
it,
tell me?
we're in first world nations. We have the ability to absorb this cost.
Sure, but how
we have
many
the ability to
countries have
absorb the
gone
cost
below?
of lower birth rates, yes, but you're suggesting that like first world countries are the ones who need lower birth rates, and I just think that's why.
No. I said developing nations with overpopulations tend to need lower birth rates.
Nobody's overpopulated.
But could you tell me how many countries have gone below replacement rate and then didn't have either a collapse or a complete rebuilding of the country because of it?
Can you? Well, no, I'm not aware of any countries that have actually accomplished that, because usually we're always above the replacement rate.
Yep, we were.
And
yeah, this is such a difficult discussion about at what point does a population get to a point where it can't be continued? I mean, you can look at, not to get too deep here, but you can look at populations like what's happening in Palestine, what's happening in Ukraine, what's happening in Yemen that are being genocided, and they're still around. So I think
if
we're talking about
Jews
position.
died in the Holocaust, would they be able to recover from that, or do you think that number is too high?
Why do you keep bringing this back to Jews?
That is a good question. No, that actually is a good, because that was technically what a genocide, right? Almost.
Yeah, but do that with somebody who's non-religious. Now, because you're talking about people who are religious, who believe in what we're saying, promoting gender delineations between male and female. So do that with a society that's not.
He's just asking questions, dude.
Like, the real reason the right wing cares so much about this is because they see like birth rate numbers for their side as being important to winning against the left, not realizing how they create the conditions that make people want feminism.
Bro, people have already disputed that. You're not.
That's not what I care about.
Already disputed that.
Yeah, this is
haven't.
This is completely. I mean, just because my values are conservative, I do not identify with the political right. I think both sides are pretty retarded. But this idea that
you should care more about sustainable living than birth rates.
I'm talking about a sustainable. I'm talking about a sustainable society where we do need to.
That's not how we get a sustainable society.
And push.
In fact, infinite growth is a problem. Infinite growth is a problem that we're suffering right now.
People on this panel, particularly Soy, are arguing for weaker men and saying, well, because we've got strong women to replace them, that's all good. That's terrible for society.
You're pretending like there's no such thing as a weak man. Like,
wait,
I said earlier, men are weaker than they've ever been, and we need to
reverse
that.
That's not true either.
No, that is true, bro.
There's always been men who were better in university than shoveling fucking gravel at a coal mine.
That's not got to do with weakness. There's a lot of dumb dudes that are strong as shit. That's a stupid argument.
To interrupt real quickly. Our little kitty cat sent in the Big Ten to fulfill the goal. Thank you so kindly. The gauntlet has started, so chat, please kindly start making your way over. I pinned the link. Just hit the link and move over to the other channel. Same show, just a different place. That's all. I will be shutting down the tomato side here in about 10 minutes. So if you have any final super chats, fuck yous, backstage, whatever, you can purchase credits for later or whatever. Do them now. Otherwise, we maneuver over to Cash App and Buy Me a Coffee only. And then Legionary in with the Big Ten to say backstage fight sport talk. His wife just told me she can't defend their house tonight. So fight sport talk. You're going to the back for a little bit, hang out back there. And Bricky, you're back up. And I also have Z Typhoid backstage. Z Typhoid's waiting as well. So if you want Z Typhoid up, you have 10 minutes to get him up here. All right, back to you guys.
I'm wondering, just like Chris and people on the trad side, like, what are your actual prescriptions? Right, this is something I was frustrated with.
Okay, so listen quickly.
Like, so hold on. Let me just like summarize what I get. Right, you've suggested a kind of like social nudging. Right, we want a culture that pushes women to have more babies. Fine, I accept that. Like, I'm in a culture that does that within my broader liberal society. Right, so me and my wife are part of a Christian community that pushes us to have babies, and we do that. But also she works, and also we're part of a broader liberal society. So like, what are your prescriptions for the society that we're in that are different from what we exist in now?
Listen, do you know who Marie Curie is? Do you know any history? There were great women when the promotion of being a mom was a full thing. Everybody was forced, go be a mom, get married. Yeah, there were still women that didn't do that, bro, and nobody had a fucking problem with it.
Yeah, they did absolutely have a problem with it.
Talking about
nobody has a problem with women working, dude.
Hang
on.
Let me
People have a problem. I will say, I feel like it was only a very, very small time frame when women were just at home, and that was promoted. I think that was when, after World War II, the men came back, and the economy was booming, and everything was great, and everything was happy, and that's that. I feel like that little brief era was time frame. Like, I'm in my Travis era. I think that's what, like, the only time we can actually say women were more promoted to be stay-at-home mothers and wives But I think anything else outside of that little space, it was kind of you were either part-time working or doing still working around the house, and like either if you had a farm or this or that, and or other things. I think that there was only a small time frame that was just at home.
Yes, the nuclear family is a kind of historical invention. I agree with this. I think you're exactly right. But we had people on this panel tonight who were saying that, yeah, women working outside the home, that ought to be discouraged, that women should never be in a position of management over a man. Like to say that no one is saying that women should, like, Chris, I think you're just wrong. Like, there are people tonight who have said exactly the thing you're saying no one says, right?
Bro, do you know what the thing is? Do you know what the internet is, bro? You can be a stay-at-home mom, have a blog, have a show, write a fucking book. You can do all of this shit and still be at home, bro.
It's amazing. It's amazing, and I support it. I'm saying we've had people here tonight who have pushed against that, and that's what I'm fighting with you on. Is you're saying no one says this when we have people who are interjecting and fighting with you, say no one's saying this, and then Fight Sport Talk is like, actually I'm saying it. What do you mean no one's saying it? I'm saying it.
No,
like,
you're too dumb to make you're too dumb to make the delineation between what society pushes and then saying no, because we say we should push one thing.
Hold on. No. I'm not too dumb. Hold on. No, shut up. I'm not too dumb. You said no one is saying this. Fight Sport Talk says I'm saying this. I'm not talking about society. Fight Sport Talk is not talking about society, and you're not talking about society.
Okay, cool.
I said some people. No, shut up. You said no one thinks this. You said no one thinks this. Fight Sport Talk said, I fucking think this, and you come to me and you're like, no one thinks this, bro. Bro, you're so too dumb. You don't understand. No, you're too dumb to understand that you are fighting with people who are arguing against your point. Oh my God!
You need to calm down a little.
No,
bro. 20% off there, Sally.
You need to listen to what the people who are on your side are saying. No one says this when the people who are ostensibly on your side are arguing the thing you're saying no one supports.
Well,
right?
Phil,
you need to open your ears and listen.
I'm sorry. Calm down. Put in a tampon. I'm sorry. Okay.
You just need to listen to what the other people are saying before you call other people dumb. That's what you need to do. Okay.
What?
You think women should be discouraged from working, right?
Yeah.
Yes, even he
but
thinks
did anybody say they can't work?
Fucking God.
I didn't say they can't work. I said they shouldn't work. You understand the difference?
Why? So you feel better about yourself?
Could you make your point with like a BMX interpretive trick?
No, I prefer the skateboard though, bro.
I'm sorry. Fight Sport Talk is saying I couldn't defend this point before you split in the back. I tried, and no one would let me talk. I was trying to fight with you, and then no one would let me talk.
Your mic was low, my dude.
Listen, I'll take the blame.
So wait, Chris, you have no problem with women working once they've had kids? Like, let's say
No, because they fulfill their feminine role, right? Or their role to society, their duty has been fulfilled. They can do whatever they want after that.
So we should even encourage it, right?
I mean, it depends whether then you can make a case for whatever the woman wants to do, right?
But shouldn't we just encourage, like why wouldn't we encourage women to work after they've had kids?
I mean, kind of. Then I would say then it's up to them, because remember, it's like it's like an older man, right? If you've done your job, you're retired. I don't think anybody should tell you what to do. At that point, you fulfilled your society to your role, to your family, your country, whatever. You've done your thing, right? Then nobody should tell you what to do. But when you're young and we're talking about societal prescriptions for young people, that's a different story, bro.
Well, okay, but we can give a young person a prescription for their entire life, right? So
yeah.
We can say when you're young, you're going to have kids, and then you're going to have a job. Like, we could say that. So
yeah, it's the same thing we do with children to tell them not to get tattoos, bro. It changes what fucking age a person is, what they should be ascribed or told
why do you
what to
disagree
do.
with that? Like, why is it now you have to step out of it? Like, why can't you say, yeah, we should absolutely encourage women to work after they've had their kids?
Oh, is that me?
I think it's you.
Angry typing.
That's me.
I'm sorry, I thought I muted. I'm sorry.
That's my fault.
Can I say something real quick? I think that there's a problem here where one side sees women as like their own people with free will and all this stuff, and another side sees them merely as a means to an end. And here's the problem. And here's the problem: they're a means in and of themselves. So if women want to have children, then they'll have children. Now, here's where right wingers tend to shoot themselves in the foot. They don't support social policies for pregnant and single mothers. They don't support child care during and after school. They don't support anything that would actually make it easier for someone to be a goddamn mother.
Can I follow
I'll
up to your
gladly,
point?
I'll gladly support
Before
all of
anybody
them as
does,
long as they're good.
hold on. Sorry, I want to put it to Lee and then Abe, but let me read this first. CJust32 says, "Thanks for the entertainment, Sarah. You're awesome." Well, thank you, Jess.
Yeah, let's give it up for women.
And then sarcastic. It's not easy when you're typically like the only female on these panels, but I think it is helpful to some degree that I grew up with brothers, right? And there was no amount of mercy that they gave. Sarcastic Saint says, Eucharist in the back for Spurging and still needs a new mic. Sarah is the smartest one on the panel, so all of you shut up. Eucharist, be quiet. All right, Eucharist to the back, and T. Syphoid, you're up. And listen, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching on Raging Tomato side, I'm going to shut down the Raging Tomato side. You need to maneuver over to the gauntlet. I will raid myself, so if you just buckle up, hang on, it should redirect you. But the link is pinned at the top. Mods, if you could continue dropping the link for those not paying attention, that would be great. Otherwise, Raging Tomato is shutting down now.
Move it, bastards. Get over there now.
Oh,